1444, The Rise of Byzantium again. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 101 Royal Heavy Cannon. 1453, Ottoman Sultan Mehmed I, after failing to persuade the city to surrender, ordered an attack on the city. On the plain west of Theodosius's walls, the Ottoman artillery force, comprising over 100 cannons of various types, was fully assembled, meticulously organized and arrayed. In the 13th century, Arabs introduced gunpowder from the east to Europe, and engineers quickly discovered the immense military potential of this black powder, gradually applying it to the military field. Europeans began loading gunpowder into long tubes, using the thrust generated by the combustion to launch heavy stones in warfare. Although the papacy had long ago prohibited the use of gunpowder in the military, no one truly took this prohibition seriously. The initial cannons were not very powerful, their main effect being to demoralize the enemy, often producing unexpected results on the battlefield, driving horses mad and causing soldiers to retreat. Later, as soldiers and war horses became more familiar with artillery, the impact of the flashes and roars on morale became less pronounced. This cumbersome weapon gradually disappeared from the open battlefield, finding its place in siege warfare instead. Around the end of the 14th century, the Ottomans witnessed firsthand the immense role artillery played in sieges, and were overjoyed. They immediately gathered cannon casting experts and various raw materials, formally training artillerymen as a distinct branch of the military. For the Ottomans, siege artillery seemed to satisfy a deep-seated need in the nomadic soul, an ingrained hostility towards fortified city walls. The descendants of nomadic steppe peoples, with their superior cavalry, were invincible in mobile warfare, but found themselves particularly vulnerable against the thick walls of settled societies. Thus, from the Mongol Empire to the Timurid Khanate, almost all nomadic and semi-nomadic regimes greatly admired, even obsessed with, powerful siege weapons. The Ottoman Empire was one of the most representative examples. Under the influence of previous sultans, the court of Edirne had amassed a large number of cannon makers and craftsmen. These artillerymen, unappreciated in Italy and Hungary, were readily employed by the sultans, who generously provided them with funds to manufacture cannons, thus satisfying their own luxurious lifestyles and lofty ideals. With over 100 cannons of various types, they were unmatched in Europe. Mehmed I divided his entire cannon arsenal into 15 artillery batteries, each consisting of one heavy cannon and several light cannons, each with its own guard and engineer corps to ensure maximum effectiveness. The batteries were strategically positioned at every weak point in the Theodosian walls, precisely targeting every breach. The Venetians, having thoroughly explored every inch of Constantinople in the centuries since the Fourth Crusade, knew the Theodosian walls intimately. Now, they were eager to share this intelligence with the Ottoman sultans in exchange for a substantial reward. Thanks to Isaac's foresight, the renowned engineer Urban did not travel to Mehmed I's court, thus preventing the Ottoman cannons from reaching their terrifying caliber in the original timeline. However, the largest Ottoman cannons could still fire massive stone projectiles weighing over 1,200 pounds, their power not to be underestimated. These cannons had been widely used in the Ottoman army since the time of Murad I and were known to his enemies as the Royal Heavy Cannons. In reality, in the original timeline, Urban's cannons had already exceeded the limits of contemporary metallurgical technology and were damaged early in the war. It was other heavy artillery that truly inflicted damage on Theodosius's walls. Besides cannons, Mehmed I also equipped his army with a vast number of catapults, battering rams, and various siege weapons, showcasing the Ottomans' formidable military soft power. The thunderous roar of cannons, like the terrifying horns of doom, struck heavily on the hearts of the defending soldiers. Constantine's eye moved among the towers, exchanging opinions with the various legions and encouraging the soldiers hiding behind the walls. He seemed completely unconcerned about the enemy's attention, deliberately donning bright armor and a magnificent purple robe, ensuring that every soldier, their faces grime from the artillery fire, could easily spot their emperor. Constantine and Giovanni divided the city wall's defenses into 3 sections, with Constantine personally overseeing the central section, the main target of the Ottoman attack, guarding the vulnerable area near the gate of St. Romanus. Constantine's eye, accompanied by a group of priests, patrolled the walls, carrying aloft an icon of the Virgin Mary, praying and blessing the soldiers in the name of God, standing firm amidst the cannon fire and the wall's tremors. Your Excellency Urban, when can our cannons fire? Constantine's eye ascended a tower, pointing to the cannons poised for firing. Your Majesty, our cannons are inferior to the Ottoman Royal Heavy Artillery in every way, their range is too short. I do not recommend that you activate them now, Urban shouted beside Constantine, trying to drown out the successive volleys of cannon fire. During the year Urban was tasked with casting cannons, he clearly realized that the Theodosian walls were fundamentally unsuitable for mounting artillery, let alone firing large-caliber cannons. The Theodosian walls were built too early, their mature construction embodied all the wisdom of the Greco-Roman world regarding defensive engineering before the gunpowder age, but this also essentially fixed their framework, making further changes difficult. 1,000 years earlier, Anthemius, who initially built the walls, could never have imagined that one day a kinetic energy weapon of immense power would completely alter the course of warfare, rendering his walls obsolete. The towers and crenellations on the Theodosian walls were completely unsuitable as artillery emplacements. They were neither wide nor sturdy enough to withstand the powerful recoil from large-scale gunpowder explosions. Heavy cannons would damage their own walls more severely than the enemy, while light cannons had too short a range to reach the Ottoman artillery positions. In this new era of warfare, the Theodosian walls were structurally unsuitable. With the gradual advancement of kinetic weapons, traditional walls like Theodosian would only become increasingly vulnerable. Boom! Another deafening roar. A royal cannon in front of the St. Romanus gate spewed flames, launching an enormous stone into the air. It cleared a wall and, by sheer coincidence, slammed into the tower beside Constantine, shattering it instantly. Its momentum undiminished. It landed in a church on the edge of the wall, hissing and emitting wisps of white smoke as it hit the wooden floor. The smoke and dust from the collapsing building shrouded that section of the wall, obscuring its outline. Instantly, all the nearby soldiers were drawn to it, anxiously watching the smoke and dust, worried for the emperor's safety. As the smoke cleared, Constantine's eyes' purple robes remained vibrant. Holding a scepter in one hand and a sword in the other, he ascended the ruins of the tower, roaring as he displayed his unharmed body to the soldiers. The crowd cheered, and the waiting medical team rushed forward to aid the wounded. Constantine refused the doctor's assistance, walking alone atop the city wall, head held high, loudly mocking the Ottomans' incompetence. He waved to the soldiers, strode down the wall, and, out of sight of the crowd, spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped his mouth, biting his lip hard to stifle a groan of pain. A piece of rubble had struck his chest during the collapse, and the pain was excruciating. As darkness fell, the cannon fire subsided slightly. Without firing a single shot, the Ottomans had thrown the defenders into disarray. Constantine stood at the corner of the wall, waiting for the pain to subside, gazing at the blood-red setting sun on the horizon. From April 12 to April 18, the Ottoman royal cannons and various artillery pieces roared incessantly, hurling thousands of boulders onto the Theodosian walls and into Constantinople, pinning the soldiers atop the walls and severely damaging their morale. The central section of the wall, defended by Constantine's eye, was a key target of the Ottoman bombardment. 8 artillery batteries and dozens of catapults were deployed there, firing day and night at the wall's weak points. The central section was guarded by Constantine's eye's Royal Guard and Isaac's 1st Praetorian Guard. Despite their exceptional skill, they were helpless against the overwhelming Ottoman firepower. Several sections of the wall around the St. Romanus gate had collapsed, and the Ottoman jihadist legions often took advantage of the defenders' repair work to fill the moat in front of the Theodosian walls under a hail of arrows, clearing a path for the Sultan's personal army. The war was still in its first phase. The Ottomans were attempting to use overwhelming firepower to break the morale of the defenders and minimize casualties. The Eastern Roman defenders, however, were seething with anger, stubbornly holding the ground on the walls of Theodosius, awaiting the Ottoman assault. The Foster warship, a type of fast, long-masted or sailed warship widely used by the Ottomans and Arab states, carried 30 to 50 sailors. It was small, agile, and swift. The Foster warship had shallow hulls and was generally not equipped with cannons. It might be equipped with ballistae or grappling hooks. The crew was armed with bows and crossbows, primarily engaging in close-quarters boarding combat. In the port of Plossphilion in the Golden Horn, Isaac convened a war council with his naval commanders. Frankly, in terms of sheer numbers, the Ottoman fleet was truly astonishing, causing widespread panic among the city's inhabitants. Their fosters pose little threat to arcs and large galleys, but we cannot be complacent. We must try our best to keep the fosters at bay. What we should be wary of is that the Ottomans possess 24 large and medium-sized galleys. And we were completely unaware of it. Isaac slammed his hand on the table, stood up, his face flushed with anger. A year ago, Isaac had sent men to estimate the size of the Ottoman fleet. It was estimated to be between 10 and 15 large and medium-sized galleys, far fewer than it is now. Even if Mehmed I devoted himself to shipbuilding, it was impossible for 10 more warships to appear out of thin air in a year. Your Majesty, I may know part of the reason, said Mulatto, the Venetian municipal official, standing up. Please enlighten me. Just 3 years ago, Zagan Pasha, a staunch supporter of Muhammad, suddenly sent someone to me, hoping to purchase as many ships as possible. From Candia to Negroponte, almost every private shipyard received orders from Zagan Pasha. Their prices were exorbitant, and not all shipyard owners could resist the lure of money. Orders placed 3 years ago were probably delivered collectively a few months ago. I remember the governor forbade the sale of large warships to the Ottomans, didn't he? Captain Henry asked, somewhat puzzled, then seemed to realize something and fell silent. His first warship, the San Nicolas, came from a private shipyard in Mulatto, also defying the governor's ban. For a moment, everyone fell silent. 3 years ago was the time when Isaac decisively defeated the Hafs dynasty's fleet at the Kikina Islands. It seemed that the opponent in the golden tent outside the city was fully aware of Isaac's every move and had always treated him as a hypothetical enemy. Your Majesty, I'm afraid it's more than that. A Venetian stood up, seemingly reluctant to speak. He was the captain of the Venetian galley Naxos, who chose to stay behind to fight the Ottomans in the Holy War when Constantinople was in peril. Speak, my dear friend. As far as I know, of the Ottomans' 24 large and medium-sized galleys, at least 4 came from Christians' private fleet. I once served as second mate on one of them and recognized those ships. Christian? Isaac frowned, racking his brain. He was half Syrian, and made a fortune through trade with the Mamluks, Mulatto whispered. His family had considerable trading interests in the Mamluks and Cyprus. At the Venetian Council a few months ago, he strongly advocated abandoning Constantinople and taking the opportunity to carve up your Cyrenaica. So you hate me, hate the people of Jesus Christ. Isaac's expression was somewhat cold as he memorized the name. That sounds like something a Venetian would do. On the other side of the table, the Galata fleet commander, Badarome, snorted and turned his head. He came from the prestigious Genoese Gattilusio family, making him Isaac's cousin by blood. With Isaac's support, he became the commander of the Galata fleet, commanding 3 galleys and 2 armed merchant ships. HMPH. I remember one of the Ottoman squadron commanders was from Genoa, and I heard he was from a collateral branch of your family. You must be very proud of that, right? A Venetian captain immediately retorted sarcastically, not backing down. You bastard. Badarome glared at the Venetian captain, his right hand already touching the sword at his waist. Shut up, Isaac roared, interrupting their argument. With a major battle imminent, what's the point of discussing this? In this city, there are no Venetian second mates or Genoese captains, only brave holy warriors and the children of Jesus Christ. Anyone who dares to disrupt our morale will be severely punished. Seeing Isaac's anger, the others fell silent and looked away. After the meeting, Isaac's mind was in turmoil. He stared at the map of the waters surrounding Constantinople, his gaze shifting uncertainly. He had brought all the fleets capable of participating in the battle to the Golden Horn, hoping to gain an advantage over the Ottoman navy, or at least achieve a stalemate. Unexpectedly, due to his own actions, the Ottoman fleet was larger than ever before, overwhelming his assembled ships in numbers. The port of Plossphilion held the fleet that Isaac had painstakingly assembled, including the former Byzantine Empire fleet, the Cyrenaica Mediterranean fleet, the Genoa Galata fleet, the Cypriot fleet, and some Venetian ships. It consisted of 2 carracks, 18 large and medium-sized galleys, 25 small galleys, and some auxiliary vessels and armed transport ships, totaling just over 3,000 sailors, less than half the Ottoman force. Due to the diverse origins of the fleet, its quality varied greatly. Some of the Cypriot ships were old and dilapidated, dating back to the time of Peter the Great. In Isaac's view, the fate of Constantinople hinged on the sea route. As long as supplies could be continuously transported to Constantinople, the Ottomans would find it difficult to conquer the city quickly. Conversely, if the sea route was cut off, Constantinople would become completely isolated. Without supplies, the soldiers' morale would plummet until complete collapse. At that point, no amount of troops would be of any use. A lone city is hard to defend. This is a consensus among all military strategists. In previous sieges of Constantinople, supplies mainly came from the calm Black Sea coast, bringing food and military provisions. But now, the cleft-back fortress has severed this vital waterway. To the south of Constantinople lies the Sea of Marmara, and further south, the Aegean Sea, with its turbulent waters and complex sea conditions. For several months of the year, strong northerly winds cause immense trouble for sailing ships from the Mediterranean. European navigators had long since mastered sailing against the wind using Bernoulli's principle, but these cargo ships, laden with goods, were extremely slow against the wind, making them easy targets for pirate gangs and heavily reliant on coastal ports. However, the coastlines were dominated by Ottoman forces. Was he really going to be trapped and die in Constantinople? Isaac gazed at the distant, faintly visible outline of the Acropolis, deep in thought. The distant roar of royal cannon still echoed, the church bells rang incessantly, and the Golden Horn was calm, a stark contrast to the Sea of Marmara to the south. The purple flag still flies over Constantinople. Historically, the Ottoman fleet was not weak either, boasting 18 large galleys, 80 forsters, and over 140 smaller ships. This is not an exaggeration. Chapter 102 The Grinding Wheel of Flesh. At the southern section of the Theodosian walls, near the Gate of the Springs, Mehmed I deployed the Anatolian army, mostly jihadists and Azab conscripts from various regions. Their fighting strength was relatively weak, equipped only with 2 artillery companies, commanded by the young Mahmud Pasha. In contrast, the Eastern Roman Empire deployed the 5th Praetorian Guard at the southern section of the walls, partly composed of conscripted militia and jihadists from Western Europe, coordinated and commanded by Giovanni Giustiniani. While the cannon fire continued relentlessly in the central and northern sections, fierce hand-to-hand combat had already begun in the south. The two sides clashed fiercely in the trenches and canals below the walls, every inch of the ravaged land a scene of carnage, the soil soaked in blood, a nauseating dark purple. The jihadists in the Ottoman army seemed endless, pouring out of their tents under the cover of artillery fire, chanting the Prophet's revelations, and charging towards the trenches between the tents and the city walls. The defenders retaliated with crossbow bolts and boulders, claiming the lives of ragged but fanatical Muslims, crushing their flesh and blood in the earth before the walls of Constantinople. When the enemy's momentum slowed, Giovanni would send small groups out through side gates to deliver a crushing blow. In close combat, the better armored defenders had the advantage, but even the most valiant crusaders were awestruck by the enemy's frenzy on the front lines. The defenders on the walls used longbows, crossbows, and arquebuses to mow down the Ottoman soldiers, inflicting heavy losses. After discovering that their artillery was no match for the Ottoman Royal Heavy Artillery, the experienced Giovanni modified them into giant shotguns. He loaded each cannon with 5 to 10 walnut-sized lead balls, which he would then fire in volleys when the Ottoman army was assembled. This weapon was incredibly effective at close range, possessing immense penetrating power. A single lead ball could often pierce a soldier's shield and torso, then a second and third behind him, until the gunpowder's energy was completely depleted. When used against infantry, anti-materiel weapons often proved surprisingly effective. Furthermore, as a pirate and mercenary leader, Giovanni was intimately familiar with some of the peculiar habits of Muslims and exploited them. Giovanni knew very well that for Muslims, leaving a corpse exposed in the wilderness was extremely disrespectful, and allowing the body of a Muslim holy warrior to rot on the battlefield was an even greater shame. Whenever 1 or 2 Muslims were killed, the remaining Ottomans would rush forward, desperately carrying the body away, regardless of how close they were to the city walls. So the defenders frequently surrounded the corpses and ambushed the Ottoman soldiers who came to carry them away, firing intently until the retreat was sounded, at which point the Ottomans were allowed to retrieve the bodies to prevent the spread of plague. Through these methods, Giovanni's position on the southern section of the city wall yielded significant results. For commanders, on the blood-soaked battlefield, rich combat experience was far more important than occasional flashes of brilliance. However, the Ottoman army was simply too numerous, endless, and fearless of death, like machines forged from flesh and blood. their minds solely focused on conquering the walls. For a whole week, the battle for the trenches raged on. During the day, the Ottoman army diligently filled the trenches, dragging everything they could get their hands on to uninhabited areas under cover of fire, then dumping it into the trenches, soil, timber, rubble, even their own tents. At nightfall, the defenders would rush out of the side gates to fight small groups of enemy soldiers, trying to restore the Ottomans' daytime efforts to their original state. The wars of siege and defense were thus monotonous and tedious, lacking heroes and legends, glory and medals. Beneath the vast, gray sky, only the massive city wall stretching from north to south became a blood grinder, mercilessly reaping the lives of every inhabitant. On the western side of Constantinople, atop the Marpra hill on the Thracian plain, a grand golden red camp stood proudly, like the King of Kings, overlooking the other camps on the plain below. Outside the golden red camp, a circle of various shields formed a colorful high wall, protecting the camp. Each shield symbolized an army or a vassal. Their shapes varied, including many Christian knightly kite shields and Muslim round shields. Of course, the political significance of this shield formation far outweighed its actual defensive capabilities, symbolizing the exaltation and majesty of the Ottoman Sultan. The true protectors of the Sultan were the Janissaries surrounding the golden camp. These legions, arranged like stars around the moon, encircled Memdi, their drums and horns beating in unison, creating a formidable defensive posture. As Memdi gradually consolidated his power, this ambitious sultan began to strengthen his control over the military. Taking advantage of the siege of Constantinople, Memdi reorganized the Janissaries left by his father, weeding out a weak and installing his own trusted men. He added over 7,000 of his personal guard soldiers to the Janissary legions, striving for absolute obedience. Compared to the Janissaries, Memdi's personal guards were naturally more loyal, better equipped, and more tenacious in battle. Murad-I had left Memdi a very rich political legacy. As Murad-I's only surviving son, Memdi could easily gain the loyalty and obedience of the Janissaries with a little strategy. Demanding unpaid wages? No problem. Rebellion? Think again. These Janissary soldiers were all old retainers of Murad-I. While they didn't particularly like him, that was about it. When Memdi placed his cronies in this elite guard, they tacitly accepted and understood the new sultan's ambitions, without much resentment. At this moment, in the golden red tent, Memdi was summoning his viziers and pashas for a meeting. The enemy's overall quality and the condition of the city walls have exceeded our expectations. The gains of the past few days have been meager. The enemy's troops atop the central section of the walls are highly elite, well-trained, and heavily armored. Our crossbows and muskets have had difficulty killing them directly, but their falling rocks and rolling logs have been able to knock Allah's holy warriors off their ladders. However, the Venetian intelligence is very useful. The walls near the gates of St. Romanus and Cheresias are indeed quite damaged, with breaches already blasted open by heavy artillery, awaiting further expansion. The Christians are very resilient. Given the problems encountered in previous sieges, I believe we should prepare for the possibility of being attacked by Western European crusaders. We must either achieve a swift victory or retreat. Alright, Khalil, I know the nature of those foolish Christian monarchs in Europe better than you do. Memdi leaned back in his luxurious high-backed chair, toying with a jewel-encrusted dagger. He looked at the silent Khalil Pasha with disdain. Khalil Pasha had experienced the chaos and disorder of the great Ottoman reign, and had tasted the bitter pain of repeated sieges and failures. With age, his courage waned, and he became increasingly cautious. For him and the traditional Ottoman nobility he represented, the stability of the empire was paramount, followed by the wealth of his own family. Everything else was unimportant. Khalil Pasha feared that the war on Constantinople would provoke opposition and encirclement from Western European countries, thus destroying the prosperity he and Murad-I had painstakingly built over many years. However, times had changed. Take a look at this, Memdi said, tossing a document onto the table, which was then passed around among the pashas. Just recently, Janis Hunyadi, the White Knight, under pressure from within the country, announced his resignation as regent of Hungary, returning power to Ladislaus, the posthumous son of the Habsburg family. He wrote me this letter, declaring that since he is no longer regent, the peace treaty we previously signed is invalid. Memdi spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Previously, to avoid a Hungarian attack during the siege of Constantinople, Memdi had signed a 3-year peace treaty with Hunyadi, agreeing to non-aggression. Your Majesty, Is he threatening us? Mahmud Pasha pressed. If you mean his true intentions, then indeed, he is trying to threaten us. However, this very act proves their weakness. Hunaidi has suffered 3 consecutive defeats, abandoning his people and fleeing alone. His reputation within the country is very poor, making it unlikely he would launch an attack against us. Memdai's lips curled into a confident smile. Vlachodis's rise to power has further exacerbated the internal conflicts in Hungary. This young upstart has to quell the domestic unrest while also dealing with a threat from his uncle, Frederick III, leaving him no time to spare. Therefore, I can deduce that there will be no Christian coalition. We have plenty of time. As for the difficulties of the siege, those were already within our considerations. Isaac the Deathbringer and Constantine are both formidable, but we still hold a significant advantage. The Crown Lion Legion is indeed battle-hardened, but I don't believe they can be more valiant than my Janissary. Tell the commanders of the legions to continue bombarding the walls, send jihadists to wear down the enemy's morale, and once they are weakened, launch a decisive attack. Allah be upon us. Victory will be ours, Memdai roared, encouraging his generals. The battle between attackers and defenders was a contest of strength, but also of spirit. Your Majesty, your fleet has assembled at the port of 2 Pillars and awaits your orders. The ministers dispersed, leaving fleet commanders Bardaglu and Zagan Pasha behind to report on the naval situation to Memdai. In a sense, the greatest obstacle to the Ottoman fleet was not the navy of Constantinople, but the iron chain connecting Galata and Constantinople. This chain firmly locked the Golden Horn, protecting the fragile seawall along Constantinople's northern coast. Zagan, go and talk to the people of Galata. Demand they cease their aid to Constantinople and remove the chain. A ruthless glint flashed in Memdai's eyes. If the Genoese are determined to seek their own destruction, then I will grant their wish. I refuse to believe that all these Genoese are willing to be our enemies for the sake of Constantinople. Zagan Pasha responded and left, leaving fleet commander Bardaglu behind. He was an experienced and skilled naval commander, utterly loyal to the Ottoman dynasty. Your Majesty, what should we do with our fleet? No rush. In this situation, it's the Christians who should be worried. Memdai smiled, as if confident. As for us, we only need to wait for the north wind. When the 1,000 years are over, Satan will break free from his chains and be released. He will deceive the 4 corners of the earth, calling them Gog and Magog. He will lead people to fight one another, and their numbers will be as numerous as the sands of the sea. On the southwestern wall of Theodosius, Isaac, clad in armor, observed the enemy situation and boosted morale under the protection of his personal guard. Looking at the densely packed Muslim holy warriors, like locusts swarming across the land, Isaac was somewhat moved. Giovanni beside him also looked solemn, and spontaneously recited verses from the Bible. He made the sign of the cross, bid farewell to Isaac, and went to the front line of the artillery fire to direct the defense. As the walls of Theodosius began to crumble, the defending soldiers and civilians were plunged into fierce fighting, casualties on both sides increasing, and a struggle ensued around the weakest points of the walls. Under the command of Constantine Zai, all available resources for repairing the city walls were transported to several central points, where laborers were stationed day and night in preparation for any eventuality. Based on this, the breaches in the walls breached by the Ottomans were quickly repaired, and the Muslims failed to capitalize on their advantage, falling halfway through their charge. It must be said that, under the guidance of European advisors, the Ottoman artillery progressed rapidly, quickly finding ways to counter such large walls, employing 3-point artillery fire at several weak points, putting considerable pressure on the walls. Soon, the southern section of the wall, where the fighting was most intense, showed defensive weaknesses, forcing Isaac to prematurely send the 3rd Guard to reinforce it, replacing the increasingly weakened 5th Guard. Of course, if Isaac had given a death order, they could have held out, but casualties would have been much higher. This was something Isaac did not want to see. These young Armenians actually had no responsibility or obligation to defend Constantinople. They were only acting out of Isaac's personal ambition. Compared to the guards cobbled together by Constantine Zai in the original timeline, Isaac's troops were better equipped, more well-trained, and more adept at dealing with Ottoman attacks. However, significant concerns remained. Isaac's forces had essentially settled in Cyrenaica, their families and possessions all in their North African territories. Defending Constantinople was merely an order from Isaac, not a matter of personal loyalty. Isaac knew that even before the aid of Constantinople, there were dissenting voices within his army, dissatisfied with his decision. This was particularly evident in the Purple Guard and the 5th Legion of the Praetorian Guard, which had become completely North Africanized, with officers and soldiers alike harboring resentment. They were not Romans to begin with, and had no real sense of belonging to Constantinople. Thus, if they were caught in a fierce battle, unable to see their families in North Africa, their morale could easily plummet, even leading to panic. If, by some chance, Cyrenaica were attacked, threatening the safety of their families, the situation would worsen, and mutiny was not entirely out of the question. In real war, soldiers are not just tireless barricades, but living, breathing human beings with emotions, joys, and sorrows. Your Majesty, please go and rest. I'll keep watch here. The roar of the Royal Heavy Artillery had barely ceased when the Muslims launched another desperate charge. Beside Isaac, Daniel, commander of the 3rd Guard, stood with his sword drawn, directing squads of soldiers onto the battlefield, unto the grinding stone of flesh. Chapter 103 The Calamity of Galata. Smoke billowed, flames raged, and beneath a gray sky, the majestic Theodosian walls stretched from north to south, standing between the Golden Horn and the Sea of Marmara, firmly protecting Constantinople to the east. The Ottoman army besieging the Theodosian walls consisted of the European Legion, the Janissary Legion, and the Anatolian Legion, from north to south, corresponding precisely to the traditionally divided 3 sections of the Constantinople walls. Mehmed I's military deployment clearly shows that he placed his primary hopes for breaching the walls on the weakest section, the central wall, followed by the northern section adjacent to the Golden Horn. The Anatolian Legion, responsible for besieging the southern section, was merely cannon fodder used to tie down Christian forces. Attacking the northern section of the Theodosian walls was the European Legion, led by Karaga Bey, which included Ottoman Muslim warriors and Christian vassals from the Balkans. In 1354, an earthquake struck Gallipoli, and Orhan I, the second Ottoman leader, seized the opportunity to cross the Dardanelles and capture this strategically important fortress. From then on, the Ottoman Bey state, originally a small tribe in the northwestern corner of Asia Minor, possessed a bridgehead to the heart of Europe, enabling it to actively intervene in the civil war between the two Johns and gnaw at the remaining remnants of the 1,000-year-old Roman Empire. In the following century, the Ottoman Empire focused its expansion on the Balkans, striving to fill the void left by the decline of the Eastern Roman Empire. Bulgaria and Serbia, two once powerful regional powers in the Balkans, quickly collapsed and submitted to the Sultan. Serbia, nestled deep in the mountains, managed to retain some autonomy thanks to the support of Hungary and its geographical advantages, while Bulgaria, geographically close to the Ottoman Empire, was not so fortunate. The Ottomans quickly grew dissatisfied with indirect rule, abolishing puppet regimes such as the Vidin and Dobroga principalities and relocating large numbers of Muslims to Bulgaria, rapidly assimilating them. Now, the European legions under Karaga Bey's command were mainly divided into 3 groups: devout Muslim holy warriors, Christians loyal to the Sultan, and auxiliary troops forced into battle. The Ottoman auxiliary troops, mostly from vassal states like Serbia and Wallachia, were Orthodox Christians and did not wish to attack Constantinople. Every evening at the end of the campaign, Orthodox prayers would echo from the walls and beyond, collectively praying for Jesus Christ to save his people and protect the city from the ravages of war. In the religiously tolerant Ottoman Empire, this miraculous phenomenon was permitted. Initially, the Christian auxiliary troops lacked fighting spirit, and the soldiers on the walls were unwilling to slaughter their Christian brethren. The attacks and defenses on the northern section of the wall were methodical and unremarkable. Later, Karaga Bey, who was in command of the battle, discovered the auxiliaries' sluggishness and began to change the battle order, mixing them with the Muslims in the charge. Thus, the battle beneath the northern section of the city wall intensified, with both sides gradually increasing their forces, vying for each tower, each trench, and each inch of land stained with blood. Whoosh, a flash of cold light, and the young squire's hair stood on end. He swiftly raised his arm, hoisting his kite-shaped shield to block the incoming crossbow bolt. Thud, the bolt pierced the kite-shaped shield, its force still powerful, its fletching trembling wildly before finally settling. The squire stared at the bolt piercing the shield, his Adam's apple bobbing, swallowing hard. Galwin. Don't be distracted. A knight slashed down a menacing Muslim holy warrior in front of him, turned, and roared at the young squire. The knight wore heavy armor, a half-masked helmet, and wielded a greatsword, typical attire of a French Norman knight. The knight's armor was stained with numerous mottled bloodstains, and their swords, tinged with a dark red, clearly had drunk their fill of enemy blood. Both knights' armor bore the emblem of the Knights of St. Simon, the blue Lorraine cross, a symbol of freedom and resistance. Since its inception, this order had been active on the front lines against the Muslims, gradually establishing its reputation and renown in the central Mediterranean. In recent years, with the help of its patron and honorary Grand Master, Emperor Isaac, the Knights of St. Simon had gradually acquired their own castles and estates, and their organizational structure had been steadily improved. Besides the original French knights, the number of ordinary sergeants and squires had increased, and their military strength had gradually increased. Currently, the order had 150 full knights, 250 squires, and 200 sergeants, with Baron Conti, the emperor's brother-in-law, serving as Grand Master, and the experienced knight Philip serving as Sergeant Major. During the Holy War of Constantinople, the Knights of St. Simon deployed 30 infantry knights, 50 squires, and 80 sergeants, commanded by Sergeant Philip, to assist in the defense of the northwestern section of Theodore's walls. Galvan Nejad, a graduate of the Royal Knights Academy, was one of the squires and participated in the Holy War of Constantinople. On this tower, many more heavily armored knights and squires of St. Simon, defending in small groups, held fast to the Muslims' inevitable path of attack. This was a blind spot for artillery fire. The Muslims' ordinary arrows and lead-ball muskets could hardly inflict any real damage on the heavily armored knights, only sending out cannon fodder to gradually wear down the defenders' morale. Galvan regained his composure, raised his sword to parry the scimitar of an Ottoman soldier, briefly deflected, charged forward with his shield raised, knocked the soldier to the ground, and plunged his sword into the chest. Garwin had no time to lower his guard. The clanging of armor behind him forced him to dodge an enemy charge, stomping on the enemy's halberd and pressing his sword against the enemy's throat. The Ottoman soldier fell to the ground, staring blankly at the sword pressed against his neck, a pleading look in his eyes. Garwin was about to thrust his sword down when he noticed the Orthodox cross hanging around the soldier's neck. "Are you an Orthodox?" Garwin asked in Greek, the sword still pressed firmly against the man's throat, the blade piercing the skin and drawing crimson blood. Garwin had been defending the city for nearly 10 days, encountering many Christians fighting for the Sultan, both Greek Orthodox and Roman Catholic. Many of these men were forced into battle, and once captured, they were eager to surrender to the defenders. Some even secretly slipped out of the Ottoman camp to Galata in the north, cross the Golden Horn, and come to support Constantinople. Of course, many also chose to exploit their status as kinsmen to gain the sympathy of the defending soldiers, then launch a violent attack, causing considerable trouble for the garrison. Later, under the unified order of Commander Ibrahim, the commander of the northern section of the city wall, surrendered Christian soldiers encountered on the battlefield had to be strictly screened outside the city walls, and were forbidden from being brought into the main city walls rashly. "I am willing to surrender, for God's sake." The young man dropped his halberd and murmured his plea. Garwin looked around. Under the knights' fierce fighting, the enemy had not gained any advantage and were withdrawing from the battlefield in single file. "Garwin, what's wrong?" Sir Philip's deep voice rang out. "Sergeant Major, there is a Christian here." Garwin's superior, Sergeant Major Philip of the Knights of St. Simon, walked over and frowned as he looked at the young soldier lying on the ground. The usual, lock him up first. According to Philip, these Christians serving the Ottoman Empire should be killed on the spot to avoid chaos. These Christian vassal soldiers always had a flexible moral compass. Within the Ottoman army, they were staunch supporters of the Sultan, and upon capture, they insisted they were loyal subjects of Rome. As for their true thoughts, probably no one knew. The key issue is that in a holy war between Muslims and Christians, hastily killing these Christian prisoners who claimed to be willing to join the defense of the city would severely damage the morale of the defenders. No one wanted to accept that outcome. "Sir, I have important intelligence to report." The young soldier, unable to understand French, trembled at Philip's cold expression and shouted loudly. More and more knights, soldiers, and laborers gathered around, curiously pricking up their ears at the soldier's shout. A civil war has broken out in Galata. Zagan Pasha has gathered a large army and is probably already in the city. Seeing the crowd gathering, the young soldier grew increasingly fearful and hurriedly shouted before Philip could even ask. Upon hearing this, Philip's expression changed drastically, and he kicked the young soldier in the mouth, instantly turning the wound into a bloody mess. "Damn it!" Philip was furious, raising his sword to strike, but Garwin quickly stopped him. It was too late. Quiet doubts began to spread among the crowd, and everyone looked north towards Galata, their eyes filled with worry and fear. Your Majesty, the news is confirmed. Under the pressure of Zagan Pasha's army, some cowardly Genoese merchants in Galata have refused to fight the Ottomans and are trying to persuade the mayor to stop helping us. Inside the rear camp on the central avenue, the Venetian mayor Milato, the Genoese commander Badarome, the foreign ministers Francius and Theophilus, surrounded Isaac, their expressions tense. They tried to force the mayor of Catalan to remain neutral, but after being refused, they began to gather rioters and launch a rebellion. They have already occupied several city blocks. Mayor Leinster was wise. He abandoned the city hall and, with his guards, held several key roads, blocking the rebels in the city and preventing them from opening the gates. The situation is now very bad. Zagan Pasha's troops are probably marching towards Galata, preparing to coordinate with the rebels inside the city to seize this strategic location. Badaroma quickly finished reporting the danger, his eyes lowered, clearly embarrassed. Your Majesty, this was our oversight, please punish us. Galata is located north of Constantinople, forming the two banks of the Golden Horn, one to the north and one to the south. After the disaster of 1204, Galata became a colony of the Venetians and Genoese, who established a complete political structure there, possessing administrative, judicial, and military power, essentially becoming a state within a state, constantly reaping the commercial profits of Constantinople. For Constantinople at this moment, Galata's strategic location was extremely important. If Galata fell, the iron chains hanging over the Golden Horn would fall under Ottoman control, allowing them to threaten Isaac's fleet there without even needing to travel on land. The Golden Horn was narrow and confined, its surface as calm as a mirror, giving the Ottoman small, fast Foster warships a significant advantage. Even if Isaac could defeat them, he would suffer heavy losses. Furthermore, Galata was the only remaining Christian force around Constantinople, a lone boat surviving the storms of the Muslim Jihad, standing guard and supporting Constantinople. The loss of Galata would severely damage the morale of the city's soldiers and civilians, allowing the Ottoman army to launch a pincer attack from the northwest. Upon hearing the news, Isaac took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner turmoil, and focused his attention on devising a way to break the deadlock. Your Majesty, this is probably not just a problem with the Gattigliuccio family. These rebels are all from local powerful clans in Galata. They should have been hereditary mayors, but Francis looked at the list of rioters, clearly knowing some of them. 2 years ago, Isaac began gradually interfering in Galata's politics, using troops and ships to install his maternal family, the Gattigliuccio family from Genoa, as mayor, hoping to prevent trouble during the war. However, it seems he acted too hastily, provoking a serious backlash. Isaac had no time to manage Galata's internal affairs, and his maternal uncle, the new mayor, Leinster Gattigliuccio, seemed to have failed to completely eliminate the influence of the local powerful clans, leaving hidden dangers. Your Majesty, they probably wouldn't dare to be so audacious on their own. The Ottomans must have planted spies in Galata long ago, colluding with these traitors, said the Milato municipal official, who had remained silent, refraining from adding insult to injury for the Genoese's predicament. 23 years ago, Thessalonians fell in the same way. Isaac raised his hand, stopping the minister's pointless argument. Don't panic at any time, we still have time, Francis. This news shouldn't have spread widely in Constantinople yet, right? No, Your Majesty. I only informed a few commanders on the northern section of the city wall, instructing them to monitor for any possible movements by the Ottoman army. That's good. Keep this a secret as much as possible to avoid panic. The door slammed open, and a knight rushed in, kneeling on the ground. Philip? What happened? Isaac's eyelids twitched, his bad premonition growing stronger. Your Majesty, a prisoner inadvertently leaked the news of the attack on Galata. We failed in our management, please punish us. Silence fell upon him, the sound of breathing could be clearly heard in the room. I understand. Isaac slowly stood up, helped Philip to his feet, and looked at the 4 ministers present. Philip, go and inform Captain Fidel to detach half of the fleet and ensure that Golden Horn is completely blocked. Not a single Ottoman warship is allowed to enter. Milato, go and prepare the transport fleet. Yes, sir. The 2 men obeyed and left. Francis, how many troops do we have left to spare? Your Majesty, we have few troops capable of field battles. The 5th Legion of the Royal Guard and the 2nd Legion of the Purple Guard can attack, but they have just withdrawn from the city walls and haven't fully recovered. Grand Duke Lucas has over 1,000 militia. but they can only assist in defending the city. They are probably not very useful. Quickly summon the 5th Legion of the Royal Guard and the 2nd Legion of the Purple Guard, and conscript 500-strong militia. Order them to assemble at the port of Brausfilion to prepare for a sea crossing. By this time tomorrow, I must see the double-headed eagle banner atop the walls of Galata, Isaac commanded loudly. Sfrancius left. In the camp, Bartholomew looked at Isaac, hesitant to speak. Your Majesty, please allow me to lead the troops and redeem myself. Bartholomeo's face was filled with resentment. This is not your fault, Bartholomew, you have done nothing wrong. Besides, this operation is extraordinary, you are not suitable to lead troops. Isaac calmed down and comforted him. Bartholomew came from Genoa and was unfamiliar with the Armenians of the 5th Legion of the Imperial Guard and the Turks of the 2nd Legion of the Purple Guard, so he couldn't control them at all. Your Majesty, are you going to let Grand Duke Lucas lead the troops? I think he is probably not suitable. Isaac shook his head. Bartholomew was somewhat puzzled. The other generals are all engaged in their own battles. Who do you intend to let command a battle? Isaac walked to the wall, gently stroking the armor on the rack, feeling the coldness of each iron plate. He unfolded a dark purple cloak and tied it over his shoulders. Chapter 104 Besieged on all sides. Birinj, the capital of the Cyrenaica kingdom, at the Black Castle. For some unknown reason, the weather in 1453, the year of God's incarnation, was exceptionally cold. The sky was always overcast and gray, like a dark curtain obscuring God's radiance. In the garden, Prince Justinian, almost 2 years old, stumbled and staggered towards his mother. Queen Leonor picked up her son, a smile playing on her lips. Since the siege of Constantinople, Leonor and Justinian had served as regents, overseeing the military and political affairs of their North African territories. Only after Queen Leonor truly began to exercise her power as empress and take control of the politics of Cyrenaica and Sirte did she discover that this position was far from easy. The endless troubles and disputes, the open and covert struggles in court, and the subtle disdain and hostility had left the 19-year-old Leonor somewhat exhausted. In the months leading up to Isaac's departure, thanks to the efforts of several regions, the affairs of the territory functioned smoothly without incident. However, Constantinople was soon besieged by the Ottoman army, and communication between the two sides dwindled until it ceased entirely. On Easter Sunday, 1453, the last ship from the north arrived at the port of Byzantium, relaying news of Constantinople's situation to Cyrenaica. Queen Leonor, like the other wives of the soldiers, received a letter from her husband. From then on, there was no further communication between Byzantium and Constantinople. The only news came from Latin merchant ships granted free passage in the Sea of Marmara. Merchants from the Latin nations took advantage of the Ottoman army's concentration, providing them with supplies and resources for profit. Seeing their smug faces, Leonor felt an overwhelming disgust for the merchants for the first time. In their words, the Ottoman army was divinely aided, their cannons invincible, the defenders of Constantinople dwindling in number and demoralized, as if the city was about to fall. Leonor was well aware of her husband's capabilities and knew the situation couldn't be that dire, but she couldn't help feeling anxious. The Battle of Constantinople had been raging for a long time since the Fortress of the Throat was built, yet the situation hadn't improved. The Western European Crusaders, initially seen as a major hope, had failed to organize, and the various states were indifferent to the Pope's appeal, unwilling to offer any assistance to Constantinople. The kings and dukes of Europe were busy vying for supremacy and unwilling to expend their national resources on Constantinople. Without their leadership, the other monarchs were powerless to help. Leonor had written to her brother and uncle, hoping they would send troops to support Constantinople, but received no response. Their replies were remarkably consistent, expressing pessimism about Constantinople's future and urging Leonor to make plans early. In their letter, they stated that due to various reasons, they could not provide support to Constantinople, but if needed, they could send troops to help Leonor stabilize the situation in Cyrenaica and protect the descendants of the Avish dynasty. Planning ahead? With Isaac and Constantine's fates uncertain, were they already preparing to fight for the inheritance? The astute Leonor, of course, understood their intentions and directly rejected their offer. Since taking power, she had increasingly felt the preciousness of her territory. Every inch of Cyrenaica and Sirte bore witness to Isaac's nearly 10 years of hard work, stained with the blood of countless warriors. 10 years ago, he had nothing, his kingdom on the verge of collapse. In the past 10 years, He had risen from nothing, conquering a land for the Romans to thrive. 10 years later, he crossed the sea with his sword, fighting against a powerful enemy. Leonor grasped the scepter in her hand, feeling its weight as heavy as a mountain. As a noble princess, she possessed the insight to navigate worldly affairs at aristocratic banquets, subtly cultivating a close relationship with her husband through interactions with other noble ladies, and capable of soothing and calming troubled hearts. However, she lacked the ability to govern a vast territory and could never replace Isaac's role in maintaining its operation. Now, with the territory facing an unprecedented crisis, she was momentarily at a loss, and the added pressure from various quarters had left her restless for several days. "All right, Justinian, we must go and meet your father's ministers," Leonor composed herself, forcing a smile, and took Justinian's hand as he watched the ants on the grass. Leonor held Justinian's hand, and the mother and son entered the council chamber of Castle Black together, taking their seats on the throne. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Your Highness Justinian and Queen Leonor." Chancellor Isaac led the ministers in saluting the two, and then began their report. Leonor noticed the absence of Trade Minister Andrei in the crowd, his eyes darting thoughtfully. "Just last night, we received a plea for help from the Knights of Conti. The governorate of Saint-Simon is under attack by the Hafs dynasty. Yaya is incapable of launching a large-scale amphibious assault, constantly sending small groups to harass the archipelago, diverting our ships and troops from the main battlefield. Nasirin in Tripoli is still preventing the Hafs dynasty's central army from entering the city, but allows them to use the road south of Tripoli, thus directly threatening the Misrata region. Due to his previous transgressions, Count Hamza of Melfa has been excommunicated by the Sunni ulama and is now under siege by the Hafs dynasty's army. Last night, he sent us his third plea for help." Leonor nodded, glancing at Military Minister Mikhail. "Count, what do you think we should do, Your Majesty? Due to Tripoli's double dealing, Melfa must be rescued. If we lose this city, Misrata and even Sirte may be plundered by the Hafs cavalry. We cannot afford the consequences." Mikhail stepped forward and said firmly. "What about manpower?" His Majesty ordered the Dobroga to form a legion of 800 men before he left. "You can summon Guz and order him to lead troops to aid Melfa and relieve the immediate crisis. Furthermore, it is time for you to summon the vassal tribes and the Slavish legion. These people only obey His Majesty the Emperor. You must secure their service before the situation becomes more critical and ensure their loyalty." "I will." Queen Leonor pursed her lips and straightened her back. "Prime Minister, continue. What are the Mamluk Sultanate's movements? The situation in the east is not optimistic either. The Mamluks are advancing on the Tobruk military district, confronting our garrison at the Tobruk fortress complex. But they haven't launched a large-scale attack. I suspect they might temporarily abandon this tough nut to crack and instead use other methods to tie down our forces." Isaac closed the document, his eyes filled with worry. "Other methods? For example, spreading rumors, widely disseminating false news that Constantinople has fallen and Emperor Isaac has been killed in battle, stirring up public sentiment. At the same time, they might also take advantage of our weakened state to seize Cyprus." Leonor gently touched his forehead and spoke slowly. "What is the current situation of the various subordinate tribes and local chieftains?" His Majesty's influence remains strong, so they are not acting strangely for the time being. However, as time goes on, if we do not receive news from Constantinople for an extended period, it is hard to say whether they will remain loyal to the kingdom. In the years of conquering North Africa, Isaac had witnessed countless instances of tribal people surrendering and then rebelling, and had gained a deep understanding of their nature. Barbarians fear power but do not cherish virtue. Over the years, they had been defeated by Isaac multiple times. Most who dared to resist were already dead, and the remaining dared not even entertain the thought of challenge, thus submitting to him. If Isaac could remain in Cyrenaica and Ishard, maintaining his power, these tribal forces would never harbor thoughts of rebellion. If he could maintain this power for another decade or so, their awe of Isaac would gradually transfer to his descendants and the Palaiologos family, thus gaining a group of staunch supporters to pass on the legacy to their children. In fact, Isaac had been working towards this goal all along. Since the siege of Constantinople, the kingdom's elite troops had been largely mobilized, and the combined Muslim forces from the east and west launched an attack, their massive armies pressing in and significantly increasing the defensive pressure. Mikhail was forced to redeploy his main forces to the border to prepare for a potential large-scale Muslim offensive, leaving the interior defenses relatively weak. a situation perfectly suited to the Mamluks and the Hafs dynasty. After nearly 7 years of assimilation and migration, the core regions of the Grand Duchy of Sirte and the Cyrenaica kingdom had largely lost their tribal power. The remaining large tribes had been driven to the border oases, serving as an outer barrier for the core areas. If they were to launch an attack, the core regions of their territories would face direct assault, and the central government would have few troops available to suppress any rebellion. Leonor and his ministers knew that loyalty was easily tested, and the best way to ensure loyalty was to never give them the opportunity to rebel. Now, the predicament of Constantinople and the relentless pressure from the Muslim forces had presented them with a golden opportunity. Our immediate priority is to establish contact with Constantinople as soon as possible and calm the anxieties of the people and soldiers, Chancellor Isaac concluded, awaiting Leonor's judgment. Leonor was momentarily lost, unsure of what would happen next. It turned out that what kept the entire territory functioning properly wasn't the ministers, nor the army, nor even her, but their emperor. Having lost Isaac's territory, it was as if it had lost its soul, stumbling forward merely by inertia. Suddenly, she felt a cool touch on her hand. Leonor looked down and saw young Justinian tilting his head, staring intently at his mother, a hint of concern in his eyes. Leonor smiled at Justinian, took a deep breath, and stood up. Issue my order, summon all vassals, dependent tribes, and the Slavic legion, and order them to proceed to Castle Black to report to Regent Justinian. Order Colonial Minister William to promptly remit the new batch of profits to Billinge's military funds. Order the local militias and city guards to rest and prepare for battle. That's all. Chancellor Isard and Military Minister Mikhail, please remain. Leonor looked somewhat weary and waved to her ministers. After everyone left, only the mother and son, along with the two regents, remained in the palace, creating a somewhat desolate atmosphere. Chancellor, where is General Andrei? The Chancellor slightly turned his head, exchanging a glance with Military Minister Mikhail, clearly anticipating the possible question. Your Majesty, there has been a problem with our trade in the Western Mediterranean. General Andrei has gone to handle it. Leonor frowned, her azure eyes fixed on Isard. She had received absolutely no information about this matter. Why didn't Steward Andrei inform me? Her Majesty the Queen is busy with affairs. The three of us can discuss this matter. Isard raised her head generously, meeting Leonor's gaze without a care. Is Portugal in trouble? Isard tacitly agreed. Some nobles of the Kingdom of Portugal are trying to win over our trading companies, attempting to take advantage of our distraction. Furthermore, some Portuguese captains are dissatisfied with the agreed-upon compensation and are demanding higher wages, otherwise they will terminate protection of the trade routes. Leonor gently clasped her hands together, closed her eyes wearily, and her nostrils trembled slightly. Does my brother know about these things? That's unknown. I understand. Leonor nodded, gesturing for the two to leave. At the door, Leonor called them back. From the moment I married, I was no longer the eldest princess of the Kingdom of Portugal, but the Empress of the Roman Empire, the mother of the Roman princes, and your mistress. Isard turned her head, only to see Leonor's eyes suddenly sharpen. There will be no next time. We have always believed that you will make the right choice. Isard and Mikhail bowed and left. In the empty palace, young Justinian tiptoed, awkwardly wiping his mother's tearful eyes. North of Constantinople, in the southern part of the Golden Horn, at the port of Prousfilion, a large transport fleet was setting sail. On the Grand Consul, Isaac, clad in armor and holding a sword, stood solemnly, letting the northerly sea wind billow his purple cloak. Beside him, the already small deck was filled with soldiers crossing the sea to fight. The situation was critical. Isaac ordered all soldiers to assemble at the port, filling every available ship to capacity, and to send the troops to Galata in the north as quickly as possible. Looking north, thick smoke began to rise from Galata. The sound of Ottoman cannons echoed simultaneously from the west and north. The citizens of Constantinople were filled with fear, yet powerless to do anything but flock to churches, praying for God's salvation. In Galata, the white flag of St. George with a red cross of Genoa still flew high amidst the black smoke, proclaiming final sovereignty. Zagan Pasha's army of over 10,000 had begun attacking Galata's north gate, engaging in a bloody battle with the city guard led by Mayor Leinster. On the eastern horizon, another fleet stood ready, blocking the entrance to the Golden Horn and preventing the Ottoman fleet from entering this last harbor of the Eastern Roman Empire. 1,000 sails raced, hundreds of boats competed, dozens of double-headed eagle flags fluttered in the Golden Horn, each flag bearing dozens of warriors. "Are you afraid?" Isaac asked several Armenian soldiers beside him in broken Armenian. After donning the Armenian crown, Isaac, seeking greater Armenian support, dedicated time to learning Armenian from a priest of the Apostolic Church, now finding his skills invaluable. The Armenian soldiers were young, their faces bearing shy smiles. "I heard from the brothers of the 1st Guards Corps that you've never been defeated," one of the bolder soldiers said. "Following you, what is there to fear?" Looking at the young soldier's innocent smile, Isaac felt a mix of emotions, patting him on the shoulder. "Where do you live, Derna? Are you homesick?" The men were silent for a moment, then all nodded. "Yes, I will take you home. After this holy war, I will let you return to Derna in glory, to be embraced by your families, blessed by the priests, and adored with flowers from young girls. I will take you home, whether it be Derna, or Cilicia and the Caucasus. One day, the Armenian cross will fly high in Yerevan again. Until then, you must believe me." Isaac's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the soldiers and the Armenian crosses painted on their bodies, seeing their excited gazes. On April 30, 1453, Zagan Pasha instigated a rebellion in Galata, attempting to seize the opportunity to conquer it and advance into the Golden Horn. After a fierce battle, the Galata garrison began to retreat, the North Gate fell, and their situation became precarious. At the same time, Isaac led the 5th Legion of the Janissaries, the 2nd Legion of the Purple Guard, and some militia against the North Wind, crossing the Golden Horn and successfully landing on the south bank of Galata. Thus, on this small piece of land, the Ottoman crescent flag and the Eastern Roman Empire's double-headed eagle flag advanced rapidly towards the city from the north and south respectively, colliding head-on. Chapter 105 Hirmyror. The siege of Constantinople had been raging for 20 days, beginning on April 10, 1453. During this time, over 200,000 Ottoman troops completely surrounded Constantinople, seizing all surrounding areas and enslaving Greek Orthodox Christians who hadn't managed to evacuate, forcing them to participate in the siege as cannon fodder. Hundreds of cannons of various types fired in shifts, day and night, sending thousands of stones of different sizes soaring into the air with the immense energy of exploding gunpowder, tracing graceful arcs and emitting piercing whistles before crashing against the Theodosian walls. Under the relentless onslaught of the Muslim jihadists, the canals and moats beneath the Theodosian walls were completely filled in, and the outer defensive towers fell. The defenders retreated to the walls to make a final stand against the Ottomans. War is brutal. In just 20 days, the Ottoman armies had suffered nearly 20,000 casualties, while the Eastern Roman Empire also suffered heavy losses, with over 2,000 Christian warriors perishing far from home. Fueled by religious fervor, the Ottomans' tolerance for casualties was terrifying. After several bloody battles, only 1,000 jihadists who had come from the Arab world to fight remained. More than half of the 10,000 auxiliary troops from the Candlebay were killed or wounded, and several small groups of troops brought by Turkmen warlords and Persian religious orders were almost completely wiped out. Even so, they continued to fight fiercely, as if falling on the walls of Constantinople was a great honor. On April 30, 1453, the situation, which had been stabilizing, suddenly changed. Zagan Pasha successfully instigated unrest in Galata, and his army pressed in, leaving the Eastern Roman army in Constantinople in a dilemma. News of the attack on Galata spread like wildfire that day. The entire city and its inhabitants anxiously looked north, silently praying that the St. George's flag of Genoa would continue to fly. Mehmed I, clearly having planned this all along, seized the opportunity precisely, concentrating all the royal heavy artillery on the central city walls and bombarding the area near the St. Romanus Gate. In previous sieges of Constantinople, the St. Romanus Gate had always been a key target for the Ottoman army, repeatedly collapsing and rebuilding, making it a weak point in the walls. Under the concentrated bombardment of the royal heavy artillery, the makeshift earthen walls erected by the people of Constantinople rapidly crumbled, the breaches widening. "It's time," Mehmed I murmured, gazing into the distance from his golden tent. Beneath the Theodosian walls, the people of Constantinople awaited the end of the bombardment with trepidation, preparing sand, earth, and other building materials under the command of their squad leaders, ready to repair the damaged walls at any moment. Further away, on the northern shore of the Golden Horn, the city of Galata was shrouded in thick smoke, its white flag with a red cross fluttering precariously. After this artillery barrage ceases, launch a general assault on the central section of the city wall, Notify Karaga and Mahmud that the European and Anatolian legions must hold the defenders on both the northern and southern sections of the wall firmly, preventing them from reinforcing the central section. The Janissary guards prepare for a strong assault, after so much inactivity. It's time to contribute to God's war. In the previous battles, the Janissary legion had barely seen combat. Muhammad I had given them a brief introduction to the battlefield before immediately relegating them to a period of rest and recuperation, awaiting the opportune moment. Tell our commanders, this time, I don't care about casualty figures. Muhammad I drew his scimitar, pointed it at the city wall, and a cruel smile played on his lips. I only want Constantinople. Thud, a Condal Muslim soldier pulled his short spear from his opponent's body, watching as the man collapsed limply to the ground like a deflated balloon, gasping for breath. The Condal soldier glared hatefully at the soldier whose armor was emblazoned with a wild boar, kicked him in the wound, and, hearing the man's painful screams, smacked him again with satisfaction. This damned Christian was quite ruthless. 3 jihad warriors in the Condal soldier's squad had already fallen to his hammer. He looked like a Norman. Why did he have to meddle in the Greek emperor's affairs? Roar! A thunderous roar suddenly erupted, startling the Condal soldier. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a massive black figure wielding a giant warhammer, forcing back several nearby Muslim warriors, and charging towards him. The giant's face was contorted with rage. As he ran, the earth seemed to tremble, his armor rattled violently, the clanging of metal and the dull thud of his footsteps striking the ground relentlessly, leaving the Kandar soldiers momentarily at a loss. Thud, the giant raised his warhammer high above his head and brought it crashing down on the Kandar soldier's face. In his dying moments, the Kandar soldier finally saw the pattern stained with blood and brains on the warhammer, identical to the one on the armor of the Norman soldier he had slain. Savage and fierce, a roaring boar. Abel kicked the Muslim soldier's corpse away, his massive head bowing, looking at his comrade, an indescribable sorrow filling his dark eyes. This was a breach near the gate of St. Romanus, the point from which the Muslims were attempting a concentrated assault. Constantine I, forced by circumstances, had diverted troops from the walls to defend the breach, to hold off the Muslim advance and buy time to close the breach and repair the walls. Once outside the protection of the city walls, the Christian casualties increased dramatically. Both sides fought repeatedly around the breaches created by the royal heavy artillery, the ground soaked in blood, and corpses piled high. The central section of the wall was defended by the First Guard and Constantine I's royal guard, with Archduke Lucas leading over 1,000 city militia to assist. Although the troops on the central wall were of superior quality and well equipped, they were struggling under the relentless bombardment and charges of the Ottomans. The Fifth Guard, originally intended as reinforcements, was taken to Galata, leaving Constantine I and Archduke Lucas locked in a fierce battle. On the southern wall, Giustinian, seeing the excellent bayonet formation of the Third Guard, ordered the jihadists to move to the central wall to assist in the defense. Abel and his mercenary band were ordered to provide support, holding off a massive Ottoman attack below the walls. Under the Christians' fierce fighting, the Ottomans' attack once again failed. The Muslim holy warriors retreated like a receding tide. And the defending soldiers and civilians cleaned up the battlefield, awaiting the next Turkic attack. Abel stretched out his right hand, wiped the bloodstains on his clothes, and closed his comrade's wide-open eyes. His eyes were empty, containing not only the lingering pain but also a deep sense of relief. At this stage of the war, the initial courage and passion of both sides had been worn away by repeated killings and near-death experiences, leaving only numb hands that still retained the memory of wielding swords. Having crossed the sea from Provence to Constantinople, Abel and his 100 or so warriors gradually made a name for themselves with their unique weapons and fierce spirit. Even the proudest Crown Lion Legion and the most prestigious Royal Guard looked upon them with disdain. Here, perhaps because of the national crisis, no one looked down on their mercenary status or cared about their unclear lineage. In the midst of holy war, everyone had only one identity: children of Jesus Christ. Emperor Constantine personally received him and praised his heroic deeds. Cardinal Isidore walked past him and sprinkled holy water on his head. The citizens of Constantinople offered him bread and dried meat, afraid of neglecting their hero. Here, he and the rest of the Boer warriors felt respected and loved. The Boer Legion warriors are all excellent, Baron Abel even more so. Jesus Christ will surely bless you. More than once, Abel heard these words of praise and would proudly puff out his chest, a rough smile on his face. Of course, the Boer warriors were all strong men he had carefully selected, honed in the endless wars between Italy and France, naturally extraordinary. However, watching his warriors lose their lives one after another before his eyes, he still felt a faint sense of loss and regret. Born into chaos and raised in war, he was accustomed to death and carnage. He felt no sorrow for the sacrifice of his comrades. On the contrary, dying on the battlefield fighting for Christ was the best end for a warrior. His only regret was that his comrades couldn't participate in the victory celebrations, couldn't live to see the Ottomans flee in disarray. Many people couldn't understand his optimism and persistence. In their eyes, forcing the Ottomans back and achieving a dignified ending was the greatest victory. Many holy warriors were staunch tragic figures. They never considered completely defeating the Ottomans, only wishing to die gloriously on the walls of Constantinople, loyal to their lord to the end. This sentiment reached its peak after the attack on Galata. Everyone was immersed in pessimism, and morale plummeted. They couldn't understand where this rough mercenary leader's confidence came from. Whenever this happened, Abel would smile, recalling his conversation with several soldiers of the Crowned Lion Legion. Emperor Isaac is very famous in our region. His story has spread throughout the Mediterranean. Some Muslims say he comes from hellfire, a punisher sent by Allah. Is this true? The Crowned Lions exchanged smiles, clearly accustomed to such questions. I don't know if it's true or not, but one thing is absolutely certain. What? Since our emperor took command, he has fought dozens of battles, large and small, and has never been defeated. For the glory of the Lord and the will of the Roman emperor, charge with me. In Galata, Isaac, dressed in fine clothes and riding a spirited horse, held a long sword, pointing towards the Ottoman army to the north. Currently, the situation at the north gate of Galata is quite chaotic. The remnants of the city guard led by Mayor Leinster, the Genoese rebels, and small groups of Ottoman troops entering the city are all crammed together, blocking the narrow streets, making every step difficult. Your Majesty, the northern part of Galata is a wealthy area, home to many wealthy merchants and nobles. Ordinary Ottoman troops, seeing this wealth, will surely be tempted to plunder. This may be our opportunity. Beside Isaac, the newly appointed commander of the 2nd Legion of the Purple Guard, Orhan, approached him and offered his advice. Although Prince Orhan possessed Ottoman blood, he was a native of Constantinople, having grown up there and knowing the area intimately, even better than Isaac. I suggest you first send a portion of your troops eastward to occupy the tower with the hanging iron chains, ensuring the safety of the Golden Horn. That's wise, Orhan, I obey. As you command, you lead your troops swiftly to the east, clearing out any remaining rebels along the way, ensuring the tower remains intact. Yes, sir. Orhan spurred his horse eastward and led his troops away. Captain Nathan, what are your orders? Nathan, the captain of the cattle and guard, stepped forward at the sound of the voice. I need you to go to the west gate and take control of this area to prevent a surprise attack by an Ottoman flanking force. Isaac thought for a moment and then added. In principle, you are the guest army and do not need to obey our orders. If things become unbearable, I allow you to report and then retreat. The cattle and guard was not Isaac's army, nor were they jihadists. They were reinforcements temporarily lent to Isaac by King Alfonso of Aragon out of consideration for Pope Nicholas V and Leonor. Although small in number, they were extremely well-equipped, well-trained, and experienced in combat. Your Majesty, in jihad, there is no distinction between host and guest. Captain Nathan frowned, clearly displeased with Isaac's words. Cattle and lads, let Princess Leonor's husband see what a true warrior loyal to Jesus Christ should look like. Feeling the surging cheers of the Catalans behind him, Captain Nathan turned around, proudly bowed to Isaac, and rode forward. Avalon Notaris, Your Majesty. Isaac sized up the somewhat thin young man. I've heard that your Notaris family has served your country in the military for generations, establishing an immortal reputation on the battlefield. Your uncle, Grand Duke Lucas Notaris, is one of the best among them, of course. Avalon puffed out his chest, showing Isaac the family crest engraved on his armor, clearly very proud of his family background. I wonder if you've inherited the Notaris family's bravery and loyalty. Your Majesty, you don't need to provoke me. Just tell me where you want to fight. Even if I die in battle, I will never bring shame to my family. Very good. Isaac looked at the flushed Avalon and patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction. Sometimes, this simple provocation works very well. They know you're doing it on purpose, but they are still filled with patriotic fervor. There are 3 city gates on the north side of Galata, one of which has been blocked. The main force of the Ottomans is currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Galata city guards at the north gate. I need you to take 600 militiamen to capture the northwest gate. Fight to the death, no retreat. Can you do it? Fight to the death, no retreat, return alive, and I will award you a medal." Watching the last unit disappear at the end of the street, Isaac's gaze became deep and sharp. "Are you ready?" Isaac turned to look at the Armenian flag captains behind him. "As you commanded, everything is ready. Haven't you been whispering amongst yourselves, complaining that I favor the 1st and 3rd legions and haven't led you in any battles? Now, your chance has come. After this battle, no one will dare underestimate the Armenians again. They will all marvel at your resilience, tenacity, and fierce fighting spirit. I will lead you to reclaim your lost glory and homeland, one by one. I will lead you to create legends and establish immortal achievements. This time, follow in my footsteps. This time, hear my roar." Chapter 106 Wildfire. Jagan Pasha was furious. As the second vizier of the Ottoman Empire, Mehmed I had ordered him to command over 10,000 troops, keep an eye on Galata, and force them to cease their aid to Constantinople. He did not disappoint Mehmed I, even exceeding his expectations. He not only successfully instigated infighting in Galata, but also seized the opportunity to break through the north gate and storm the city, seemingly on the verge of capture. However, the densely packed houses and complex streets of northern Galata posed a significant challenge to the Muslim warriors. Since the Fourth Crusade, Galata had fallen into Latin hands, profiting immensely from the bloodshed of Constantinople and east-west trade, attracting many Italian merchants and wealthy families to settle there. Latin merchants primarily resided in the affluent areas of the north and the port area of the east, while the south and west were mostly inhabited by lower-class Greek Orthodox Christians who made their living through fishing and farming. The prosperity and bustle of the north side of the city contrasted sharply with the dilapidated chaos of the south, separated by a dried-up canal and partially fenced off by wooden fences, like two separate worlds. In the south, crumbling buildings piled densely along the boundary line, seemingly trying to catch more rainwater leaking from the upper floors. Several sturdy towers stood in the north of Galata, where Mayor Leinster and his last remaining Galata guard held their positions. Due to lack of large-caliber artillery, Zagan Pasha's army was temporarily unable to take these strongholds. Zagan Pasha ordered a portion of his troops to keep watch on these fortresses while leading the rest into the city to seize key locations, especially the iron chains of the Golden Horn. Constantinople's sea walls were long and relatively weak. If the Ottoman navy could successfully enter the Golden Horn, it would not only significantly tie down the defenders of Constantinople but also severely damage their morale. The majority of the more than 10,000 troops led by Zagan Pasha were Azab conscripted infantry and Timur conscripted knights from Anatolia, with a small number of Akinki cavalry responsible for outer patrols. In addition, Zagan Pasha also had his own private army, which was relatively strong. The Azab conscripted infantry were a type of civilian conscripted infantry from Anatolia, recruited by various governors during wartime, provided with simple weapons and armor, and promised tax exemption during their service. This type of infantry was of low combat effectiveness and poorly equipped, essentially synonymous with cannon fodder. The Timur conscripted knights were a special type of feudal noble conscripted soldier. Timur knights possessed the right to use a small piece of land, were exempt from taxes, and served with their own equipment during wartime. Their quality varied greatly, and their combat effectiveness was difficult to guarantee. What's going on? What happened? Zagan Pasha, riding his steed and accompanied by his personal guards, entered the city, only to be thoroughly exasperated by the chaotic scene before him. In Galata's northern city, several groups huddled together, shouting at each other. A dozen wagons laden with goods had broken wheels and were blocking one side of the street. Captives and slaves, dejected and bound by ropes, knelt in the middle of the street. Many of the Muslim warriors who had entered the city earlier were already enjoying their spoils, rushing into Genoese houses to loot, burn, and kill, carrying beautiful women out of their homes and committing adultery in the streets. At a street corner in the center of the northern city, several Muslim squad leaders were arguing loudly, seemingly on the verge of drawing their swords due to a dispute over the distribution of spoils. For a moment, the sounds of arguing, the cries of livestock, the clanging of swords and armor, the ferocious laughter, and the weeping of women mingled in the once bustling streets of Galata's northern city, creating a symphony unique to war. Aga. This man is defying orders and plotting rebellion, you bastard. It's clearly you. Seeing Zagan Pasha approaching, the Muslim squad leaders suppressed their murderous intent and began blaming each other, trying to gain their commander's support. Didn't I tell you to first mop up the city after entering, and then distribute the spoils after eliminating the remaining enemy forces? Zagan Pasha was quite angry at this point, but he still tried his best to keep his tone calm. Aga, the prophet promised us that for every city we conquered that refused to surrender, we could plunder for 3 days. His Majesty also promised that all the gold and silver treasures would belong to us as long as we participated in the holy war. Several squad leaders argued righteously. Zagan Pasha was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to refute. According to the Prophet Muhammad's instructions, if the enemy refused to surrender, Muslim holy warriors could enjoy 3 days of looting after conquering the city, which was something everyone knew. Now the forces in the city have not been completely subdued. The Greek Emperor Isaac of Constantinople has led his army to occupy the southern city, and we must completely annihilate them, Zagan Pasha said patiently, word by word. The squad leaders exchanged glances, but remained silent. Aga, we've already sent troops to capture the Golden Horn Tower and several other city gates. The southern city is indefensible. We can wait for Isaac's army to land in Galata, then gather our superior forces and swallow them whole. We have 10,000 men. They have at most a little over 1,000. We can't possibly lose. Furthermore, the roads in the northern city are congested. The Christian houses and streets are densely packed. You need to give us time to clear them. We've already captured all the granaries and armories in the north. Defeating the Greek emperor's army is only a matter of time. The squad leaders chattered on, becoming more and more confident with each word. Zagan Pasha looked around and saw that the Ottoman flags were indeed flying in several key locations in the north of the city. His expression softened slightly. Hold the camp tight. I anticipate the enemy won't dare engage us head-on, but we must still be fully prepared. By this time tomorrow, I want to see a northern city area suitable for the army to encamp and pass through. Zagan Pasha waved his hand, and several squad leaders ran off with a sigh of relief, having lost the will to continue arguing. They simply assigned their respective districts and led their troops away. Let the rest of the troops enter the city as well. These bastards are more trouble than they're worth. I really can't trust them, Zagan Pasha instructed his adjutant. The adjutant obeyed and left. Zagan Pasha climbed a dry water tower, overlooking the entire Galata. The situation was excellent. The northern city area had been almost entirely occupied by the Ottoman army, which was gradually advancing in the east and west. At the north gate, his own troops were still filing in, striving to overwhelm the enemy with overwhelming numerical superiority in the shortest possible time. Not far to the northeast, Bartoglu's navy was advancing towards Galata, waiting only for the iron chains of the Golden Horn to be lowered so that the Sultan's sea wolves could rush into the Golden Horn and devour the Christians' bulky ships piece by piece. In the calm and narrow Golden Horn, the nimble and swift Foster warships had an advantage over the expensive and massive carracks. Near the north gate, the Genoese flag of St. George, symbolizing Galata, still clung to life on a few towers and castles to the north. They carried little food and were short-handed, unlikely to last more than a few days. The double-headed eagle flag and Armenian cross, representing the Eastern Roman Empire, flew over the fishing port to the south of the city, a mere corner and not a threat. Scattered Christian troops also remained in parts of the western and eastern cities, their numbers appearing small and certainly unable to withstand the onslaught of a large army. With already limited forces, why were they being forced to divide their troops for defense? How could they possibly defeat them? Had this Isaac been blinded by the rapidly deteriorating situation? Despite this, Zagan Pasha watched the sun gradually sink into the western plains, a lingering unease settling in his heart. Where had things gone wrong? North of Galata, the Christ the Redeemer Tower. After the Fourth Crusade, this land north of the Golden Horn fell into the hands of Latin merchants. The Genoese, once powerful across the seas, established a colony here, building cities and castles, and constructing a comprehensive defensive system. The Christ the Redeemer Tower was an indispensable part of this defensive system surrounding the city. Built in the 14th century, this 9-story tower is the tallest building in Galata and a landmark. Standing on the top floor of the Christ the Redeemer Tower and looking south, one can see the entire city of Galata and the Golden Horn. Even the domes of the Grand Palace of Constantinople and Hagia Sophia are faintly visible. Rumor has it that the once arrogant Griffin built this tower to show off his military prowess to the Emperor of Constantinople, and the then mayor of Galata ambitiously devised a long-term plan to further expand the Christ the Redeemer Tower. Unfortunately, the tenacious Venetians launched a desperate counterattack at the Battle of Chioggia, bringing Genoa down from its zenith. This audacious plan was thus abandoned, leaving only the solitary Christ the Redeemer Tower, still a testament to the former glory and splendor of the Genoese Republic. Located in the north of the city, the tower is sturdy and towering. It once served as a prison, complete with a fully equipped basement and armory. Ordinary artillery could hardly damage it directly. Under the threat of the Ottoman army, the current mayor, Leinster Gatiliusio, used it as his command post for the defense of the North Gate, fighting a bloody battle against the Ottomans. Caught between rebels within the city and the Ottoman army outside, Mayor Leinster was ultimately defeated, leading his remaining troops to hide in the Christ the Redeemer Tower and several nearby castles, attempting a final stand. Leinster Gatiliusio was Isaac's great-uncle, a stubborn and hot-tempered old man who, like many noble scions, had wandered the world in his adulthood, possessing a chivalrous heart and the ability to win over soldiers. With Isaac's support, he was put in the position of mayor of Galata, gradually reducing the power of the local noble families. However, this only fueled their rebellious spirit, and the conflict remained unresolved. Instigated by Zagan Pasha, these local strongmen accepted the Ottomans' offer of allegiance almost without hesitation, ultimately leading to disaster. Whoosh, an arrow flew crookedly into the tower, struck the stone wall, and fell at the feet of a patrolling soldier. The Genoese soldier picked it up and immediately realized the gravity of the situation, quickly taking it to Mayor Leinster's desk. Mayor Leinster took the scroll tied to the arrow, and his eyes fell upon the coat of arms of Palerio with a four-pointed cross. To the esteemed mayor of Galata, Leinster Gatiliusio, seeing the familiar handwriting, Leinster felt reassured. Currently, my troops have landed at the fishing port south of the city. The entire northern part of Galata has been occupied by the Ottoman army, and they are expected to launch a full-scale offensive against us tomorrow. I have dispatched men under the Turkic Prince Orhan, disguised as Ottoman soldiers, to deliver this letter to you with powerful bows. Please do not doubt it, there are some things I need to inform you of, so please make your plans accordingly. Leinster raised an eyebrow upon reading this. Inform him? In other words, this renowned emperor didn't need his assistance at all? Where did his confidence come from? Your Majesty, Captain Avilan and Captain Nathan have arrived at their designated positions. The Ottoman army made a probing attack and then withdrew to the north, at the fishing port south of Galata. Isaac listened to the reports from several messengers while looking at a detailed map of Galata. The two men's mission target was not a key military location, but rather a death trap. The Ottomans were probably planning to use their superior forces to completely wipe them out after dawn, and coupled with their fear of Isaac to the south, they hadn't acted yet. This was also within Isaac's expectations. How are the troops under Commander Orhan's command? Not well. The Golden Horn's iron chains are one of the Ottoman army's main targets. They've sent large numbers of troops to attack in shifts. In desperation, the captain of the Battlerom fleet, patrolling near the Golden Horn, led his sailors ashore to assist in the battle, barely managing to hold out until dusk. However, Commander Orhan said in his letter that if you don't receive reinforcements, they might not be able to hold out until tomorrow evening. Prepare yourselves, we should go. Isaac looked up, gently tapping the wooden table with his fingers, gazing absently at the candlelight's shadow flickering on the surface. Suddenly, night fell. The land, scorched by the sun all day, began to cool rapidly, while the sea cooled more slowly. The temperature difference created convection currents, and the candle went out. A southwest wind rose. It was late at night, and Zagan Pasha was still awake. Images from 7 years ago flashed through his mind. That defeat remained a nightmare for Zagan Pasha to this day. That was Isaac Palaiologos' first war. He and Mehmed I, despite having the upper hands in every aspect, inexplicably suffered a complete and utter defeat. The young man was always confident, always able to shatter their hard-earned advantages in unexpected ways, establishing his reputation as the death advocate through repeated victories. 7 years later, that young man now wore the emperor's crown, becoming the greatest obstacle on their path to Constantinople. Zagan Pasha repeatedly reviewed his military preparations and plans after entering Galata and confronting the Eastern Roman army in the south, confirming that there had been no mistakes. These Azab soldiers and Timonites, though foolish, dared not openly disobey his orders and performed their duties admirably. As for greed and lust, that was commonplace. Even before Zagan Pasha went to sleep, he could still occasionally hear the soldiers' wild laughter and the shrill cries of women outside his window. War is cruel, especially siege warfare like this. These soldiers need a certain amount of leeway, Otherwise they'll gradually be driven mad. At this point, even drinking a little wine is tacitly approved. As for the night raid by the southern Eastern Roman army, if they had 5,000 men, Zagan Pasha would be extremely cautious and wouldn't dare to camp in the city. If they had 2,000 men, Zagan Pasha would also strictly discipline his soldiers, forbidding them from such recklessness. However, according to intelligence, these Christians only have 800 remnants left, all of them Armenians historically known for their cowardice and incompetence. Their numbers are far too small to truly inflict substantial damage on his army of over 10,000. Zagan Pasha has also specifically positioned his private army on the flank of the main camp. If the Christians are misled by the peaceful and prosperous scene in the main camp and actually launch a night raid, 500 well-rested elite warriors will deliver a crushing blow. This arrangement should be foolproof. Just wait for dawn tomorrow, and the enemy army will be completely annihilated. With these thoughts in mind, Zagan Pasha finally closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep peacefully. Summer in Galata was tranquil and serene, with the chirping of insects often echoing among the flowers and the occasional chirping of birds from the hedges. If it weren't for the brutal Turks, young men and women would surely be taking advantage of the beautiful weather, walking side by side under the stars, letting the moonlight cast their shadows on the grass. But for the city of Galata, tonight was destined to be extraordinary. The Turks had looted the entire wealthy district, and the Genoese merchants and nobles who couldn't escape in time faced an unprecedented calamity. They now deeply regretted choosing to support Mayor Leinster and the Greek emperor behind him instead of joining the rebels. Otherwise, they could have saved their property, wives, and children, and even become guests of honor at Zagan Pasha's court. An Ottoman soldier hummed a Tunisi emerged from the bustling camp, heading towards the border between the north and south of the city, loosening his belt and watering the withered grass of summer. Instigated by several soldiers, they secretly went to an underground wine cellar and drank a lot of fermented grape juice. "It's so hot," an Ottoman soldier groaned, exposing his chest to try and get some coolness. "Damn Constantinople, why is even the wind scalding hot?" the soldier cursed, lifting his blurry eyes, only to be instantly terrified, his legs going weak and his drunkenness sobering up considerably. A raging inferno was sweeping in from the south. On May 1, 1453, Isaac sent men to douse all flammable houses in the southern district of Galata with oil and set them ablaze. The raging fire, fueled by the evening southwest wind, quickly spread across the sky and swept northwards. As the houses in Galata grew denser from south to north, the fire intensified. Mediterranean summers are inherently dry, and the city's canals and large water towers were already dry. Once the fire started, it was impossible to extinguish. Initially, the Ottoman army attempted to extinguish the fire, but finding it futile, they gradually succumbed to panic and frantically surged towards the north gate. The houses in the northern district were already densely packed, and the Ottoman troops pushed and shoved each other, trampling, fighting, and even drawing swords. With the north gate blocked, the Ottoman army, with nowhere to escape, marched towards the northwest and west gates, which were still untouched by the fire, under the command of the awakens Zagan Pasha, attempting to flee the hellish city of Galata. However, when they finally navigated the winding streets and arrived before the northwest gate, they saw the double-headed eagle banner flying in the wind. Avalon Notaris, with 600 militiamen and 400 Armenian soldiers, was already waiting on the tower of the northwest gate. 1,000 troops were nothing to the Ottoman Empire, but now they had become their death knell. In their hasty escape, they hadn't even taken their full weapons and armor, let alone siege equipment. Zagan Pasha gritted his teeth, leaving a portion of his troops to attack this small gate, while he led the rest to the west gate. On the western city wall, Isaac, clad in a purple robe, watched with mockery as the disheveled Zagan Pasha and his defeated army lay below. His eyes reflected the raging flames, as if from hell itself. Beside Isaac, officers fluent in Turkic shouted and jeered at Zagan Pasha's incompetence. "Zagan Pasha, our emperor has been waiting for a long time. How cruel you are!" Zagan Pasha trembled with rage, pointing at Isaac atop the gate tower. As a seasoned general, he knew perfectly well how to defend against a fire attack, believing his arrangements to be flawless. But the enemy hadn't even attempted to reach his camp. Instead, they had set fire to his southern district, using the wind to spread the flames throughout the city. The fire raged, and panic and despair spread through the Ottoman army, causing them to crumble. Blocked in front and engulfed in flames behind, Zagan Pasha was utterly bewildered by this unprecedented predicament. In that moment, He felt as if he were back in that night 7 years earlier, when countless war horses surged from the darkness behind him, rooting him and his minister. Clusters of flame leaped and burned in the night, like countless crimson candles, illuminating the earth as if it were daytime. Chapter 107 The Twin Pillars Port Conference. That night, soldiers and citizens throughout Constantinople witnessed the flames of Galata. Under the crimson sky, humanity appeared exceptionally small. Dozens of ships ply the Golden Horn, transporting residents of Galata's southern district to Constantinople for temporary shelter. The events unfolded suddenly. When squads knocked on doors to inform residents to pack and leave, most Galata citizens were still enjoying dinner. The soldiers gave them a tight deadline. They had to evacuate the south before sunset and board the cruise ships to Constantinople. Women and children exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with fear. Men rose angrily, attempting to argue with the soldiers. But the soldiers seemed oblivious to their concerns, relaying the message and then departing. The moment the sun set, the flames of the southern district arrived as expected, shattering their illusions. The emperor promised the 1,000+ Orthodox Christians evacuated from Galata that they would be provided with temporary housing in Constantinople until the war ended. Thus, refugees from Galata entered Constantinople through the seawall to the north, spreading news of the Battle of Galata to every corner of the city and quickly causing a huge uproar. That night, the people and soldiers of Constantinople couldn't sleep, leaving their homes and standing in the streets, staring blankly at the burning city in the distance, hoping for their emperor's victorious return. The citizens of Constantinople had always disliked the Orthodox Christians to the north who had submitted to the Genoese, even though they were considered their compatriots. The fire finally subsided at dawn, but most of Galata was destroyed. Charred corpses were everywhere, some belonging to residents who hadn't had time to evacuate, but many more to Ottoman soldiers. Fueled by the wind, the fire spread from southwest to northeast. Isaac had already seized the northwest and southeast corners, leaving most of the Ottoman army with nowhere to go but to crowd around the north gate, desperately trying to escape this hell on earth. However, the chaos at the north gate led to an even greater disaster. Faced with death, military discipline, camaraderie, and the law all vanished. Ottoman soldiers trampled and shoved each other, even drawing their swords, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. In the end, only a small number of Ottoman soldiers stationed near the north gate managed to escape. The vast majority perished in the fire. Thus, the Battle of Galata ended in a complete victory for the Eastern Roman Empire, resulting in the elimination of over 8,000 Ottoman soldiers, nearly 7,000 of whom perished in the flames, while over 1,000 surrendered to Isaac in despair. Unfortunately, Isaac failed to capture Zagan Pasha. This experienced an astute general rushed to the west gate, only to find Isaac prepared. He immediately turned his horse around and, under the desperate protection of his private army, fled back along the same route, galloping along the edge of the fire to the eastern port area. There, he seized a small boat and escaped back to the Ottoman naval base at Twin Pillars. His private army consisted entirely of cavalry, which Isaac's infantry could not catch. The following morning, the relatively well-preserved corpses of some Ottoman soldiers were hung on the walls of Constantinople as a warning. Under the brilliant rays of the rising sun, Isaac, leading his victorious army and ejected prisoners, crossed the shimmering Golden Horn. Amidst the cheers of the city's inhabitants, they landed at the port of Philion, handing the reins of the prisoners and the Ottoman flag to Constantine, who was waiting there. Constantine gazed at the spirited young man, a flicker of reminiscence in his eyes, as if recalling his own glorious days in the Peloponnese. Back then, he too had, like Isaac, raised the banner of the double-headed eagle, conquering all who dared to defy him, even disregarding Venice, the dominant power in the eastern Mediterranean. His son was even more formidable. His 800 remaining soldiers crossed the Golden Horn and burned tens of thousands of Ottoman troops to death in Galata. Just last night, Constantine's eye stood on the city wall, staring blankly at the crimson sky to the north, speechless. He knew that his son sometimes displayed a madness far beyond that of ordinary people, a madness stemming from extreme rationality. Before making a decision, Isaac would first weigh the pros and cons in his mind. If the benefits were great enough to disregard the potential backlash, he would relentlessly push things forward until ultimate success was achieved. For him, religion, reputation, and popular support were merely weights on a scale. At least, if it were Constantine himself, he would never have issued such a ruthless order as burning down most of Galata. Perhaps, compared to himself, An emperor like Isaac, who would stop at nothing, was what the dying empire desperately needed. Constantine remained expressionless, accepting the spoils of victory, and then, under the burning gazes of the citizens, returning them to Isaac. It was as if a passing down of power. Southwest corner of the Bosphorus Strait, Twin Pillars Harbor. This was the base of the Ottoman fleet, located directly north of Constantinople and Galata, guarding the choke point of the Bosphorus. A month earlier, the Ottoman fleet had swarmed Gallipoli, masts billowing, banners obscuring the sky, sailors singing war songs as they sailed north towards Constantinople. They circled the city, observing the fearful faces of its inhabitants, and loudly mocked their cowardice. In the eyes of all the Ottomans, the Greek emperor of Constantinople and his soldiers were utter cowards, utterly unwilling to face the invincible Ottoman warriors head-on, only able to eke out a living by relying on the formidable walls inherited from their ancestors. However, the Ottomans had to admit that the walls of Constantinople were indeed formidable, and the iron chains of the Golden Horn could indeed keep their ships out, leaving them helpless. Just a day earlier, Admiral Bardoglu had rallied the ships patrolling the seas, preparing to support Zagan Pasha's attack on Galata, hoping to break through the Golden Horn and transform the fleet into a sharp dagger piercing the vulnerable heartland of Constantinople. However, just as they were fully assembled and awaiting dawn, Galata was engulfed in flames, extinguishing the sailors' initial fervor. Then, they saw Zagan Pasha and hundreds of surviving soldiers rushing towards them, confirming their suspicions of a crushing defeat. This defeat dealt a devastating blow to morale. The army of over 10,000 men was almost entirely wiped out, and the long-suppressed appeasement faction began to clamor once more. Your Majesty, Zagan Pasha disobeyed orders, annihilated the army, and fled alone. This is an outrage against heaven. Please punish him to atone for the souls of the fallen soldiers. The advance on Galata was a unanimous decision by all the officials, an order from His Majesty the Sultan. Do you truly doubt His Majesty? In the conference room of Twin Pillars Port, Mehmed I sat on his throne, eyes closed, as if the argument had nothing to do with him. Your Majesty, this is my fault. Please punish me severely. In the center of the hall, Zagan Pasha knelt on the ground, half his eyebrows burned off, his face still bearing the marks of smoke and fire, looking utterly disheveled. His head was bowed low, almost touching the ground, the horse-tail banner symbolizing the Pasha's authority tossed aside, covered in dust. After the war, he will hand over 3 years' worth of the territory's income and 500 slaves. Go and receive 20 lashes. Mehmed I opened his eyes, issuing his punishment with a nonchalant air. In fact, the plan to conquer Galata was proposed by Mehmed. Even before the Gattilusio family ascended to the position of mayor of Galata, Mehmed I astutely recognized his adversary's intentions and quickly retaliated by secretly colluding with local powerful clans. During this war, he dispatched Zagan Pasha, employing both soft and hard tactics, to finally instigate internal strife in Galata, allowing him to seize the opportunity to breach the city amidst the chaos. In Mehmed I's plan, Galata was bait that the Eastern Roman garrison was forced to take. If they sent troops to rescue Galata, Zagan Pasha could seize the opportunity to annihilate them with superior forces, thus weakening the city wall's defenses and indirectly avoiding the bloody battle at Theodosius Walls. If they allowed Galata to fall, not only would their morale suffer a major blow, but the Golden Horn would also be completely exposed to the Ottoman fleet's attacks, turning the previously secure sea walls into a battlefield, further dispersing their already limited forces. From every perspective, this was a brilliant strategy, and virtually unbeatable. But to everyone's surprise, the opponent didn't play by the rules. Seeing the intractable problem, he simply kicked the chessboard away. No matter what, defeat is defeat. No amount of excuses or grievances could change that. When a war is lost, someone must take responsibility. Zagan Pasha clearly understood this, and voluntarily accepted the punishment, taking all the blame upon himself to protect his master's reputation. Continue, Muhammad I said, glancing at the ministers before closing his eyes again. Zagan Pasha was stripped naked by the guards and whipped on the spot. The whip was clearly specially treated, with barbs. Each lash drew blood from Zagan Pasha's back, and soon the hall was filled with a stench of blood. After 20 lashes, the royal physician rushed forward, directing the guards to take the unconscious Zagan Pasha back to his room for treatment. Having experienced this, the ministers had lost all desire to continue arguing. Your Majesty, said Grand Vizier Khalil Pasha, in my opinion, the Christian army is quite formidable, inflicting considerable casualties on our Muslim warriors. Continuing the siege would be detrimental. The Christians have also suffered heavy losses in the siege. We can take this opportunity to negotiate peace with them and demand a suitable ransom. This way, both sides can end the conflict gracefully, and you won't have to worry about military threats from Western European countries. If the war drags on, Grand Vizier Khalil Pasha spoke slowly, looking at Mehmed I's closed eyes. Mehmed I nodded, non-committal. I think the Grand Vizier's words are unreasonable, a young voice came from a corner. Mehmed I opened his eyes and sat up straight. Oh? Mahmud, what's your opinion? I think the Christians' fighting strength far exceeds our expectations. Constantine, who guards the central section of the wall, is experienced and adept at winning hearts and minds, while his son Isaac is even more cunning and unpredictable, both formidable opponents who have caused us considerable trouble. However, we must recognize that while they may achieve some tactical gains in the short term, they are strategically at a complete disadvantage and have virtually no hope of turning the tide. I have studied the composition of the garrison in Constantinople, and the strongest legions all come from the Barge region occupied by Isaac. Their families and wealth are all there. In short, Constantinople is no longer their spiritual anchor. Cyrenaica is. The Mamluks and Hafs are both fighting against Cyrenaica. I don't know the specifics of the war yet, but that doesn't stop us from spreading rumors. We can widely publicize the fall of Byzantium to disrupt their morale. Then how can you ensure they don't receive news from the outside world? You know, once such a lie is exposed, it's hard to continue. Bey, a pro-peace man, questioned from the side of the hall. This involves a very important issue. Mahmud turned to Mehmed I, seeing him listening intently, and continued. I suggest abandoning the plan to enter the Golden Horn. On the contrary, we can lock the Christian fleet in the Golden Horn, preventing them from receiving news from the outside world. Their fleet is a mixed bag, Genoa, Venice, Cyprus. The interests of these parties are not entirely aligned with Constantinople. We can exploit this. Easier said than done, Khalil Pasha scoffed. Delay. If we continue to delay in Constantinople, the enemy will inevitably become eternally divided and collapse without a fight. Facing Khalil Pasha's questioning, the young Mahmud remained fearless and spoke loudly. After Zagan Pasha left, he became the leader of the Devshirme faction and had to shoulder the responsibility of fighting against Khalil Pasha. How will you deal with the possible arrival of the Western European Crusaders? They will never succeed in forming one. You're gambling with the safety of the empire. Khalil was furious, clearly enraged by Mahmud's plan. Enough. Mehmed I's words broke the tense atmosphere, and both sides looked away, their gazes lowered. Sheikh, what do you think? Mehmed I looked at the old man beside him, his tone unusually respectful. This Sheikh Aksum Aldin was the highest-ranking religious leader in the army, responsible for inspiring jihadist sentiment and motivating the soldiers. Besides this, he also had an extraordinary identity, Mehmed I's tutor. He had once pinned the unruly young Muhammad against the wall and given him a severe beating, earning Mehmed I's respect from then on. The warriors of God will surely take Constantinople. You will arrange the specific tactics. However, Your Excellency Sultan, I must remind you that the soldiers at the rank and file are beginning to complain, and their morale for holy war has been dampened. You must consider this. Upon hearing this, everyone understood that Aksum Seddin was a staunch advocate of war, but unwilling to prolong the conflict. Colton, what do you think? We will always support you, whatever decision you make. Colton was a representative of the Amaturi, a renowned industrial and commercial organization that owned numerous properties and members within the Ottoman Empire, possessing immeasurable wealth. The Amaturi was a staunch supporter of the Ottoman family, providing assistance since the time of Ottoman I. The two sides supported each other through countless years, benefiting greatly from their alliance. It could be said that without the Amaturi's strong support, the Ottoman Empire could not have developed so rapidly, and without the Ottoman Empire's returns, the Amaturi could not have established itself so quickly in Anatolia and the Balkans. Very good, Muhammad I nodded, stood up, and looked at his ministers. We will continue the fight, for the glory of Allah and the dream of the Ottomans. Seeing that Muhammad I had made his final decision, Khalil did not insist further. He sighed softly, turned, and left. The other ministers followed suit, preparing to return to their camps to prepare for the siege. Mahmud, wait a moment. Weli Mahmud, seeing Khalil Pasha's slight pause, chuckled inwardly, turned around, walked to Muhammad I, and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, please give your orders. Chapter 108 Lankovic. The Balkan Peninsula is located in southeastern Europe, bordered by the Adriatic Sea to the west, the Black Sea to the east, the Aegean and Ionian Seas to the south, and the Hungarian Plain to the north. Its terrain is rugged, with narrow plains and numerous rivers and lakes. Branches of the Alps, the Dinara and Balkan Mountains, traverse the peninsula from northwest to southeast, fragmenting it and leaving only a small plain along the coast, while the rest is mostly mountainous and hilly. The Mediterranean climate brings abundant moisture, resulting in plentiful rainfall. Rivers meander through the mountains, carving fertile valleys and forming settlements. The Balkan Mountains are rich in resources, with a wide variety of minerals and abundant reserves. Common metals such as copper, iron, and tin are widely distributed and easily mined. Situated at the crossroads of Europe, Asia, and Africa, Constantinople at its easternmost point is separated from Asia by only a narrow strait, while the Morea Peninsula at its southernmost point is only a day's sail from Cyrenaica. The southern peninsula extends deep into the Mediterranean Sea. The long coastline of the Balkans has resulted in numerous excellent harbors. During the height of the Eastern Roman Empire, trade between East and West passed through here, with the empire profiting immensely by selling goods from Constantinople to Western Europe at high prices. Its strategic location has historically made it a site of constant conflict and warfare. On the Balkan stage, the Alexander Empire, the Roman Republic, the Eastern Roman Empire, the Bulgarian Empire, and the Kingdom of Serbia each held sway over this mountainous land. Due to the peninsula's inherent topography, the population was sparse and scattered. Dark religious rule in a corrupt feudal system weighed heavily on the local people, making it difficult for new ideas to penetrate. The populace was ignorant and cowardly, while the nobility was greedy and fickle. Since the rapid decline of the Eastern Roman Empire, the Ottoman Empire crossed Gallipoli, rapidly conquering half of the Balkans and gradually stabilizing the situation through various means. As the Ottoman Empire expanded, it instilled fear in the Catholic states of Europe. The Balkans gradually became a battleground between Christian and Islamic forces. Hungary and the Ottomans each courted local noble lords, who constantly shifted allegiances and waged wars. Ordinary people drifted along, barely surviving under exploitation and oppression. Lord Anderson, Lord Albert, crossed this mountain, and Belgrade is just ahead. A sizable delegation was slowly making its way along the mountain path. A river flowed beside them, and mist and vapor rose from the mountains, creating a scene of idyllic beauty, like a fairyland. The delegation's carriages were adorned with a double-headed eagle emblem and a four-beacon cross, clearly indicating their origins from the Palaiologos family of the Eastern Roman Empire. Foreign Minister Anderson and Chief of Intelligence Albert sat silently in the middle carriage, waiting patiently. The mountain path wound its way around the mountainside, and then suddenly, the view opened up before them. The distant river, tranquil and wide, resembles a deep blue ribbon tied across the vast plains. A sprawling city sits nestled between the river, bathed in the warm sunshine, its white hue accentuated by the green fields and blue sky. Belgrade. One of the capitals of the Grand Duchy of Serbia, the key to the Balkans, the White City. Located in the northernmost part of the Balkans, Belgrade commands the passage from the Danube River basin to the Balkans, its strategic position crucial. The Danube and Sava rivers converge here, with farmland and pastures interwoven along their banks, and bustling workshops and commercial districts creating a thriving scene. This city was built by the former Grand Duke of Serbia, Stefan Lazarević, who transformed a small Byzantine castle into a formidable fortress, firmly guarding the gateway to the Balkans. A cloud of dust rises from the distant road as a band of Eastern European knights gallops by, carrying the banners of the Serbian Grand Duke Borankovic family. Envoys from afar, friends from Billinge, the Grand Duke has learned of your purpose and has ordered me to greet you here. Please come into the city and rest, and allow us to extend our hospitality. The knight stopped before the delegation, and the young man at the head removed his mask, speaking loudly with a smile and impeccable manners. Anderson had done his research before the mission and recognized the young knight from his attire and insignia. Stefan Blankovic, the nephew of the current monarch, Đurić Blankovic, was exceptionally brave and wise, a stark contrast to Đurić's several unruly sons. Greetings, esteemed knight. We have come on the orders of Emperor Isaac, having just departed from Albania, and wish to be received by the Grand Duke. Constantinople, the southern section of the Theodosian Wall. Giovanni Giustiniani, clad in armor, inspected the city's defenses. Following the Battle of Galata, the Ottomans and Byzantines continued their fierce battle at the walls of Theodosius, relentlessly pouring wave after wave of troops into the fray. Galata was in ruins, its walls damaged by fire. Isaac abandoned most of the remaining city, ordering the commander of the Orhan Legion and the mayor of Leinster to hold the Golden Horn Tower in the southeast corner. After this battle, the Ottoman navy began frequently sailing out of the port of Twin Pillars, working in conjunction with the fortress of Cutthroat and the Anatolian fortress to rigorously inspect ships in the Sea of Marmara, tightening the blockade of Constantinople. The Ottoman army somehow acquired prisoners and banners from Cyrenaica, Sirte, and Cyprus, and spread propaganda outside the walls, claiming to have conquered North Africa and that their families had been taken captive and enslaved. Subsequently, envoys from Hungary and German states began appearing in Ottoman camps, seemingly reaching some agreements, further increasing the pressure on Constantinople. Isaac and Constantine had no good solutions but to increase patrols and order priests to conduct blessing ceremonies to reassure the troops. However, nearly a month of isolated fighting had exhausted the defenders both physically and mentally. Rumors spread by the enemy dampened the joy of the Galata victory, and the increasing casualties eroded the soldiers' resolve for holy war. Fortunately, the enemy's situation was much the same. The disastrous defeat of Zagan Pasha deepened the jihadists' fear of the walls of Constantinople. In the previous 100 years, they had attempted to attack this city on the Black Sea coast countless times, but all attempts had ended in failure. Each time they charged confidently to the walls of Constantinople. They soon fled in disgrace, leaving behind a trail of wounds. Before the battle, they would encourage each other, shouting the greatness of God and reassuring themselves of certain success, thus masking their inner fears. But the great fire at Galata shattered their illusions, revealing the bloody reality. It turned out that the enemy was not weak, but rather strong and brave. It turned out that the Greek Empire was not incompetent, but rather cunning and treacherous. The cannon fodder was almost exhausted, and new cannon fodder was still being recruited. The elite Janissarii began to take on the main attack, engaging the enemy on the city walls in hand-to-hand combat. All the outer towers and several moats of the Constantinople defenders had fallen, and the defenders were huddled on the walls, awaiting the Ottoman charge. "General, don't you think the enemy has recently placed a lot of royal cannons on the southern section?" asked Daniel, the commander of the 3rd Legion, on the city wall. They had been focusing their attack on the central section of the wall, where several large breaches have appeared. Instead of striking while the iron is hot, they have shifted their focus. This is very unusual, indeed. Have the Ottomans reinforced the southern section? Giovanni asked the others present. No, the Ottoman offensive has actually weakened, but the cannon fire continues unabated, day and night. Giovanni frowned, pondered for a moment, but still had no clue. I will report to the two emperors. You must strengthen your guard and prevent an Ottoman sneak attack. The commander on the other side is Giovanni Giustiniani, a Genoese, a mercenary leader, a pirate captain, a ruthless man, yet a devout Christian. Upon hearing this, everyone in the siege camp burst into laughter. Mahmud did not laugh. His identities as a mercenary and pirate indicate his experience, and his devout faith indicates his unwavering resilience. This is not an easy enemy to deal with. As far as I know, the plan to load the cannons with grape shot and use the tactic of surrounding the dead to ambush reinforcements was proposed by this Giustiniani. Everyone immediately fell silent, clearly still wary of these two tactics of warfare. By His Majesty the Sultan's will, the former Anatolian army and the 3 Initri legions are now under my command. You must be prepared at all times and never let your guard down. If there is a battle order, whatever you are doing, stop immediately and assemble at the drill ground. Mahmud looked around. I know some of you are of higher birth than me, some have more seniority, and deep down you are very resentful of me, a greenhorn who is only now taking command of an army. I don't care what you think in private, anyone who disobeys will be executed without mercy. Mahmud drew his scimitar, slammed it onto the table, and glared menacingly at the Byzantine Pashas. Pasha, what exactly are your arrangements? At least inform us. Right, a unitary officer asked. You don't need to know that much, just follow orders, get out. The group left the command camp. Mahmud sat for a while, then left his tent, gazing at the towering city walls in the distance. As the sun set, soldiers could be seen busily working on the city walls, repairing breaches, reinforcing the defenses, and setting up cannons, crossbows, and Greek firearms. Clearly, their continuous bombardment over the past few days had alerted the enemy commander. Mahmud mounted his warhorse and left the camp with a few personal guards. Avoiding the lights, they found a secluded, abandoned church. The church was heavily guarded, with numerous sentries, obviously to protect military secrets. Aga, at the church entrance, the squad leader responsible for guarding the area saluted Mahmud. "How is it? Progress is good. The bounty you promised is very generous." They are working in 3 shifts without interruption and are expected to complete it completely the day after tomorrow. Mahmud nodded, tossed the reins to his guards, and entered the church. The church was no longer as sacred as it once was. Dilapidated statues lay askew, and the murals on the walls were faded and worn. In the center of the storeroom was a large hole, through which many miners dressed in German attire went in and out. At a nearby table, an engineer was writing and drawing. Seeing Mahmud enter, the engineer stood up and reported on the project's progress. "Your Excellency Pasha, our workers have been working day and night to achieve the goals you set. Will it be finished the day after tomorrow?" Mahmud interrupted the rambling engineer, asking directly. "The compensation you've offered is quite generous. We will certainly finish on time. In my homeland of Saxony, when an engineer defaults on a contract, his career is over. Hopefully, I'll increase the frequency of artillery fire to cover your project," Mahmud said non-committally. This group of engineers and miners came from Saxony, originally employed by the Grand Duke of Serbia as workers in the new Boldo silver mine. They had been attracted by the Ottoman Sultan's high salaries to be responsible for digging the siege tunnels. These skilled miners were experts in excavation and tunneling. To them, marble was as soft as beeswax, and the dark mountains were nothing more than piles of dust. Mehmed I entrusted them to Mahmud, ordering him to dig tunnels under the southern section of the city wall to destroy it from below. Digging tunnels was arduous, but one of the most effective methods Muslims used to breach city walls, having been employed for centuries with numerous successes. In the late 12th century, Saladin's successors mastered this technique, using a combination of artillery bombardment and tunneling to capture several large crusader castles in just 6 weeks. Previous sultans had also used this method when attacking Constantinople, but failed due to the city's relatively firm terrain. I have reviewed the attacks on Constantinople by my ancestors and found that they all went astray, Mahmud recalled Sultan Mehmed I saying after the meeting at the Port of Two Pillars. The central section of the city wall is indeed the weakest, but the soil beneath it is the hardest, making it unsuitable for digging tunnels. We need to change our thinking and shift our main attack focus to the southern section of the wall. That wouldn't be a bad idea. The soil here is relatively soft. We should be able to find a suitable place to work. So, Mahmud, with his engineers, surveyed the surrounding land, considering various factors, and finally found this abandoned church's cover for construction. At the end of the meeting at Twin Pearl Harbor, Mehmed I commended Mahmud's advocacy for war but had reservations about his plan. In Mahmud's view, with the completion of the Fortress of the Throat, Constantinople was already an apple hanging in front of him. Waiting only for it to ripen, he didn't understand the Sultan's urgency. According to his plan, he would disband the main army, leaving 20,000 troops to guard Constantinople, focusing on the navy, and slowly wear down the city's defenders by attacking transport ships. The enemy forces were mostly from Cyrenaica, and their navy was a mixed bag. Prolonged defense would inevitably demoralize them, and even a mutiny was not out of the question. Moreover, due to wind direction, the sea route from the Mediterranean to Constantinople is impassable for several months of the year. Constantinople has only about 40,000 inhabitants, a significant portion of whom are non-agricultural citizens and Latin immigrants. Without supplies from transport ships, they can hardly be self-sufficient. This doesn't even include iron weapons, cannonballs, oil, and building materials necessary for repairing the walls, which Constantinople cannot produce itself. Over time, the enemy will inevitably become disorganized, leaving them with only 2 options, either defend Constantinople to the death until they are exhausted and captured, or escape by large ships, sailing south with the north winds to Morea or Cyrenaica. Mahmud was well aware that the Ottoman small ships could not stop large warships, especially sailing south with the wind. According to his strategy, the worst outcome would only be the enemy crossing south and continuing to cause trouble for them in Morea and Cyrenaica. Strategically speaking, we are almost invincible, Mahmud excitedly told Mehmed I, practically offering his unwavering loyalty. However, Mehmed I merely dismissed his suggestion lukewarmly, ordering him to continue the siege. Mahmud and Mehmed I had known each other for years. He had always been enlightened and generous, treating Mahmud very well, encouraging his ministers to voice dissent, and was not a dictatorial monarch. Yet, on this matter, Mehmed I was infuriatingly stubborn. Was the allure of Constantinople really that great? Mahmud walked out of the church, gazing at the dark sky. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Invisible Shackles. Serbia, Belgrade, Karjang Castle. From the outside, this small castle appears entirely designed for war, complete with all the necessary defensive features, nestled against the mountains and beside the water, easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, when the Eastern Roman delegation actually entered the castle's inner sanctum, they were stunned speechless by the magnificent spectacle before them. Gold and silver artifacts were everywhere, with gold-inlaid ornaments and silver-clad furniture, and a dazzling array of gemstones and porcelain. Grand Duke Đuriđ of Serbia, seated on his throne, looked down at the envoys, clearly pleased with their astonished expressions. Friends from afar, welcome. Please convey my congratulations to your emperor on yet another remarkable victory. Furthermore, I am very curious, how did you manage to break through the Ottoman encirclement and successfully arrive here? Anderson shifted his gaze from the ornaments to Grand Duke Đuriđ. Đuriđ was a thin, elderly man, adorned with gold and silver, dressed in magnificent robes, his face thickly powdered, and a fiery red fur draped over his shoulders, giving him an air of unparalleled nobility. However, his deep-set eyes, high cheekbones, and weak voice revealed one thing: the Serbian Grand Prince's health was inevitably declining. Anderson and Albert exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. We are not from Constantinople. His Highness instructed us to travel to the Balkans this April before he left. As for the victory you mentioned, we have not heard of it. Đuriđ was silent for a moment, his eyes flashing with a mixture of amazement and apprehension. Your Majesty is truly a visionary. Just a few days ago, Your Majesty used fire to annihilate most of the Ottoman Second Vizier Zagan Pasha's army of over 10,000 men in Galata, with Zagan Pasha escaping alone. Indeed, a remarkable battle. The delegation members were all smiles. They hadn't heard news from Constantinople for a long time, and second-hand information from Latin merchants was mostly unreliable. However, this great victory couldn't be kept secret. It would surely spread widely, greatly boosting morale in the North African territories, suppressing dissenting voices, and making hidden troublemakers hesitant to act. After the congratulations were finished, Anderson began to use his usual diplomatic tactics, boasting about Đuriđ's wealth. The Kosovo region in southern Serbia was rich in gold and silver mines. The new Brdo gold and silver mine alone could provide Đuriđ with 20,000 ducats annually. Thanks to the gold, silver, and other minerals in Kosovo, the Grand Duke of Serbia's annual income reached a staggering 60,000 ducats, not even counting the output of the royal domains and tributes from the nobility. It's worth noting that Đuriđ also had to pay a portion of the gold and silver mine's output to the Ottoman Sultan annually as a gift. Just how rich this mine truly was, Đuriđ himself probably didn't know. Since the dawn of the Renaissance, European commodity markets had flourished, but the currency available for trade had gradually become scarce, causing severe deflation. Against this backdrop, the value of a gold and silver mine was unimaginable. There were even rumors that Grand Duke Đuriđ was the richest monarch in all of Europe. I've heard that your Emperor Isaac also found a considerable amount of gold in West Africa. Is that true? Grand Duke Đuriđ asked with a reserved smile. He does have some gold, but it can't compare to yours, Anderson replied with a smile, inwardly scoffing. His Majesty Isaac was so eager to use every grain of gold to fund his army that he couldn't wait to spend it all as soon as he got his hands on it. He certainly couldn't compare to you. What brings you to my court? Đuriđ asked with a smile, but his eyes began to turn serious. What do you think of the current Ottoman Sultan, Mehmed I, Mehmed? HMPH, may he live a long life. Grand Duke Đuriđ's face showed disdain, even a hint of resentment. In my heart, only the late Murad I is my master, and I will only obey him. That young upstart Mehmed I has little ability but an inflated ego. He doesn't deserve it. Hearing these replies, Anderson felt reassured. It seemed to be much as he had predicted. After the fall of the Great Serbian Empire, Serbia fragmented into more than 500 noble territories of varying sizes. The later established Principality of Serbia was merely a loose alliance of nobles, never able to unite them like Stephen Dušan had. The Serbian nobles lacked any sense of national identity or ethnicity, consistently siding with either the Ottomans or Hungary, acting as staunch opportunists. At the time, it was the Ottomans' more tolerant policies that attracted the noble class, including the Serbian Grand Duke, leading them to pledge allegiance to the Ottoman Sultan. Previous sultans were indeed lenient towards the Serbian nobles, who reciprocated by contributing money and manpower to the Sultan's campaigns, making them among the most loyal of all Ottoman vassal states. In Murad I's army, Christian soldiers comprised up to 1/5 of the ranks. During the Battle of Ankara, Serbian knights fought bravely and fearlessly. In the Battle of Varna, although Serbia nominally sided with the Crusaders, it secretly sent numerous mercenaries to aid Murad I, killing countless enemies. One of them was Władysław Jagiellon, then King of Poland and Hungary. In the Kosovo War of 1448, it was their defection that directly led to the near annihilation of the Hungarian army, with Hunidi escaping alone. Grand Prince Durlad was indeed very submissive to the lenient Murad I, and the submissiveness would have continued if the Sultan had allowed them considerable autonomy. However, unlike his father, Mehmed I was determined to consolidate all rights and treat the empire as his private property. After ascending the throne, Mehmed I began reforming the system in Serbia, starting by cutting off the lifeline of the local nobility. He believed the Balkan landowners' oppression of the common people was too brutal and was determined to eliminate these blood-sucking parasites. He executed a large number of corrupt officials and local tyrants, confiscating all their property, some of which was nationalized and some distributed to the local people. He attempted to emancipate serfs and enacted laws to protect farmers' rights, stipulating crop prices and minimum wages for tenant farmers. For the Balkans, where serfdom was the dominant system, this system was tantamount to digging up the ancestral graves of the nobility. Thus, conflict inevitably erupted. Within Serbia, pro-Hungarian forces began to resurge, influencing Archduke Durerd's political leanings. It's worth noting that he himself had been a staunch Ottoman supporter, harboring deep hatred for the Hungarian regent, the White Knight Hunidi. During the siege of Constantinople, Durerd had only sent 1,000 or so cannon fodder and refused to pay this year's tribute, effectively expressing his dissatisfaction with Sultan Mehmed I. Your Highness, the Ottomans have just suffered a defeat, and Constantinople has tied up almost all their available troops. This is a golden opportunity, Anderson urged, seizing the opportunity. You are wealthy and brave. If you can gather an army and launch a large-scale invasion while the Ottomans are unprepared, great things can be accomplished. Father, I suggest you throw this Greek out, or sew his mouth shut, lest he offend your ears. Before Archduke Durerd could reply, a glib voice suddenly rang out, followed by the appearance of a sinister figure. My dear Prince George, is there anything wrong with what I said? Anderson remained unperturbed by the simple words, maintaining his practiced smile as he looked at the elegantly dressed young man. George Blenkovic, the second son of Archduke Durand, was a womanizer and dissolute, lustful and greedy, narrow-minded and ruthless. Previously, George had sought the hand of Princess Helena, daughter of Archduke Thomas, from the Eastern Roman Empire, but Isaac had flatly refused, ultimately respecting Helena's wishes and marrying her to Baron Conti. This Prince George was a staunch Ottomanist and resolutely opposed to an alliance with Hungary. Your Greek emperor only won a minor victory. The Ottoman army still has Constantinople completely besieged, and its main force is not yet lost. Moreover, the Balkan mountains are winding and complex. With our military strength, conquering even a few mountain fortresses would be extremely difficult. Even if we managed to succeed, we wouldn't be able to establish an effective occupation, let alone threaten the core Ottoman territory. What will we do when they can free themselves and their army marches north? It's clear that George Blenkovic possesses some knowledge, incisively pointing out the military predicament faced by the Balkan states. The core region of the Ottoman Empire lies along the Aegean and Black Sea coasts. This area is densely populated, commercially prosperous, and has weak local power. For a century, it has been fortified by successive Ottoman sultans. The Balkan Mountains and the Anatolian highlands, farther from the center of power, are considered frontier regions with strong local forces. Some areas are still under indirect rule, primarily serving to defend against external enemies and provide manpower. The Ottoman Empire's strategic location was simply too advantageous. Albania, Serbia, Wallachia, Moldavian, and even the Karamans, Amurs, Mamluks, and later Safavids in the east, could hardly directly harm the Ottoman core region. Unless they could, like Timur the Lame, assemble elite troops and launch a long-range attack to completely crush the Ottoman army, they would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, the Balkan states rarely seized the initiative in resisting Ottoman attacks, and coupled with insufficient national strength, they were essentially confined to their own territories. Previously, Skanderbeg had rejected Anderson's proposal for similar reasons. Your Highness, Ottoman Sultan Mehmed I is determined to centralize power. If you wish to retain your power and wealth, you will inevitably become his enemy. Anderson ignored the sarcastic George and turned to Grand Duke Durrad. The Grand Duke neither stopped nor objected to George's offensive words, which, in a sense, indicated his stance. With the Ottoman main force intact, he still harbored doubts. If you truly cannot muster a large army, you might consider sending light cavalry to harass the Ottoman countryside, thereby demoralizing the Ottoman army besieging Constantinople. I will summon my vassals to discuss this. Archduke Durrad nodded. Anderson could only smile, inwardly feeling somewhat disdainful. Nearly half of the Serbian vassals were still pro-Ottoman, and they had long been terrified by the Sultan's power. How could they possibly reach a conclusion? You come from Cyrenaica, and I heard that they are under attack from two sides, and even your beautiful queen is about to be captured by the Saracens, George chimed in sarcastically, his eyes filled with resentment. Anderson looked at George, somewhat puzzled by his malice. So what if he directly rejected your marriage proposal in front of all the ministers and foreign envoys in the Grand Palace? Was it really necessary? But it didn't matter, he wasn't an archduke or the heir, and his words carried no weight. By divine grace, all is well. Her Majesty the Queen, accompanied by Prince Justinian, personally went to Misrata to oversee the battle. The Slavic Legion and the Hafs dynasty's army are locked in fierce fighting between Misrata and Melfa, with neither side gaining a decisive advantage. The situation is currently stable. The Mamluk army has been holding off our forces at the Tobruk fortress complex and cannot capture it any time soon. Once news of the Battle of Galata reaches home, the situation will be even more stable. You need not worry about it, George. Leave. Grand Duke Durrad, unable to bear it any longer, cursed in his dialect and stormed out of the hall. You two envoys, you have traveled a long way. Please rest in Belgrade. I will send someone to provide you with the best possible service. That won't be necessary. We are not as free as you. We have important duties and will be leaving tomorrow. Anderson's tone was somewhat cold. You should be heading to Beta next, right? Exactly. The situation in Hungary is very complicated right now, and I'm afraid you'll have a hard time getting the results you want. Durrad seemed unfazed by Anderson's sarcasm and spoke calmly. The posthumous son Ladislaus is about to be crowned, and now Holy Roman Emperor Frederick III, Hungarian Governor Janus Hunyadi, Bohemian Regent Joseph Pojublad, and Count Ulrich of Kalisz are all entangled in a power struggle. This political struggle involves the ownership of 2 crowns and a duchy. They don't have time for you. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Anderson bit his lip and clenched his fists. Albania had been reduced to scorched earth in the last war. Serbia was seeking temporary peace, and the most powerful Hungary was deeply embroiled in political infighting. Since he was appointed foreign minister, he had never faced such a difficult situation. In any case, we must convey our lord's will. What will? Anderson raised his head and said loudly. My lord says you can temporarily avoid the Ottoman army, but you can never avoid the Ottoman ambitions. My lord does not ask you to send troops to rescue Constantinople, but only hopes you will remember one principle. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. This has been true since ancient times. Grand Duke Durrad remained silent. There is no room for maneuver between me and Mehmed I. I will no longer support his war efforts. As a Grand Duke, I must be responsible for my vassals and territories, and will choose to send troops or hold my ground depending on the changing situation. Go then. Although I am irreconcilably opposed to Hunyadi, I wish you good luck with him. Anderson stepped out of the luxurious but decaying palace, taking a deep breath of the fresh air. The sun shone brightly, the wind was gentle, and the scenery on the Balkan Peninsula was perfect. I wonder how long this beautiful land could withstand the iron hooves of the Turks, Albert sighed. They're just terrified, so much so that even when bullied to the point of near exasperation, they dare not retaliate. The Ottoman military might is like a shackle, firmly binding the Balkans. So what? Are we just supposed to wait to die? Therefore, we need an unprecedented victory to shatter this shackle binding the Balkans. Anderson turned his head, looking eastward towards Constantinople. Beneath the walls of Constantinople, war raged. and the air was thick with the blood of war. Chapter 110 Traveling on Dry Land. Constantinople, Prousphilian Harbor. In the council chamber, Isaac sat at the head of the table, flanked by naval officers, naturally divided into several smaller circles according to their affiliations. These included the Cyrenaica-Mediterranean Fleet, the former Byzantine Empire Fleet, the Cypriot Fleet, ships belonging to Venetian merchants, the Genoa-Galata Fleet. Bartolome, you report first. Bartolome, commander of the Genoa-Galata Fleet and a member of the Gattigliusio family, stood up, facing Isaac and his colleagues. Last week, my fleet launched 3 sorties, reaching as far as Marmara Island. As we expected, it was completely occupied by the Ottoman army and heavily guarded. We encountered a small Ottoman formation. They spotted us, but did not engage us and quickly left. Since the siege of Constantinople, the combined Byzantine fleet had been protected from direct attacks by the Ottoman Empire's foster fleet thanks to the iron chains of the Golden Horn. However, a great fire in Galata directly altered the Ottoman fleet's operational strategy. After the failure of their plan to control the Golden Horn, the Ottoman fleet adopted a blockade policy, patrolling the Sea of Marmara and tightening the noose around Constantinople's neck in conjunction with the fortress of the Cleft and the Anatolian fortresses. In response, the Eastern Roman Empire's allied fleet, under Isaac's orders, used the Golden Horn as its base and the iron chains as cover, dispatching small, fast warships to the Sea of Marmara to scout the enemy fleet and seek an opportunity for a decisive fleet battle. A decisive fleet battle on the turbulent Sea of Marmara would be highly disadvantageous for the Ottoman fleet, which consisted mainly of small foster warships, a fact well understood by the Ottoman naval commanders. The two fleets probed each other in the Sea of Marmara, occasionally engaging in small-scale skirmishes, but these were brief and avoided prolonged engagements. The Ottoman fleet was mainly anchored at the port of Twin Pillars, north of Constantinople, within the protective range of the fortress of the Cleft and the Anatolian land-based artillery, making it impossible for the Eastern Roman allied fleet to directly attack it. Since the two fleets were evenly matched in strength, they were extremely cautious in choosing the time, place, weather, and wind direction for the decisive battle. Like two ferocious beasts, each with its own lair in Golden Horn Bay and Twin Pillars Harbor, neither would yield an inch, yet neither dared to cross the line. Both were waiting for the other to reveal a weakness. Consul Milado, Isaac said, handing a document to his lord. Your Majesty, we have compiled a summary of all the Ottoman ships we could observe in the Sea of Marmara. Here are the results. We have found that although the total number of Ottoman ships in the Sea of Marmara has remained largely unchanged, the frequency of sorties by large galleys has increased, while the frequency of sorties by smaller fosters seems to be gradually decreasing. Isaac took the document, examined it closely, and found this to be true. Since May 3, although the number of fosters observed had fluctuated, it had indeed begun to decrease in the overall direction. Large galleys, which should have been used for the decisive battle rather than reconnaissance, had suddenly begun to increase, as if deliberately concealing something. Isaac's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly turned to look at Captain Fidel, who was in charge of patrolling the Golden Horn. Fidel, have you noticed anything unusual during the patrol? Everything is normal, Your Majesty. As per your request, we patrol twice a day, and 4 times a day for the areas you are focusing on. We haven't found anything amiss. Isaac nodded. He trusted Fidel's professionalism, but the doubts in his heart wouldn't go away. Instead, they grew stronger. Perhaps the Ottomans were just rotating troops normally? Continue to observe, and report immediately if anything happens. Bartolo, accompany me to Galata this afternoon. In that fire that shocked Europe, the city of Galata was completely reduced to ruins. Several towers in the southeast corner survived due to wind conditions. Orhan's 2nd Purple Guard Legion and the remnants of Mayor Leinster's city guard were ordered to garrison there, cooperating with naval ships to guard the Golden Horn chain. Your Majesty, after the Battle of Galata, the Ottoman army began to gradually occupy the remaining parts of Galata and attempted to attack us. They retreated immediately after being repelled, choosing not to launch a full-scale assault. Just the day before yesterday, we observed Ottoman artillery units appearing in the western part of the city, but they haven't made any further moves yet, perhaps out of fear of our naval fleet. In the southeastern tower of Galata, Isaac listened to Orhan and Leinster's reports, his mind a jumble of thoughts, utterly bewildered by the Ottomans' unusual behavior. Compared to the original timeline, the impact he had caused was already enormous, making it difficult to predict the Ottoman army's next move. Approximately how many Ottoman troops are currently stationed in Galata? Not many, Your Majesty. Over 3,000 soldiers, over 4,000 laborers, and many wounded. It's practically impossible for them to drive us out of here. However, their camps are very close together, right at the edge of our maximum firing range, Mayor Leinster said. Have you sent out scouts to investigate? The Ottoman army is widely dispersed and rigorously checks scouts and rangers. Most of the scouts we sent out never returned, and those that did find nothing of value. Keep watching, especially the movements of the Ottoman artillery. Any unusual activity, immediately send a fast ship to Constantinople. May 27, 1453, late at night. North of Galata, in the Valley of the Springs. What a brilliant idea, Ottoman Sultan Mehmed I exclaimed, gazing at the vast silhouette faintly visible in the night. Under the distant, dark sky, gentle hillsides undulated, outlining a beautiful shape. On this flat land, dozens of ships moved slowly. Tallowed logs and planks were laid out on the ground, each ship pulled by a strong ox, moving slowly but steadily southwest. Masts stood tall, ships formed a forest, boats sailing on land. The large, silent crowd overseeing the land-based naval expedition concealed its grandeur beneath the tranquility of the night. Mehmed I watched the fleet slowly traversing the dry land, his heart filled with ambition. The land-based naval plan had been devised long ago, its aim being to bypass the Golden Horn's iron chain blockade and directly enter the Golden Horn by land, launching a direct attack on Constantinople's vulnerable northern sea wall. This plan was extremely time-consuming and costly, requiring the search for a relatively flat valley and low hills, and secondary construction to make the warships easily concealed and facilitate transport as they passed along the tracks. Furthermore, supplies such as oxen, grease, logs, supports, and rollers also needed time to be prepared. After the Battle of Galata, Mehmed I revived this ambitious plan and began its gradual implementation. The fire 26 days earlier had disrupted Jagan Pasha's plans to march on Galata, but it had also indirectly facilitated the land-based naval expedition. Galata was reduced to ruins, with the remaining defenders huddled at the Golden Horn's iron chains in the southeast corner. By sending a contingent of troops to keep a close watch on them, it would be difficult for them to ascertain the movements of the Ottoman army north of Galata. To ensure the plan's success, Mehmed I moved 3 artillery batteries to the north bank of the Golden Horn to construct land-based batteries, protecting the ships from attack during launch. In addition, Mehmed I dismantled some ships, preparing to transport them closer to the Golden Horn for reassembly. After 20 days of effort, nearly 70 small Foster warships and nearly 10 medium-sized galleys had been brought to shore and hidden at the foot of the hills near Spring Valley, and their numbers continued to increase. Using this method, even if the Constantinople garrison discovered anything amiss, they would be unable to effectively interfere with the project until the land-based naval crossing was completed. Your Majesty, preparations are complete. We are only one hill away from the Golden Horn. Everything is ready. We await your command. The naval commander, Bartiglu, overseeing the land-based naval engineering project, was also extremely excited as he gazed at the distant fleet outlines. There's no rush, the tunnels at Mahmud are complete, and the giant siege towers at Karaga are almost finished. Continue your preparations and await my orders. Muhammad stared intently at the naval ships docked on land, his eyes red-rimmed and his fists clenched. Since the siege of Constantinople, he had endured unimaginable pressure. The tasks of each army, the allocation of supplies, the boosting of morale, and the replenishment of manpower, all these were crucial in a war, and no one dared to slacken. He was inherently suspicious and extremely shrewd, and deep down, he didn't want to entrust such an important task to his subordinates. He insisted on handling everything personally. After the defeat at Galata, disappointment, pain, doubt, and discontent assailed him from all sides, some overt, some covert. Mehmed I withstood it all, suppressing all the doubts with extraordinary mental fortitude and unwavering perseverance, continuing the holy war. As the war grew increasingly brutal, casualties on both sides soared, corpses nearly filing the trenches. The Ottoman camps were no longer as simple and uncluttered as before. Human and animal urine, solid garbage, and wounded soldiers caused small-scale diseases. The summer heat greatly increased the Muslims' material inconvenience, and the Ottomans' resolve softened bit by bit. In fact, after 6 weeks of fierce fighting, both sides were exhausted, their nerves on the verge of collapse. The war for Constantinople had evolved into a contest between the two commanders to maintain the morale of their troops. In the past few days, he ordered his army to deliberately slow the pace of the offensive, committing the last remaining cannon fodder to the battlefield, withdrawing Janitri to rest, and feigning weakness to both regroup and deceive the enemy. Mehmed I was a resolute man. The greater the pressure, the clearer his mind became. He ignored all opposition and resolutely pushed his plans forward. The tunnels in the southern wall, the giant siege towers in the northern wall, the royal cannons in the central wall, the land-based boats on the Golden Horn sea wall. Time passed gradually. In front of everyone, Mehmed I remained calm and composed, but the anxiety and restlessness within him grew daily. For both sides, the war had dragged on for too long, the casualties too heavy. The dual torment of mind and body drove them mad, eroding their will, leaving only shells retaining the ability to fight, numbly wielding swords. Mehmed I turned his head, gazing southeast at Constantinople. Night had fallen, and the city slept soundly. It's time for a decisive battle. Your Majesty, the Ottomans are making unusual moves. In the Grand Palace, Isaac, seeing the hastily approaching fleet Captain Fidel, felt a sense of foreboding. What is it? The enemy has begun setting up land-based artillery on the westernmost edge of the Golden Horn, and there are quite a few of them. Haven't you tried to interfere with their operations? Their location is clever. The forts are situated on a high ground, making them ineffective for our artillery, while allowing them to cover the water with fire. To avoid unnecessary losses, we will temporarily withdraw to the harbor. Isaac picked up a pen, flipped to a map, and drew a line on the gentle plains north of Galata, connecting Twin Pillars Harbor on the Bosphorus coast with Spring Valley along the Golden Horn. Your Majesty, what is this? Isaac did not answer, his gaze lowered. He hadn't expected that even after he had drastically altered the timeline, the Ottomans would still choose such a risky move. Fidel, listen to me. Immediately lead your fleet to the northwest of the Golden Horn and patrol outside the range of Ottoman land-based artillery. Don't panic no matter what you see. Prepare all the weapons and arms for battle. Your Majesty, what exactly are the Ottomans planning? Fidel, seeing Isaac's anxiety, also felt a little flustered. In the next few days, you may witness a strange sight at any time. Ottoman ships, in droves, will ascend from the valley to the tops of the hills, then slide down the hills into the sea. Tell this to our sailors, and tell them to be prepared and not panic. Having basically confirmed the Ottoman army's intentions, Isaac's feelings were very complicated. Besides worrying about the deteriorating war situation, there was also a sense of relief. What was bound to happen had happened. He knew the Ottomans' method of navigating land by boat, the approximate time and place, but he was completely powerless to stop them. The terrain of Spring Valley was high in the southwest and low in the northeast, which meant that after the Ottoman fleet landed at Twin Pillars Port, it remained hidden behind the low hills, surrounded by a large army, making it impossible for him to counterattack. The Ottomans specifically chose a shallow shoal to launch their warships and deployed artillery for defense. Their large warships were too deep to reach that area, and their smaller vessels posed little real threat to the Ottoman fleet. As the main attackers, the Ottomans naturally held the initiative, capable of devising ingenious strategies and breaking through at every turn, while Constantinople, as the defenders, was trapped in its isolated city, passively taking hits. This was Constantinople's absolute strategic disadvantage. No matter how well they executed their tactics, the tide of battle would always turn against them. Your Majesty, are you saying the Ottomans will be sailing on land? Fidel frowned, trying to imagine the strange scene. Yes, if this is true, won't we be forced to fight a decisive battle against the Ottoman fleet in the Golden Horn? Scared, Fidel laughed. We've followed you on countless campaigns, battling wild beasts in the forests of West Africa, enduring storms on the vast ocean, and fighting Muslim pirates along the long coast of Tunisia. We've exhausted our riches and honors, our wives and children are safe. We ask for nothing more. We are not profit-driven Latins, nor cowardly Cypriots. We are the invincible fleet of the Roman Empire. What is there to fear? Only a fight to the death. Chapter 111 Omen of the Blood Moon. This is the fourth day. In the Church of the Holy Apostles in Constantinople, Isaac and Giovanni stood side by side, gazing at the overcast sky. Sunrise had already passed, but the sky remained incredibly gray. The sun in the east struggled to shine, yet seemed unable to pierce the pre-dawn darkness. In contrast, in the western sky, a new moon, not bidding farewell to the world with the sun's appearance, lingered reluctantly in the western sky above Constantinople, revealing a tiny crescent, somber and pale. In the hearts of the citizens of Constantinople, the moon had always held a special place. Every full moon night, it would rise from the bronze dome of the Hagia Sophia, illuminating the calm surface of the Golden Horn and the Bosphorus Strait. Since ancient times, the moon had been a symbol of Constantinople. Every night, the moon, like a gold coin shoveled from the Anatolian mountains, hung high, its waxing and waning symbolizing the city's antiquity and the endless cycles of time it had witnessed. Fluctuations, rises and falls, eternity, fortune and misfortune. The people of Constantinople had always believed that at the end of each month, as the moon grew full, Constantinople would be divinely protected and would never fall. However, on May 24, 1453, the moon was no longer a full golden disk, but a crescent, hanging high above the Ottoman camp. This phenomenon lasted for 4 days, with profound effects. On the first day of the new moon's rise, the priests of Hagia Sophia held a grand ceremony, carrying a high image of the Virgin Mary and leading the citizens in a procession for blessings. The citizens, barefoot, sang hymns, circling Constantinople, this city blessed by God. Mournful sobs, incense smoke, and prayers rose slowly that night. The citizens, like drowning people, desperately thrashed about, grasping at the last straw. The following evening, the citizens took to the streets, gazing at the eastern sky, their eyes filled with pleading and hope. Then, another crescent moon slowly emerged from the clouds, hovering above the Ottoman camp. In that instant, Constantinople fell into a deathly silence. Everyone trembled and wept, as if the end was nigh. In contrast, outside the already crumbling walls of Theodosius, within the Ottoman camp, frenzied roars and joyous songs erupted, wave after wave, echoing through the heavens. On the third day, a thick fog shrouded the earth, everything indistinct, silent and invisible. There was no cannon fire or crossbow bolts this day. The soldiers on the walls and the inhabitants of the city had a precious respite, but their panic only intensified. It seemed the weather itself was against the defenders, eroding their will. God had abandoned the city, no longer using his divinity to protect the walls, only occasionally appearing to cast a pitying glance upon the people before vanishing again. A rumor began to circulate widely in Constantinople, and the priests of both the Greek Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches were remarkably united in their pessimism and despair. In response, Constantine and Isaac spent their days patrolling the city walls, distributing all their valuables to the people, sharing their food and lodging, and encouraging their soldiers. However, the city, built by Constantine the Great, established as the capital after the Edict of Milan and the Council of Nicaea, and flourishing when Christianity became the state religion of the Roman Empire, was destined to be a religious city. Religion continuously influenced every corner of the city, inextricably linked to the lives of its people. Their devout faith in God enabled the city to survive countless sieges by pagans. They firmly believed in the Lord's protection, that as long as the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit continued to watch over Constantinople, it would be an eternal city, never to be destroyed. However, at this critical juncture, religious fervor became the root of pessimism among the citizens of Constantinople. They believed God had abandoned them, handing the city over to the Turks. The Greeks viewed the Turks as a doomsday people, a symbol of the Last Judgment, an instrument God used to punish the sins of Christians. The religious atmosphere throughout the city was one of fear and unease. People began to search relentlessly for signs that might foreshadow the empire's demise, a search fueled by erratic weather and relentless bombardment. In this climate of paranoia, countless speculations and omens were raised and then dismissed. The citizens had already sentenced the city to death in their hearts. "Your Majesty, do you believe in the end of the world?" Giovanni, standing beside Isaac, turned to look at Isaac's face. "Even if there is, it won't be today, not tomorrow, not the day Constantinople falls. You always seem so confident." Giovanni made the sign of the cross. Just moments ago, the Church of the Holy Apostles held another blessing ceremony. A procession of priests and citizens marched towards the Theodosian walls, spreading God's blessings to the hearts of every soldier. When the religious atmosphere in the city began to deteriorate, Isaac had attempted to intervene, but quickly gave up. The faith of the citizens of Constantinople had reached the point of superstition. The prolonged siege and war had exacerbated this sentiment, and they now listened to no one. As for the seances or Christ's dreams often depicted in time travel novels, that was simply suicidal. No church would tolerate someone attempting to challenge their right to religious interpretation, even if that person was the nominal Roman emperor. Isaac and Constantine's eye could only continue attending blessing ceremonies held by various churches, maintaining the army's last vestiges of morale. The religious pessimism spreading among the citizens gradually began to affect the soldiers on the city walls. The only exceptions were the 1st Legion of the Purple Guard stationed northwest of Theodore and the 2nd Legion stationed at the Golden Horn. These two units, composed of converted Turks, did not yet have a deep faith in Jesus Christ and did not share the same profound grief as the rest of Constantinople's citizens. In this climate, the only saving grace was that the Ottoman army outside the walls was also exhausted. The cannon still roared, but the soldiers' fighting spirit and skills were far inferior to before. Riots and brawls were frequent, and demanding unpaid wages became commonplace. At this point in the war, both sides were on their last legs. Whoever could hold out would ultimately prevail. Are you feeling better? Thank God, I'm much better. Don't fight so recklessly next time. It's a miracle you survived. A week earlier, in the battle, Ottoman artillery had breached a section of the city wall. The elite Janissaries swarmed in, and the exhausted 3rd and 5th Legions of the Imperial Guard were unable to withstand the onslaught. The wall was on the verge of falling. At the critical moment, Giovanni removed his robe, revealing gleaming armor, and, with a few personal guards, desperately plugged the breach, holding out until reinforcements arrived. After the battle, Giovanni was covered in wounds, bleeding profusely, and was carried back to the camp for treatment. At his request, his guards moved him to the Church of the Apostles near the city wall to recuperate. Perhaps Christ truly couldn't bear to take such a spirited and devout warrior to heaven too soon. The injuries that the doctors predicted would continue to worsen had miraculously improved, and he could now walk. This church is the burial place of Timothy's remains. The Lord will descend here and bestow miracles upon his faithful followers. Giovanni lowered his head and gently kissed the cross on his chest. Giovanni, my father once promised to grant you the island of Lemnos after the war, but now it seems impossible. It has been burned to the ground by the Ottomans. Your Majesty, I came to defend the city, not for the land. After this war, I will make you a baron. The castle east of Myrgi is quite nice. Don't you like the environment of monasteries and churches? You can build a church on your own land and use the tax revenue to support the monastery. Giovanni thought for a moment, nodded, and seemed to see a bright future ahead, a smile appearing on his lips. Then, the smile suddenly froze. All right, it's almost dawn. I should go and oversee the city's defenses. You should rest well, Your Majesty. What is it? Isaac looked up at the sky, but suddenly froze on the spot. The moon, now a blood-red hue, hung coldly in the sky. Dawn approached, but instead of brightening, the sky grew increasingly dark, tinged with a blood-red hue. Look, the priests remaining in the St. Apostles' Church rushed out, pointing eastward and crying out in terror. A ball of fire rose from the spire of the Hagia Sophia in the east, accompanied by a tremendous roar, soaring straight into the sky before disappearing. God, are you truly abandoning your believers? Some priests began to weep, covering their faces, while Giovanni clutched his chest, muttering to himself. Isaac, watching these miracles, listened to the prayers and sobs around him and sighed. In early 1453, the Kuwait Island volcano in the South Pacific exploded, releasing energy equivalent to 2 million Hiroshima atomic bombs. The small island vanished from the sea. The consequences of this explosion were catastrophic. Towering volcanic ash entered the atmosphere and spread throughout the world via atmospheric circulation. That year, from China to Norway, traditional agriculture suffered a devastating blow. In China, the warm and humid Jiangnan region experienced over 40 days of continuous snowfall, leaving countless people starving. At the end of May, massive amounts of volcanic ash finally reached the skies above Constantinople, bringing a series of unusual phenomena. A gloomy sky, a dim sun, a full moon turning into a crescent. What appeared to be miracles to the world were merely physical phenomena caused by the volcanic eruption. As a time traveler, Isaac naturally understood the causes and reasons behind these anomalies, but he had no way of explaining them. The blood-red sky was simply a change in light intensity caused by Rayleigh scattering, and the flames on the dome of the Hagia Sophia were merely a point discharge caused by volcanic ash, nothing out of the ordinary. However, for the people of 15th century Constantinople, these rarely seen phenomena were undeniable miracles, foreshadowing Constantinople's tragic fate. Giovanni, you continue to recover from your injuries. I need to go to the city walls to oversee the defenses, Isaac said, mounting his warhorse and riding off with a few personal guards. As expected, when Isaac arrived at the city walls, the Ottoman army had already begun to assemble. They seemed to be in high spirits, with phalanxes forming, siege towers advancing, and cannons menacingly aimed at the walls. On the central section of the wall, atop the St. Romanus Gate, Constantine Zai and Grand Duke Lucas stood side by side, nodding to Isaac upon his arrival. Isaac, in no mood for pleasantries, hastily greeted a few officers and immediately looked towards the Ottoman ranks. This time, the Ottoman army seemed prepared for a desperate gamble, deploying almost all of its elite troops, densely arrayed on the plain west of the walls. Banners clashed, and from the golden red tent, a column of cavalry slowly emerged, eliciting cheers wherever they went. The legion automatically parted, clearing a path to the walls of Constantinople. "Please summon the Emperor of Constantinople," shouted Memdi's personal guards. "Quick! Give me the archer." Isaac was about to speak when Constantine reached out and stopped him. "He's too far away, and heavily guarded. He won't hide him, and it will only hurt our morale." Looking at Constantine's stern gaze, Isaac sighed and waved away the approaching archers. "You stay on the city wall. I'll go down and meet this sultan. Prepare the horses, father. You..." Constantine's eyes were firm and resolute, and Isaac hesitated. Before a battle, the two commanders would speak before the enemy lines, a rule of war, representing the honor of both sides. If a commander hesitated at this time, he would be considered cowardly and incompetent, losing momentum before the battle even began. A small opening appeared in the Theodosian wall, and Constantine Zai, riding a white horse and escorted by several guards, slowly advanced, meeting Memdi's gaze. The blood-red hue of the sky had not yet faded, and the sun rose softly, casting a pale and weak light. On the desolate battlefield, Constantine Palaiologos and Memdas Maniglu rode their steeds, slowly approaching each other, as if it were a fateful duel. "Your Majesty, I had intended to entertain you in Constantinople, but your army is too large." Constantine spoke first. He had removed his purple robe, revealing himself clad in dazzling armor, the double-headed eagle emblem on his breastplate gleaming. "It's all right, what I want will come to me," Memd said, flicking his whip to calm his restless black horse. "Clearly, you have failed, suffering heavy losses, yet you have not been able to scale the walls of Theodosius. As long as I live, I will never let you have this city." Constantine's eye sat as still as a mountain, staring into the eyes of Memdi. "Your father and great-grandfather suffered defeat here, and so have you." Memd ignored Constantine, speaking to himself. "My fleet is in the valley north of Galata, ready to seize the Golden Horn at a single command. My top two heavy artillery is stationed before you, preparing to blast the central section of the wall to smithereens. My colossal siege towers are complete, capable of holding hundreds of men, and are ready to attack the northern section of the wall. My soldiers have dug over a dozen tunnels leading to the base of the wall, preparing to destroy the entire southern section. Christ has abandoned you, but Allah still grants me overwhelming military might. Give up. You have no chance. You have fought for over 40 days, suffering heavy casualties. Our days are no better. You have fought bravely, fulfilling your duty as warriors. It is time to choose a dignified exit. I do not care if you continue to oppose me. I do not care if you still call yourselves emperors of the Romans. I only want Constantinople. Leave here, and I will allow you to take everything you can. You can continue to possess Moria, and your son can continue to possess Cyrenaica. I swear in the name of Allah." Just as Saladin did to Jerusalem, Muhammad looked at Constantine, a hint of mockery mixed with anticipation. "Take it all, take it all." Muhammad raised his head, seemingly boasting of his benevolence. "May I ask, can the Grand Palace be taken? Can the Hagia Sophia be taken? Can the statue of Justinian be taken? Can the mausoleums of the former emperors, the remains of the saints be taken? Can the Hippodrome, the Lawrence Aqueduct, and the Basilica Cistern be taken?" Constantine's eye asked Muhammad proudly, pointing to the ruined city behind him. "This city buried my father, my brother, and will bury me and my son. Remember, there are only emperors who die in battle, not emperors who surrender their capitals." Hearing this, Muhammad remained silent, letting the battlefield breeze caress his face. "Then there is only one way, a decisive battle," he said slowly. Constantine and Muhammad turned their horses around, turning back into battle, kicking up a cloud of dust. The cannons roared, the legions charged, and siege towers and battering rams advanced slowly under the cover of infantry formations. In the distance, on the western shore of the Golden Horn, one after another, Ottoman warships flying the crescent flag began to slide down the mountaintops into the sea. Not far to their east, the Eastern Roman fleet stood ready. The decisive battle had begun. Chapter 112 The King of Ravens. Corwin Castle, Transylvania, Kingdom of Hungary. Perched atop a rocky peak, Corwin Castle is exceptionally tall and magnificent, with soaring towers, colorful roofs, and flying windows adorned with exquisite stone carvings. The castle boasts double walls, providing strong defense, with rectangular and round towers on either side capable of housing numerous soldiers. The castle's architectural style is whimsical and unconventional, primarily Bohemian, yet clearly showing Transylvanian influences. Soldiers frequently patrol the castle walls, their weapons and equipment excellent, their armor gleaming, and each bearing a raven painted on their chest. Ravens, in the eyes of the world, have always been shrouded in mystery, as if shrouded in shadow, unfathomable. Some believe ravens are wise, always coldly watching humans in their pure black veils, offering warnings and omens. Others consider ravens birds of ill omen, as they always appear around recently deceased creatures, their cries sharp and eerie, as if they were the embodiment of death. However, in mid-15th century Eastern Europe, the raven emblem frequently appeared, associated with war, glory, and prestige, and was revered by all. This was because it was the emblem of the Hunyadi family. The rise of the Hunyadi family was legendary. In just over a decade, under the leadership of Janus the White Knight, the Hunyadi family repeatedly distinguished themselves on battlefields, rising from a lower-ranking knightly family to become the largest landowner in the entire Kingdom of Hungary, possessing numerous castles and vast farmlands in Transylvania, deeply entrenched in power. The current head of the family, Janus Hunyadi, known as the White Knight, was brave, resolute, and fiercely opposed to evil. He possessed rich military experience and outstanding command abilities, having repeatedly led inferior forces to victory against stronger opponents, earning the favor of several previous kings and serving successively as Governor-General of Transylvania and Regent of Hungary. Perhaps due to his humble origins, Janus Hunyadi possessed exceptional military talent but was somewhat inept at interpersonal relationships. He was arrogant, domineering, and self-willed, often bullying his colleagues out of self-confidence. This resulted in almost as many people in Hungary as those who disliked him. Because Hungary was on the front lines of the Catholic world's struggle against the Ottomans, and was currently the only major power capable of challenging the Ottomans in the Balkans, Hunyadi, who led the Christian army to victory, was seen as a hero. Under this immense brilliance, all his flaws and shortcomings were temporarily overshadowed, and the nobles who disliked Hunyadi could only suppress their hatred. They still hoped that Hunyadi would lead them in resisting the Ottoman invasion. However, after the defeat at the Varna Crusade, Hunyadi suffered repeated defeats on the battlefield against the Ottomans, abandoning his soldiers and fleeing alone. This caused the opposition to grow louder, and Hunyadi was forced to resign as regent. Currently, the Hungarian throne is held by Ladislaus, a posthumous son of the Habsburg family, while Hunyadi remains Governor-General of Transylvania. However, regardless of whether the opposition acknowledges it, Hunyadi the White Knight is one of the most outstanding generals in all of Eastern Europe. And only he possesses the ability to command a large army against the Ottomans. Halt! Who goes there? A patrol of cavalry shouted, pointing their sabers at the unfamiliar delegation. We come from Constantinople, on the orders of the Roman emperors Isaac and Constantine, and wish to receive His Highness Janus. Anderson, riding forward from the delegation, said in Hungarian. Anderson waved for Albert to proceed, and Albert produced a letter of credence, handing it to the cavalry captain. Wait here while we report. After a short while, the cavalry captain arrived with more men and welcomed the delegation into the castle. The hall was spacious and solemn. Besides the raven emblem of Hunyadi, the surrounding walls were adorned with numerous weapons, swords, axes, warhammers, maces, all were present. They all come from my enemies, Anderson said. Every time I defeat an army, I collect the weapons of its commander and hang them here for all to see. Anderson looked up and saw a middle-aged man seated on the throne in the hall. His hair was short and neat, like a sturdy pine tree, his eyebrows were thick and slightly curved, like two sharp swords, and his eyes were bright and piercing as he surveyed the visitors. Your Excellency Janus of the Hunyadi family, Lord General of Transylvania, Master of Corwin Castle, Holy Warrior of Jesus Christ, I extend my greetings on behalf of my Lord. Thank you for your generous hospitality, and may you enjoy great success in battle. Great success in battle. Well said. My castle has hosted many guests, many richer and more distinguished than you, but you are the first to wish me good fortune in battle." Hunyadi was clearly pleased with the praise, stroking his beard with satisfaction. He was that kind of person, straightforward, showing his joys and sorrows to the world, with no interest in hiding anything. "My lord has always admired your remarkable achievements, but unfortunately, he has been too busy with military affairs to pay his respects. This time, he has specially sent me with gifts to offer my congratulations." "Congratulations? Congratulations on what?" Hunyadi paused for a moment, then looked at Anderson with great interest. "Congratulations on your imminent sweep across the Balkans, reclaiming Christ's homeland and spreading the gospel. As you surely know, the Ottoman army of over 200,000 is amassed in Constantinople, leaving the country utterly vulnerable. For months, our army has annihilated countless Ottoman troops in Constantinople, turning the walls of Theodosius into a nightmare for the Turks. Our emperor decisively defeated the Ottoman army at Galata, and the second vizier, Zagan Pasha, fled alone. Our fleet is powerful, tying down all Ottoman forces in the Sea of Marmara. If you can advance westward, you will surely annihilate the remaining Ottoman forces one by one. And your military might will reach its zenith." Anderson finished speaking, quietly awaiting Hunyadi's reply, his gaze unwavering as he looked into Hunyadi's dark eyes. "Do you know that I have resigned as regent of Hungary, and Buda now belongs to the Habsburg family?" Hunyadi said slowly. "That is why I did not go to Buda or Prague, but came directly to your territory, to the magnificent Corwin Castle. I did not appeal to His Majesty Ladislaus for help. Although he is the master of Hungary, Bohemia, and Austria, he is not an ideal ally or a steadfast friend. On behalf of the two emperors of Constantinople, I beg you, the White Knight of Jesus Christ, the nemesis of the Turks, the great Prince Jonas, for your assistance." Anderson's voice was firm and resolute. "Before this, I visited Kruger Castle in Albania and Belgrade in Serbia, and the two monarchs gave me different answers. His Highness Giorgio Castelletti firmly believes that you will always stand on the side of the Holy War, and that he will follow you wherever you go." Grand Duke Durad Blankovic, however, mocked your situation, believing that you were preoccupied with political struggles and had long forgotten your faith and the vow to fight for Christ. "That scoundrel Blankovic, how dare he say such things?" Sure enough, Hunyadi was immediately enraged upon hearing Blankovic's words. The two harbored deep hatred. Initially, Blankovic was a staunch supporter of the Varna Crusade, contributing money and effort to Hunyadi and the Pope's Holy War. However, for some unknown reason, Hunyadi received the funds and supplies but then ridiculed Blankovic, thus beginning their feud. Later, Brankovic captured the fleeing Hunyadi and intended to execute him immediately, but released him due to opposition from nobles and priests, demanding a large ransom, thus avenging the past. However, Grand Duke Brankovic also said that one thing is one thing, and on the battlefield of the Holy War, his side is aligned with yours. Hunyadi's angry outburst abruptly stopped, his expression complex. "How much of what you just said is true, or are these all lies you fabricated to persuade me to send troops? Such a momentous matter, how dare I speak lightly?" Anderson said solemnly. "How many Ottoman troops remain at the gates of Constantinople? I need an exact number." Hunyadi's tone became serious. "The data from Grand Duke Durad is that as of May 19th, the Ottomans still have nearly 150,000 troops, of which approximately 40,000 are combat soldiers. That's still a bit too many," Hunyadi estimated for a moment, muttering to himself. "All right then, you report to Constantinople that the situation at home is unstable, and I cannot leave for the time being. Please ask the garrison to hold out a little longer. If that's not right," a slightly childish voice rang out from a corner, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the hall. "More than 200,000 troops are besieging Constantinople, and the soldiers and civilians in the city have been fighting bitterly for a long time. If we continue to wait, what will become of us?" A young man dressed in noble attire stepped out from the crowd. He had pale skin, delicate features, and his cheeks were slightly flushed with excitement. A raven was embroidered on his chest. "This is my second son, Matthias," Hunyadi introduced to the delegation, his pride and joy overflowing. Hunyadi's two sons, Laszlo and Matthias, were both precocious, their bravery and wisdom no less than their father's. The eldest son, Laszlo, not only resembled the White Knight Jonas in appearance but also in personality. They were practically identical. The second son, Matthias, appeared rather frail and preferred to draw strength from literature and books. "Father," he said, I believe we should send troops to rescue Constantinople. The Ottomans are exhausted from their prolonged siege. This is the perfect opportunity for us to wage holy war. The two sides in Constantinople are like two giants wrestling with all their might, their strength and morale depleted in the long war. A mere touch will bring them crashing down. We don't need the support of the Habsburgs, nor do we need a powerful army, or even ample supplies. We only need to muster our own troops, cross the Wallachian plain, and threaten the Ottomans' flank. What we need to do is harass the Ottoman homeland, plunder their countryside, and demoralize their army, causing them to collapse without a fight. These words fell silent in the hall. Your Highness, our main focus should now be on the Holy Roman Empire. The Habsburgs are gaining momentum, and many nobles within the country have been won over by them. We must be wary, an old minister patiently explained to the young prince beside Hunyadi. That's a misconception. Most of our family's territories are located in Transylvania, on the front line against the Ottoman invasion. If we allow the Turks to grow stronger, our territories will never have peace, let alone be able to intervene in Western affairs. Matthias raised his head, looking proudly at his father. Father, since you and my brother must focus your attention on Buda and cannot spare the time, I am willing to lead 3,000 light cavalry, bypassing the Wallachian plain, and heading straight for Bulgaria, the core area of the Ottomans in the Balkans, to resolve the threat from the east. As for those in Vienna and Prague, forgive my bluntness, but even if they were given another 30 years, they would never be a match for me. Well said. This is my son, Jonas. Hunyadi slapped his forehead and stood up excitedly. Bring me the map. A map unfolded in Hunyadi's hands. He located the location of Corwin Castle, drew a diagonal curve across the Carpathian mountain passes, and reached the border plain between the Principality of Wallachia and the Principality of Moldavia. It was summer, and the Carpathian mountains were no longer blocked by heavy snow. Several passes were passable. The road to Bulgaria would then be clear. Lord Anderson, what do you think of this plan? Your Highness is indeed extraordinary, Anderson praised. He knew this was the best solution he could secure. The Hunyadi family couldn't possibly gamble everything on Constantinople. 3,000 light cavalry was the limit they could accept. If the plan succeeded, the Ottoman army would suffer a major loss of morale, and the Hunyadi family would gain immense wealth and prestige. Hunyadi studied the map, carefully considering the plan, using his meticulous military thinking to fill in any gaps. The plan itself wasn't flawed, but it still presented many challenges. How could he ensure a successful crossing of the Carpathian mountain pass? How could he ensure that Wallachia and Moldavia remained bystanders? Hunyadi made his plans, his gaze shifting to the crowd, focusing on two individuals. The two met his eyes, stepped out of the crowd, and stood on either side of Matthias. Your Highness, I think you need a few guides. A sinister voice came from the middle-aged man. Hunyadi nodded, turning to Anderson. Please allow me to introduce these two nobles to you. They have temporarily lost their homeland and are residing in my court with a group of followers. They are also great warriors of Christ, intimately familiar with the local terrain, and will surely shine in the upcoming holy war. Hunyadi pointed first to the somber middle-aged man and then to the smiling young man. Vlad, the son of Wallachia, from the Delicuri family. Stephen, the son of Moldavia, from the Mushat family. May you have a pleasant working relationship. Chapter 113 The Battle to the End. On the shores of the Black Sea, in Constantinople, west of the Theodosian walls, at the Mart Mountains. In a golden red tent, Ottoman Sultan Mehmed I gazed at the distant, dark, imposing city walls, his eyes bloodshot, lips tightly pressed together, fists clenched tightly. Boom! Another deafening crash echoed as a siege tower, laden with Ottoman soldiers, plummeted to the ground in flames. The soldiers leaped from the tower, screaming in terror, crashing heavily onto the increasingly hardened summer earth. Some were instantly unconscious, others broke their legs, bones protruding from tendons, crawling on the ground in agony, leaving long trails of blood. Zagan, do we have nothing to counter the Greek emperor's flamethrowers? At the beginning of the war, we specially manufactured some siege engines, but they have been exhausted in the long siege. When you built the giant siege towers, you used up the last of your fireproof timber and cowhide, and a new batch hasn't arrived yet. The siege engines we are using now are crudely made and far inferior in defensive capabilities. Mehmed I stopped talking and continued to watch the situation on the battlefield, occasionally issuing orders to send legions and siege engines into battle to make up for the losses caused by casualties. That's about enough. Have Karagit prepare, and also inform Mahmud that we should move out immediately after this round of bombardment." The messenger immediately mounted his horse and relayed the Sultan's orders to the two commanders below the southern and northern sections of the city walls. "What is the situation at the Golden Horn?" He turned his head, unable to hide his anxiety. "Our land-based artillery has indeed forced back the Constantinople navy, and now more than 50 foster ships have entered the Golden Horn. However, if we want to pose a real threat to the sea walls of Constantinople, we must defeat the enemy fleet," Zagan Pasha reported briefly. "Very well, you know more about the seas than I do. Let Bardaglu handle it himself. Continue." "Don't stop." Memdi quickly turned his head to the side and shouted at an artillery company. "Your Majesty." Memdi turned back, his eyes filled with impatience. "You're being a bit too hasty." "What did you say?" You could have waited for more tunnels to be dug, more siege towers to be built, and more ships to be transported to the Golden Horn, but you didn't. You once told me that for a monarch, a gamble like war is undesirable, a last resort, and now, you are going further and further down this wrong path." Memdi's face turned red with anger, his hands raised as if to grab Zagan Pasha by the neck. Looking into Zagan Pasha's still sincere and fearless eyes, Muhammad I's hands froze in midair, the madness in his eyes fading, replaced by a semblance of clarity. He lowered his hands, remained silent for a moment, looked around to make sure no one else could hear their conversation. "Just last night, Mahmud rushed to my tent and informed me of the unrest within the Janissary Guard. Then, I received a secret letter from Belgrade. An envoy from Constantinople is moving about in the courts of the Balkan countries, likely plotting something serious. The East is also not peaceful. My sister, Queen Karaman, wrote to tell me that a Genoese man named Madelgatti Lucio has been shuttling between Konya and Karaman, and has also sent envoys to Dulkadir and Diyarbakir. The Black Sheep's army is entirely engaged in campaigns against the Persians and Timurid princes. The White Sheep's new ruler, Uzun Hasan, is a cunning man and will surely try to take advantage of the Black Sheep's expedition. The Mamluk Sultan Chakmak is playing both sides, holding his elite troops firmly in his grasp, and has no intention of breaching the Tobruk fortress built by the Christians. Yahya of the Hafs dynasty is doing his best, but his strength is too weak, and with pirates hindering him, it's difficult for him to cause any real harm to the Christian territories in North Africa. I suspect that if this drags on, the consequences will be severe. I killed the messenger, burned the secret letter, and concealed all the bad news to maintain morale. Memdi revealed all these secrets in one breath. Appearing much happier, he smiled and patted Zagan Pasha on the shoulder. "My dear Zagan, you are right. A king never gambles unless absolutely necessary, but now, I have no choice." "What is that?" On the northwestern section of the city wall of Theodore, a soldier of the 1st Legion of the Purple Guard stared in terror at the colossal structure in the distance. An incredibly tall siege tower was being slowly dragged towards the city wall by bulls and laborers. "Don't panic. It's just a larger siege tower. Do what you normally do." On the city wall near the Chalicious Gate, Hakan, the flag captain of the 1st Legion of the Purple Guard army, shouted, slamming his fist into the shoulder of a soldier whose legs were trembling with fear. Hakan was a veteran of the Purple Guard army, one of the first Turks recruited by Legion commander Ibrahim. A former wanted criminal, he had repeatedly gained the favor of the emperor and the Legion commander through his exceptional archery skills, rising through the ranks to become a flag captain, commanding 200 soldiers. This time, he was ordered to defend the Chalicious Gate, leading his flag unit in a bloody battle against the relentless Ottoman onslaught. His entire flag unit of 200 men suffered heavy losses. After the Battle of Galata, nearly half of the more than 1,000 surrendered Turkic soldiers abandoned their faith in Allah before the bloody slaughter and joined the 1st Legion of the Purple Guard army. Forced to trample the Sultan's flag on the city walls in front of the Ottoman army, utter blasphemous words to Allah, and publicly burn the Quran, they had no way back and fought with extraordinary ferocity. "Captain, but this siege tower is probably taller than our walls. If it gets close, I'm afraid." "Shut up, coward." Hakan slapped the soldier across the face, making him stagger. "Messenger, report the situation to the Legion commander. We need reinforcements." He knew that with his 100 or so remaining soldiers, they couldn't possibly destroy this giant siege tower. Requesting reinforcements was essential. The Ottoman siege tower was indeed enormous, its frame composed of sturdy wooden beams, covered with specially treated cowhide, camel hide, and double-layered wooden palisades to protect the personnel inside. The lower half of the tower was filled with earth, and an earthen wall surrounded it, impervious to the small caliber cannons and muskets of the defenders. The siege towers were connected by ladders, which also served as bridges between the towers and the city walls. The top level was filled with archers and crossbowmen, their bows drawn and ready to fire, their gleaming arrows aimed at the defenders on the walls. An Ottoman officer dressed as a bey commanded from the top of the tower, repeating mechanical commands, drawing and releasing arrows again and again. Whoosh! Hakan drew his bow taut, raised his hand, and fired an arrow that bypassed the shield bearers in the front ranks, piercing the Ottoman officer's throat, turning his unspoken command into a gush of blood. A cheer erupted from the defenders on the walls, who looked at their captain with reverence. Archers, prepare. Launch volleys at the enemy ranged infantry on the tower, Hakan commanded, drawing his bow again and adjusting the angle. The soldiers followed his example, drawing their bows upwards, aiming at the sky. A rain of arrows fell, and many Ottoman soldiers fell. Hakan's lips curled into a faint smile. Earlier, His Majesty Isaac had inspected the Imperial Guard and proposed gradually replacing crossbows with new matchlock muskets as the army's long-range firepower. Hakan had immediately become agitated, standing up to argue his case and ultimately forcing the emperor to abandon the idea. Skilled archers could kill targets hiding behind cover with precise angle control. Could muskets do the same? The Ottoman soldiers quickly responded, increasing the number of shield bearers on the highest level of the towers to form a shield wall, protecting their heads as well. The giant siege towers drew closer to the city walls, and Hakan could already see the ferocious faces of the Ottoman soldiers. Greek fire, prepare, fire. On one of the towers, several Greek fire muskets instantly spewed forth raging flames, landing on the siege tower and setting a large area ablaze. The Ottoman soldiers, accustomed to this close-range yet powerful weapon, immediately fetched thick cowhides and covered the burning areas. Captain, I'm afraid simple Greek fire won't do much damage to this giant siege tower, Hakan nodded, gritting his teeth, glaring hatefully at the Ottoman soldiers swaggering atop the tower. Under the officer's command, they gradually brought the fire under control, eager to leap onto the city wall. All soldiers, put down your bows and arrows, switch to swords and shields, prepare to engage the enemy. Meanwhile, the Theodosian walls were under fierce attack from the Ottoman army. The attackers employed numerous ingenious tactics, and the defenders countered each move, resulting in a back-and-forth battle. Quickly, pour in the oil and pitch. At the foot of the southern section of the wall, Isaac busied himself searching for Ottoman tunnels, trying to thwart their plans in various ways. To be honest, the Ottoman tunnel engineering was quite impressive. More than a dozen tunnels of varying sizes were dug from the outskirts of Constantinople all the way to the base of the walls, cleverly avoiding overly hard rock and overly soft mud, a remarkably skillful feat. Even before the war began, Isaac had informed every commander defending the city of the possible Ottoman siege tactics, and special personnel were assigned to patrol and inspect each section of the city wall. Despite this, most of the tunnels were successfully dug to the edge of the wall. Only a small portion was discovered and stopped by the defenders in time. Grant! Here, Isaac shouted, and a German engineer came running from afar. Eastern Roman soldiers surrounded a newly discovered tunnel, shields and crossbows raised, shooting down Ottoman soldiers who tried to escape. This tunnel had been dug too far, reaching right to the center of the camp, where Ottoman soldiers hid, not daring to show their faces. Grant, the German engineer, quickly arrived with his engineering company, poured oil and pitch into the tunnel entrance, and set it ablaze. Soon, the Ottoman soldiers' agonizing screams began to echo, accompanied by painful coughs and angry curses. After the fire burned out, laborers piled earth and stones into the tunnel entrance, sealing it completely. Tunnel warfare relies on surprise attacks, appearing at unpredictable times and locations to catch the enemy off guard and gain a momentary advantage. However, Isaac had already anticipated their seemingly airtight plan and made countermeasures, effectively countering the Ottoman tunnel offensive. Water, fire, and smoke were the three most effective weapons against tunnel warfare, proven time and again. Smoke filled the air, cannons roared, arrows rained down, severed limbs and broken bodies littered the ground, and finally, the blood moon descended, the sun hanging in the sky. On the desolate battlefield, the attackers and defenders resembled two wounded boxers, exhausted and panting after a long period of punching and defending. At this point in the war, neither side could back down, forced to gamble everything on a chance for a turn of events. Southern Carpathian Mountains, Timish-Cerna Corridor. This corridor, located at the border of the Kingdom of Hungary and the Principality of Wallachia, connects the Transylvanian Plateau and the Lower Danube Plain, and has been an important trade and military route since ancient times. The Dacian kingdom built roads, established fortresses, and collected taxes here. After the Roman Empire brought this region under its control, it systematically renovated the roads, connecting them to the extensive road network within the empire. Even today, this ancient Roman road remains a major passage across the Carpathian Mountains, playing a vital role in the exchange between Danube and Black Sea civilizations. In a valley in the southern Carpathian Mountains, a sizable camp has been newly built. The area is rich in water and grass, and teeming with wildlife, making it ideal for a large army to temporarily encamp, replenish supplies, and rest. The camp is ablaze with colorful flags, most notably the raven banner of the Hunyadi family and the double-headed eagle banner of the Eastern Roman Empire. In the very center of the camp, the nominal commander-in-chief, Hunyadi Matthias, points and gestures on a map, his eyes brimming with excitement. Matthias, only 11 years old, was not yet capable of commanding a large army independently. The White Knight Janus specifically appointed Vlad and Stefan as military advisors, effectively leading the army's operations. Currently, our army has over 3,000 cavalry and over 1,000 infantry, totaling nearly 5,000. The Ottoman elite are concentrated in Constantinople, leaving our rear vulnerable. We lack sufficient troops in Bulgaria. We should be able to defeat them easily. Stefan was reporting the situation to Matthias. For this campaign, the Hunyadi family had deployed 3,000 troops, all light cavalry. In addition, they had specially dispatched a 20-man cataphracts to protect Matthias. After obtaining Hunyadi's approval, the Eastern Roman delegation recruited mercenaries in Transylvania with high salaries. Over 400 outlaws volunteered for the expedition and were incorporated into the fighting force. Furthermore, Vlad and Stefan, two exiled princes from Wallachia and Moldavia, each brought their own followers, totaling over 800 men. Thus, this hastily assembled crusaders embarked on their journey. The old, weak, and disabled left behind by the Ottomans are not a concern, and our main objective is not to annihilate them. The key is how we can successfully cross this corridor and reach the Wallachian plain. Matthias, true to his precocious nature, immediately identified the problem. Your Highness, leave this to me, Vlad said. The general guarding the Timish-Cerna corridor has a past with me. It was he who spared my life, allowing me to escape to Transylvania. Vlad had briefly ascended the throne of Grand Prince of Wallachia in 1448, becoming Vlad II of the Draculi family. His first coronation was unstable, quickly overthrown by pro-Ottoman nobles, forcing him to flee to the court in Hunyadi. Lord Anderson, do you have any opinions? Matthias asked. Your arrangements are excellent, Your Highness. Vlad, I give you 3 days. In 3 days, I will ascend the vast Wallachia plain, as you wish, dear Your Highness. On May 28, 1453, the Battle of Constantinople was raging. The Ottomans, aided by favorable omens and their formidable power, were gradually gaining the upper hands in this decisive battle. However, they were unaware that a storm was brewing. On May 24, the Christian coalition crossed the Carpathian mountain passes and arrived at the Wallachia plain. As expected, the Principality of Wallachia once again chose to remain neutral, refraining from interfering with the coalition. On May 27, the coalition reached Bulgaria, looting several Ottoman border villages and bringing the flames of war to Ottoman territory for the first time. On the same day, Albanian commander Skanderbeg and Oran military district commander Maruna organized an army to invade Ottoman-occupied southern Serbia, plundering its territory in the process. The Christian army's objective was neither to occupy land nor to annihilate troops. Their goal was singular and clear: to raise the banner of Jesus Christ and rush to the aid of the holy city, Constantinople. Chapter 114 Pursuit of the Exiles. Thud. On the walls of Theodosius, a Muslim squad leader clutched his bleeding neck, eyes wide, staring at the gray sky, before collapsing limply to his knees. Ibrahim, commander of the 1st Legion of the Purple Guard, panting heavily, drew his scimitar and leaned against the wall, surveying his surroundings. With the arrival of the Ottomans' massive siege towers, the previously tranquil northern section of the wall faced an unprecedented crisis. Ottoman soldiers poured onto the towers, leaping from the highest levels to engage the defenders in hand-to-hand combat. The walls near the Karas Gate were littered with the corpses of soldiers from both sides. Wails, groans, curses, and prayers, accompanied by the sounds of swords piercing flesh, filled the entire section of the wall. Blood and organs spilled from the wounded, casting a dark red glow on the black stone surface. The war was nearing its end. Soldiers on both sides knew this battle would likely determine the city's fate and the lives of tens of thousands. Caught between a will to die with the enemy, they fought frantically until their last breath. With insufficient manpower, Ibrahim, commander of the Purple Guard Legion in the northern section of the city wall, personally led his guards to hold back the fiercest fighting along the section of the wall. By this point, both sides' command and strategic information systems were essentially paralyzed. The soldiers' will was on the verge of collapse. They were bloodthirsty, disregarding everything else, only seeking to crush the enemy before them. Clang! An arrow fell from the top of the siege tower, striking Ibrahim at his feet, sparking and cracking against the stone slabs, startling him. Has the reinforcement arrived yet? Ibrahim roared, looking at the messenger. Go again and tell His Majesty that if he doesn't send anyone soon, we'll all be buried here. Yes. Before the words were finished, a crossbow bolt struck the messenger in the chest. The young soldier struggled to open his mouth, but could only spit out a mouthful of blood. Another wave of enemies is coming, someone shouted. Grab your weapons and prepare to engage the enemy. Ibrahim gritted his teeth, braced himself against the city wall, and struggled to his feet. Reinforcements are here. Below the city wall, the laborers responsible for transporting the wounded and providing supplies suddenly shouted, immediately attracting the attention of the defending soldiers. In the distance, along the city wall, a dozen burly men clad in heavy armor, carrying warhammers, were stomping across the ground. The giant at the head was carrying a large wooden barrel, and the ground seemed to tremble as he ran. Make way, Abel shouted in his newly learned Greek, and the laborers and soldiers standing by quickly stepped aside, making way for him. Mercenaries, their chests emblazoned with roaring boars, swiftly scaled the city walls, stepping over the corpses before charging towards the colossal siege tower. Heavy armored warriors charged, smashing through the ranks of the attacking Muslim soldiers, their warhammers flashing, sending sprays of blood flying. Ibrahim, seeing the giant's massive barrel, suddenly understood, and ordered his archers to clear a path for their allies. The remaining defenders, summoning their last ounce of courage, drew their bows taut with every ounce of their strength, firing repeatedly at the enemy soldiers blocking the path to the siege tower. Abel, like a titan from mythology, charged relentlessly, oblivious to the arrows piercing his armor and the blades cutting into his body. His eyes seemed fixed solely on the colossal siege tower. 20 steps, 10 steps, 5 steps. Finally, he kicked the last enemy blocking his path off the city wall, gritted his teeth, pulled the arrow from his shoulder, grabbed the barrel, and hurled it with all his might. The barrel flew several meters, crashing into the siege tower, revealing black powder. Gunpowder. Amid the Muslim soldiers' terrified shouts, Abel grinned, pulled out a torch, and threw it at the barrel. Boom, rumble, a fireball rose, accompanied by a heat wave and a deafening roar. As the smoke cleared, the defending soldiers looked towards the siege tower, their eyes filled with anticipation. Flames erupted from the siege tower. Some of the soldiers on the top floor were charred black, writhing and screaming in agony. But the siege tower remained standing. The defenders could not hide their disappointment. The entire city wall suddenly fell into deathly silence. Crack, snap, finally, a load-bearing beam snapped, pulling the defenders back from the brink of despair. Then, before everyone's eyes, the wooden beam snapped completely, and the entire siege tower collapsed with a deafening roar, kicking up a cloud of dust. Many Muslim soldiers who hadn't managed to evacuate could only watch helplessly as they drew closer and closer to the ground, until they crashed into the solid earth and their vision went black. Meanwhile, in the calm waters of the Golden Horn, a war to determine naval supremacy officially began. Fleet Commander, observations show the enemy fleet consists of approximately 60 Foster warships and nearly 10 medium-sized three-tiered galleys. They are not to be underestimated. This time, Fidel, the commander of the Mediterranean Fleet, was in charge of the combined fleet. Thanks to Isaac's advance warning, all ships held firm in the middle of the Golden Horn, and the sailors witnessed the incredible sight of ships sailing on land. One ship after another slid from the top of a nearby hill into the sea, sails billowing, masts standing tall, sailors bustling on deck, officers directing operations, drummers and musicians playing powerful music. The entire fleet seemed to be sailing on land. The sailors were stunned, deeply impressed by the sight of ships sailing on land, and even more convinced of their emperor's superiority. Signal. Lay the ship sideways. Not a single Foster ship will be allowed to reach the sea wall, Fidel ordered. The fleet dispersed and then converged, using the Grand Duke of Morea and the San Nicolas, two carracks, as the central hubs, and several large galleys such as the Grand Consul and Theodosius as fulcrums, laying the ships sideways, their dark cannons pointed towards the western sea. Fidel climbed the Grand Duke of Morea's watchtower, watching the ships gradually reach their designated positions, and breathed a sigh of relief. Before this, he had racked his brains to arrange the ships in appropriate positions, deliberately keeping the Venetian and Genoese ships far apart to avoid chaos. Even at the most crucial moment, these Italians refused to quiet down for a moment. Arguing and jostling were commonplace, and mutual accusations and attacks were constant. Lacking the emperor's prestige, he could only resort to this plan to prevent internal conflicts from escalating during the war. The combined fleet, arrayed like stars in the sky, filled the narrow Golden Horn, its central section forming a protective barrier behind them, like a maritime great wall. Fidel knew that in both land and sea warfare, to defeat the enemy, one must maximize strengths and minimize weaknesses, using one's advantages to counter the enemy's disadvantages, thus inflicting maximum casualties. The Foster's warships were fast, agile, and swift, allowing for free maneuvering and encirclement, an advantage that proved highly effective in the calm and narrow waters of the Golden Horn. The combined fleet was outnumbered by the Ottoman fleet, and its larger ships, with their deeper drafts, were unable to reach some shallows and struggled to maneuver, making them rather clumsy in the Golden Horn. However, the combined fleet possessed far more cannons and calibers than the Ottoman fleet, along with close-range defensive weapons such as Greek firearms and arquebuses, giving them an overwhelming advantage in firepower. Therefore, after discussing with His Majesty the Emperor, Fidel devised a battle plan aimed at maximizing the combined fleet's firepower advantage. His original idea was to connect all the ships with iron chains and planks, thus linking them together so that if one ship was subjected to boarding action, the sailors on other ships could provide immediate support. Just as he was basking in the glory of this plan and excitedly sharing it with His Majesty the Emperor, he was met with strong opposition from Isaac, forcing him to abandon the idea and, at His Majesty's insistence, equip several large ships with robust fire-resistant facilities. This strategy was entirely defensive, specifically designed to counter the Ottoman fleet's wolf-pack tactics. Attention! Enemy ships are almost fully prepared. Captains, check your weapons and equipment, sails, oars, and rudders. Maintain alert. In the western seas, swarms of Ottoman Fosters had begun their charge. They were clearly impatient, eager to open a sea route to the sea wall, thus forcing the already limited defending forces to further disperse. Fidel confirmed the fleet's formation was correct, grabbed a rope, and slid steadily down the deck. Come on, charge. Fight. Beyond this fjord's formidable barrier lies the Roman iron wall. At the Mardit Mountains, in the Golden Red Tent, the Ottoman army's high command was gathered, the atmosphere heavy. It is reported that Matthias has led his army across the Carpathian Mountains, galloping thousands of miles, traversing the Wallachian plain, and has reached the Bulgarian region. The traitor Skanderbeg has also led his troops to plunder the border. Blankovic is hesitant and observing. Karameh has looted several villages, and the White Sheep King Uzun Hasan is stirring. If the war continues to drag on, their large-scale plundering of the border will be inevitable sooner or later. On his throne, Mehmed I calmly informed his viziers, pashas, and beys of this news, his face hidden in shadow. Inside the large tent, a low murmur suddenly broke the silence. The generals looked anxious and somewhat lost. This is Zagan's fault. If he hadn't been wiped out in Galata, our morale wouldn't have suffered such a blow. How dare the neighboring countries be so presumptuous, Your Majesty? I suggest that Zagan be beheaded and his head displayed to the public to appease the army. A pure-blooded Turkic bey stood up, vehemently accusing Zagan Pasha while glancing expectantly at Grand Vizier Khalil beside him. Clang, a scimitar was drawn, and the Turkic bey, who had just been so impassioned, fell to the ground, his head rolling in disbelief. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Grand Vizier Khalil sheathed his bloodied sword and knelt on one knee. This man has disrupted the morale of the army. He should be executed. I have acted without authorization. I beg Your Majesty's punishment. Mehmed I was also caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, his gaze complex as he looked at Khalil's aged face. Teacher, Your Majesty, I have two suggestions. How they are implemented is up to your will. Please rise, please speak. Memdi sat up straight, listening intently. First, while the Constantinople garrison is demoralized by the celestial phenomenon, we should quickly negotiate peace with them, securing more tribute and privileges, and bring our remaining troops back to Edirne. The invading enemy will then be caught in a dilemma. We need time to recover our strength and prepare for the next siege. Memdi listened in silence. And the second, Khalil sighed softly, his expectant eyes dimming slightly. Second, block the news, gather all remaining forces, and launch a full-scale assault on the city to try and capture it, whether it's Skanderbeg and Blankovic in the west, or Karamanbi and Uzunhosen in the east. They can at most cause us some trouble, harassing the borders and creating chaos. The truly deadly threat is Uniti in the north. Their light cavalry are incredibly fast, able to bypass large fortresses and passes, and strike directly at our core. They could even cut down our entire force, creating a massive refugee pool, and dragging them south, causing our army besieging Constantinople to panic until they completely collapse. However, if we can capture Constantinople before the situation deteriorates, all the Christians' efforts will be in vain, ultimately ending in failure. But, Memdi stood up, gesturing with his right hand to stop Khalil from continuing. Since Grand Vizier agrees, then let's adopt this strategy. Issue my order, the entire army must advance. Anyone who retreats will be executed. Memdi, like a gambler who had lost everything, wore a crazed expression, his eyes filled with malice. The war continued. The Ottoman army launched its final assault, cannons firing relentlessly, siege towers, ladders, and battering rams all deployed. Soldiers charged desperately towards the city walls, trading wounds for wounded, blood for blood. Constantinople's reserves were long exhausted. Grand Duke Lucas, with the last militia, held the breach in the central wall, while the 1st Guard Corps temporarily withdrew to rest in the rear. The northern and southern sections of the walls also faced an unprecedented crisis. After 2 months of fierce fighting, weapons, equipment, and military supplies were becoming increasingly scarce. The consumption of Greek fire and gunpowder far exceeded expectations, and supply gaps had appeared on some of the city walls. On the Golden Horn, a pack of Foster ships launched a desperate charge against the combined fleet's impenetrable wall of ships, disregarding casualties. The combined fleet initially held the upper hand with superior artillery. But as more and more Foster ships approached the wall, a fierce boarding battle ensued. On May 29, 1453, the final battle that would decide the fate of Constantinople officially began. The war raged from dawn until dusk, the incessant cannon fire mingling with the urgent tolling of church bells throughout the city, striking the hearts of every soldier. At the gate of St. Romanus, Isaac and Constantine fought side by side, their respective guards flitting through every breach in the defenses, desperately holding on to this section of the wall that was almost completely destroyed. Evening fell, and the battle continued. The blood-red setting sun hung in the western sky, turning the entire heavens crimson. Above the walls, the eagle banners still flew. Beneath the city walls, the Ottoman army launched another massive offensive, seemingly attempting a final counterattack in the fading light of the setting sun. As the sun slowly sank below the horizon, the Ottoman offensive grew increasingly frenzied, repeatedly scaling the walls and breaching breaches, only to be thwarted time and again by the defenders' unwavering will. The evening glow hung across the sky like a raging fire. Look, what's that? In that instant, soldiers on both sides turned to gaze at the distant sunset. The sun's radiance gradually dimmed, and on the plain west of the Ottoman camp, a flag fluttered in the wind. A double-headed eagle. Then, more and more flags appeared, the ravens of the Uniti family, the flags of various mercenary groups, the family flags of Vlad and Stefan, one after another. Beneath these flags, an army bathed in the sunset's glow, dust billowing behind them. In that instant, something buried deep within their hearts began to subtly change. Panic, unease, despair, and helplessness quickly spread through the Ottoman camp. Soldiers on the city walls stared blankly at the distant crusaders, their lips trembling, utterly bewildered, as the defenders' swords pierced their throats. A deathly silence fell over the siege camp. Simultaneously, cheers and shouts echoed throughout the city walls. Many Christians wept, holding up their crosses and singing praises of Christ's blessings. The distant crusaders began their charge, stirring up clouds of yellow dust. In an instant, the Ottoman army's will crumbled. They no longer heeded God's command and began to flee in all directions. Our Christian brothers have come with an army of 100,000 to reinforce us. They will surely annihilate the Ottomans. Isaac climbed the tower, ripped down a double-headed eagle banner, and raised it high. He leaped down and ordered the city gates opened. Isaac mounted his horse, drawing his sword in one hand and raising the banner high in the other. In the name of our Lord Christ, in the name of the Roman Emperor, in the name of Constantinople, warriors, charge with me. Chapter 115. The eagle flag still stands. 1453, after learning of the situation at Constantinople, Matthias collected all the horses and led 1,000 elite soldiers on a night-long raid, bypassing fortresses and major cities, covering 1,000 miles to reach the walls of Constantinople before sunset. They suddenly appeared behind the siege camp and launched a charge against the Ottoman army. Several days earlier, rumors of a Christian crusade invasion of Ottoman territory had begun circulating among the lower-ranking Muslim soldiers, but the beys, pashas, and ulemas had all vehemently denied them, attributing the rumors to conspiracy by the Constantinople garrison. Now, the Christian cavalry from the west was the final straw, completely shattering the soldiers' morale. Before the Ottoman army could organize an effective defense, the first wave of cavalry had already reached them. The elderly, weak, and disabled remaining in the camp were utterly powerless to resist and fell victim to their blades. Then, the gate of St. Romanus in the middle of the Theodosian walls suddenly swung open. Seeing reinforcements arrive, the Constantinople defenders gritted their teeth, mustered their last strength, and charged out of the gates, shouting as they unleashed the pain and rage of the 2-month siege. They plunged their blades into the chests of their enemies, letting the warm blood splatter on them. Their chests bore the insignia of the crowned lion, their shoulders carried the emblem of the Constantine cross, and their waists held swords engraved with the 4 betas of the cross. They wielded halberds bearing the Lorraine cross, brandished warhammers carved with roaring boars, and raised banners emblazoned with the Armenian cross. Behind these surviving regular troops, many brave citizens of Constantinople grabbed weapons, rushed out of the city gates, and mercilessly attacked their fallen comrades. They had been frustrated for far too long. Since the rise of the Ottomans, the Eastern Roman Empire had suffered defeat after defeat. Bursa, Gallipoli, Thessalonians, Smyrna, one by one, once prosperous cities were lost. They retreated from Anatolia to the Balkans, fled from Thessaly to Thrace, until they had nowhere left to run and were trapped in Constantinople. When the Ottoman army of 200,000 men gathered in the capital, everyone was pessimistic, believing that the fall of Constantinople was only a matter of time, and the demise of the Eastern Roman Empire was inevitable. However, after 3 years of preparation and 2 months of holding out, with unwavering determination, Constantinople withstood the Ottoman onslaught time and again, stubbornly blocking the advance of the Turks, annihilating an enemy force many times their size, and inflicting a major defeat on the enemy at Galata, giving hope to the surrounding Christian forces. Now, finally, the long-awaited reinforcements had arrived. Now, the once invincible Ottoman army, under attack from both inside and outside, began to collapse, fleeing in disarray. Even now, the eagle banner still flies high above Constantinople. On Mount Maltepe, in the golden red tent, Memdi gazed at the distant, collapsing army, speechless for a moment. Keep charging. Don't retreat, cowards. Bastards. Suddenly, Memdi wildly waved his arms, roaring at the fleeing soldiers in the distance, drawing his sword with a clang. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Several ministers beside Memdi panicked. His eyes widened. The madness fading, replaced by regret and unease, his lips were tightly pressed together, bleeding. Your Majesty! Zagan Pasha shook Memdi's shoulders forcefully, pulling him back to reality. Memdi came to his senses. The entire army awaits your orders. To fight or to retreat, you must give us a definite answer. Mem looked around, seeing beys and pashas anxiously staring at him, panicked. To these men, he remained the Sultan of the Ottomans, the master of the Balkans and Anatolia, the spiritual anchor for all their soldiers. Memdi forced himself to regain his composure and focus his attention on the distant battle. It was clear that neither the invading Hungarian cavalry nor the Christian warriors emerging from the city were numerous or physically exhausted, fighting only with their last shred of willpower. Normally, these enemies would be no match for his elite Janissary guard. However, they had appeared at the right time and in the right place, causing a chain reaction. His vanguard had crumbled, leading to complete disarray and an uncontrollable collapse. Your Majesty, the soldiers' morale has plummeted, they are scattering in all directions. We cannot continue like this. Mahmud Pasha stepped forward and said. What do you think we should do? Now the soldiers are scattered, the generals are few, and Constantinople has received reinforcements. Continuing the siege is unrealistic. I'm afraid we must withdraw. The sun has already set. We can use the night to reorganize the army, disperse, and regroup in the southwest. Our immediate priority is not to wipe out the enemy forces nearby, but to bring the remaining troops back to Edirne as much as possible to avoid unnecessary losses, Mahmud said firmly. Muhammad's face was pale, his lips moving. Tell the commanders of the legions to withdraw, do as Mahmud says. He sighed deeply, threw down his sword, and it shattered on the ground with a crisp sound. The generals breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly left the camp to organize the withdrawal. The battlefield was bustling with noise, but the camp was deserted. Mahmud, I didn't heed your advice back then, which led to this defeat, Muhammad said, looking at the only remaining Zagan Pasha and Mahmud Pasha in the camp, his expression complex. Your Majesty, this is not the time for such talk. The Christians have invaded the borders, Karaman and the White Sheep have taken advantage of the chaos, and we have suffered heavy losses at the gates of Constantinople, but we can afford to lose. You are still the most honored Sultan, and we are still your most loyal servants. Victory and defeat are common in war. You must pull yourself together. Well said, Mahmud. Memdi opened his half-closed eyes and murmured. He bent down, picked up the sword, and handed it to Mahmud, who was kneeling on one knee. Take my sword, gather my personal guard, and soothe their hearts. Tell the soldiers that I will bring them home. They will follow you to the death. Mahmud took the sword, head held high, and walked out of the camp. Zagan Pasha was still waiting in the tent, watching his sultan. Memdi gradually recovered from the great blow, returning to being the ruler who never showed his emotions. Zagan, your orders, go and inform Karagabay to retreat north, then gather the remaining troops in Galata, take provisions, cross the Bosphorus, and head to Bursa. Bursa must be stabilized to prevent chaos in Anatolia. What about the fleet in the Golden Horn? It's beyond saving. Memdi shook his head decisively, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Evacuate the sailors to shore, burn or sink all the ships, destroy all the siege towers and cannons as well. The Christians cannot obtain them. Yes, Zagan Pasha left, and Mem gazed at the empty tent, his expression uncertain. At dawn on May 30, 1453, the chaotic battle in Constantinople finally ended. All organized Ottoman troops had withdrawn from Constantinople, fleeing in several directions. Mahmud Pasha, wielding the Sultan's sword, led the remaining Sultan's personal guard to withstand another charge by the light cavalry, buying enough time for the rest of the army to retreat. The Hungarian light cavalry, exhausted from their long march and hampered by poor visibility in the darkness, chose not to continue the pursuit, bypassing the Ottoman army from the north and entering Constantinople to rest. The naval battle in the Golden Horn also ended simultaneously. The Ottoman Forster fleet failed to break through the Great Wall of sea defenses before Hungarian reinforcements arrived, and with the remaining fleet, hid in the shallows of the northwestern Golden Horn. As the artillery units withdrew, the Forster fleet lost the protection of its land-based cannons. Some ships surrendered to the Eastern Roman fleet, while others cowered in a corner, becoming easy targets. Left with no other option, Bardoghal ordered his soldiers to scuttle the fleet, and the sailors scrambled ashore, escaping from the north shore. Thus ended the Battle of Constantinople. The Eastern Roman Empire, with only 10,000 defenders and a single isolated city, had withstood a 2-month-long, relentless attack by the Ottoman army of over 200,000 men and over 100 cannons, significantly weakening the Ottoman army's morale and numbers, and foreshadowing a shift in the surrounding political landscape. Of the Ottoman army of over 200,000, nearly 100,000 were killed or wounded, over 20,000 surrendered, and over 40,000 went missing. Memdi, under the protection of Mahmud Pasha, fled back to Edirne, where he rallied his remaining forces, finding only about 60,000 men. The significance of this battle was undoubtedly immense. The once invincible Ottoman army suffered a crushing defeat at the gates of Constantinople, losing most of its elite forces. Memdi's prestige was severely damaged, giving previously hesitant factions an opportunity. In the Balkans, pro-Ottoman forces in Serbia suffered a major blow, and Grand Duke Blankovic immediately launched an invasion of the border. On the Anatolian plateau, Ibrahim I of Karamanbi finally abandoned his pretense and assembled a large army to launch another attack on the Ottoman-occupied Ankara region. In the Mashriq region, King Uzun Hasan of the area seized the opportunity to attack the Ottoman staunch ally, the Kingdom of Dulkadirbi, achieving a series of victories. In the Pontus Mountains, Trebizond loudly declared his joining the holy war against the Ottomans, and King John IV personally led his army westward out of Sinope, vowing to restore the glory of the Comnene dynasty, only to be routed by the local garrison and forced to flee in disarray. In the inner city of Edir, the capital of the Ottoman Empire, in a grand mansion, Grand Vizier Khalil sat alone at the table, staring blankly at the glass on it. The Battle of Constantinople had been lost, the empire's borders were engulfed in war, the Sultan's prestige was tarnished, infighting raged in the central government, and the provinces were militarily depleted, a picture of decline. He couldn't help but recall that just a few years ago, this empire was thriving. Murad II was enlightened and magnanimous, the monarch and his ministers lived in harmony, the generals worked together, and the people were devoted to him. Khalil, how have I treated you? Your kindness will never be forgotten. Support my son well, in the name of God. Khalil remembered that on Murad II's deathbed, the dying sultan entrusted his young son to a loyal old minister. After Murad II's death, countless people urged him to support young Ahmed to ascend the throne, to oppose Muhammad II, and thus seize power. He refused. He knew that his student Muhammad disliked him, knew that he harbored lofty ambitions, and knew that he might retaliate in the future, deposing or even killing him. However, he still resolutely sent Murad II's dying wish to Manisa immediately, summoning Muhammad II back to Edirne and forbidding young Ahmed from leaving the palace. He knew all too well that a young son's ascension to the throne would fail to quell the ambitions of those around him, leading to endless turmoil within the empire. Just now, after the defeat at Constantinople, Khalil, responsible for overseeing the transport of provisions, was the first to return to Edirne. Immediately, many people, for various reasons, probed Khalil's intentions, attempting to use the Grand Vizier to overthrow Mehmed I and install his son, Bayezid. Khalil resolutely refused, imprisoning all these rebels and dispatching soldiers to secure Prince Bayezid's residence, repairing passes, reorganizing the army, stabilizing public morale, and inventorying military supplies, awaiting the Sultan's return. When Mehmed I returned, Khalil led the capital's civil and military officials to the city gates to greet him. He could sense that beneath the Sultan's praise lay deep suspicion. The panicked cries of servants and the screams of women echoed from the gates, the sounds of clashing armor and weapons growing louder as they approached. The door opened, and several fully armed Janissary soldiers burst in, sealing off every corner of the study. Zagan Pasha entered, finding only the quietly seated Grand Vizier Khalil. He seemed to have already foreseen his fate. Chandalil Khalil, in collusion with Christians and with Constantinople, leaked their military deployments and plans to the Constantinople garrison, leading to the complete defeat of Galata and Constantinople. A large number of correspondence, weapons, armor, and gold artifacts were found in several of your residences in the capital, clearly indicating treason. You have been arrested on the Sultan's orders. Zagan Pasha presented a decree bearing the seal of Mehmed I and a document filled with search records. Khalil remained unmoved, not even raising his head. Is there anything you want to say? After my death, will you be the Grand Vizier? Zagan Pasha was taken aback, clearly not expecting this question. His Majesty intends to divide the power of the Grand Vizier, with me as the seal-bearer Vizier and Mahmud as the sword-bearer Vizier. The powers of diplomacy and finance will also be divided. It should have been done long ago. Khalil nodded and smiled. For some reason, a sudden sense of defeat arose in Zagan Pasha's heart, making him somewhat angry. Do you plead guilty? What crime? Betraying the Sultan, attempting to overthrow the Ottoman Empire. Khalil finally turned his head, staring intently at Zagan Pasha, anger and sorrow simultaneously appearing on his aged face. My ancestors followed Osman I when he was still a chieftain of a small tribe. My ancestors besieged Bursa with Osman I for 9 years, never leaving the battlefield. My ancestors fell before the fall of Bursa, and his sons continued to fight alongside Orhan I. My great-grandfather helped Orhan I raise the Ottoman flag at Gallipoli, enabling Osman's descendants to roam the European continent. The Chandal family has served the Ottomans for generations. My family, my grandfather, uncle, and father all served as Grand Viziers. I am the fourth. Since succeeding my father, I have worked diligently and loyally, assisting Sultan Murad I in bringing this war-torn country back on track. Decades of effort have brought peace and prosperity, and the people's hearts are with me. How could you possibly understand this glory etched into your bones, this faith flowing in your blood? I have never rebelled. Khalil stood up, proudly raising his head. His previously hunched figure suddenly straightened, appearing surprisingly tall. Zagan Pasha's face turned pale. He reached for his waist, but a hand pressed down on it. Muhammad I emerged from the shadows, expressionless. "Teacher," the crowd remained silent. Khalil gazed deeply at Muhammad, smiled, a smile tinged with 6 parts sorrow, 3 parts pleading, and 1 part relief. "I understand." He picked up the glass on the table, raised it to Muhammad, and drank it all in one gulp. On June 5, 1453, after his rebellious plot was exposed, Grand Vizier Chandra Khalil of the Ottoman Empire committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Mehmed I blamed the defeat in Constantinople entirely on Grand Vizier Khalil, swiftly eradicating his faction and carrying out a massive purge in the capital, eliminating all potential threats and preferring to kill the innocent rather than let the guilty go free. He spared only Khalil's youngest son, Ibrahim the Younger, as a final act of mercy towards the veteran. He used the vast sums of money obtained from the purge to appease the army, rebuilding it based on Janissary trainees and returning veterans, continuing to recruit defeated troops, appointing Mahmud Pasha as Vizier of the Sword, and boldly promoting young officers, increasing the army's size to 80,000. Mehmed I's radical actions quickly sparked unrest around the capital, with many landowners and gentry whose interests were threatened rising up in rebellion. However, their forces were too weak and riddled with internal conflicts, and they were quickly suppressed. The Bektash order and the Imachari, deeply intertwined with the Ottoman dynasty, continued to side with Mehmed I, declaring the rebellion illegal and calling on Muslims to take up arms to defend their homeland. However, regardless of the circumstances, almost all Ottomans were gripped by immense fear upon learning of the defeat at Constantinople. They all knew all too well that the golden age established by Mehmed I and Murad I, unique to the Ottoman Empire, was finally coming to an end. Chaos was imminent. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Marrying Off Dad? On the eastern edge of the Abari Desert lies the Sebha Oasis, home to the city of Sebha. Located on the northern edge of the Sahara Desert, this area experiences sparse rainfall and a hot, arid climate throughout the year. The inhabitants primarily live near oases, cultivating dates, palm trees, and olives, while also raising camels and fine wool sheep. Sebha was once the capital of the Fezzan Kingdom, a vital trading post and distribution center. During peak season, numerous caravans crossed the Sahara's formidable barrier to travel north for trade, with gold, salt, slaves, and dates being highly valued commodities. The Sahara, seemingly endless and an absolute no-go zone for most life, is not without pathways. Since the 7th century, Arabs arrived in North Africa and gradually gained control of the Sahara trade routes, acting as middlemen between sub-Saharan Africa and Europe, amassing considerable wealth. 12th century after the incarnation of God, trans-Saharan trade flourished, with countless caravans driving camels across this uninhabited region annually. The 14th century was the golden age of the Sahara trade, during which nearly 2/3 of Europe's gold originated from sub-Saharan Africa. This trade route held immense historical importance. The Mediterranean region was rich in salt but lacked gold, while sub-Saharan Africa was rich in gold but lacked salt. The trans-Saharan trade connected these two regions, facilitating the highly profitable gold and salt trade. Divided by their starting and ending points, the Sahara trade routes are mainly divided into 3 sections. The western route, from Morocco to the Niger River bend, was a moderate distance, providing direct access to the gold and slave-producing regions, and was the most prosperous route since the Middle Ages. The central route, starting from Tunis, passing through Tripoli and Saba, and ending at Lake Chad in north-central Africa, was the shortest and flourished with the rise of the Bonu Empire. It is also one of only 2 routes still in operation today. The eastern route began in the Nile River basin, heading south to the Sudanese region, then traversing the Sahel steppe of Central Africa, and finally reaching the Niger Bend. This route, too far, was gradually abandoned by merchants and lost its former glory. As one of the hubs of the central route, Sebha naturally amassed considerable wealth through trans-Saharan trade. Its lords used the trade routes to subdue various tribes and establish the Fezzan Kingdom. After its crushing defeat in the Battle of St. Josephine, the Fezzan Kingdom's northern coastal region was occupied by the Grand Duchy of Sirte, while its southern region was divided into 3 parts, constantly warring among themselves for pastures and oases. Beginning in 1451, Count Adnan, who occupied Uga, allied with the Slavist legion, launching 4 successive attacks on King Abdullah, who held Sebha, finally defeating him decisively in early 1453 and capturing Sebha. After completely annihilating the last remaining warlord forces, Count Adnan moved his center of power to the city of Sebha, converting the mosque into an Orthodox church. In the name of jihad, he annexed nearby lands and granted them to the local Sheikh tribes who were willing to convert to Orthodoxy. Meanwhile, a fierce argument was unfolding in the Sebha lord's mansion. "My lord, in my opinion, Caliph Yahy's suggestion is worth considering. The emperor has been away from Byzantium for nearly 2 years and is currently deeply embroiled in the war in Constantinople. With 200,000 Ottoman troops launching a fierce attack, even His Majesty, with his extraordinary talent, will likely find it difficult to escape unscathed. The Slavic legion is currently facing off against the Hafs dynasty's army at Misrata, and the remaining legions of the Janissaries are at Tobruk fortress. Jaffa and Sirte are extremely vulnerable. We can seize this opportunity to raise an army and march north. With a single call to arms, great things can be accomplished. Caliph Yahya has promised that if we revert to our faith in Allah, he will immediately appoint you as the emir of Sirte, and you, a newly surrendered tribal sheikh, bowed, earnestly advising while secretly glancing at Adnan's face. Enough, another voice rang out. It was a merchant from Ugu. In recent years, he had made a fortune in the Cyrenaica trade system by mining iron ore, and had recently been elected an executive member of the Cyrenaica United Merchants Association. "We have long since converted to Christianity, and we once publicly humiliated Allah. Will the ulamas tolerate us? The city of Ugu has been converted to Orthodoxy for 6 years. The common people are already accustomed to mass and prayer. The priests own considerable land and religious orders. Now that they have converted to Allah, it will inevitably cause unrest. Furthermore, our military strength is simply insufficient to conquer any large city with a garrison. You are asking the Count to gamble with his hard-earned wealth, to benefit others. Our food and arms supplies are heavily dependent on the Cyrenaica United Merchants Association. If we rebel now, how will we solve these 2 problems?" The merchant's words left everyone speechless for a moment. Soon, whispers began to circulate again. "Must we forever remain subservient to a foreign emperor? Don't forget, he once utterly defeated you, but, I don't think he'll be so lucky this time. This is treason." Count Adnan, listening to this endless argument and clamor, watching these nobles and gentry use all sorts of high-sounding words to mask their greedy ambitions, suddenly felt irritated and closed his eyes. Ever since His Majesty Isaac left Byzantium and Prince Justinian and Queen Leonor began their regency, tribes from all over Sirte would frequently come to him to probe his intentions. This situation reached its peak after the siege of Constantinople and the emperor's complete disappearance. Various interest groups tried to pull him to their side, and arguments and debates became the norm at territorial meetings. Some demanded repentance before Allah, conversion to Sunni Islam, and a northward march to occupy the increasingly prosperous Jaffa region in the trade system. Some suggested upholding the Christian faith while striving for the independence of the territory and establishing their own duchy. Others firmly stood with Emperor Isaac, demanding military aid for Queen Leonor, who was struggling in Misrata. Many more believed in remaining neutral, strengthening their own power, and waiting for the situation to unfold. Count Adnan consistently adopted a policy of neither approving nor opposing these opinions, never expressing them publicly. Over the years, he had indeed benefited greatly from the trade network throughout Sirte and Cyrenaica. The postal system and the 3-tiered road system connected the entire territory, linking it to Mediterranean trade, allowing talent, goods, and gold to flow along the trade routes. However, as a ruler, he certainly harbored ambitions. The expansion of his territory, the increase in population, and the strengthening of his power were all intoxicating. But compared to the other barbaric and clumsy Sheikh tribes, he, having studied in Baghdad, was more cautious and prudent, repeatedly evaluating matters in his mind to make the most correct choice, and not easily blinded by illusory gains. This time, Adnan hesitated genuinely. Almost no one believed Constantinople could hold out. The mere thought of the Ottoman army of over 200,000 was terrifying. The territories of Cyrenaica and Sirte, besieged by multiple forces, seemed precarious, like a lone boat about to capsize in the storm. But Count Adnan harbored doubts. Could that young emperor truly fail? Unlike some of the southern tribes of Sheikh, Count Adnan had witnessed the emperor's glorious victories many years ago, though as a defeated figure, a mere backdrop. He couldn't make up his mind. When the queen summoned his vassals, he pondered deeply, but ultimately didn't refuse, fulfilling his promise by entrusting 500 men to his son, Murat, to fight in the Battle of Misrata. "What is the situation in Cyrenaica now?" Adnan finally spoke, glancing at his advisor and signaling the others to remain silent. The emperor's North African territories were divided into two parts, the Principality of Sirte and the Kingdom of Cyrenaica. Rebellions had arisen on both sides to varying degrees, but the situations differed. The remaining Sheikh tribes of Sirte were led by Count Adnan, while the local merchants and gentry of Cyrenaica were subservient to Count Yurgubay. Count Yurgubay refuses to meet with any visitors and spends his days with the Prime Minister of Isert. "We've contacted some local merchants, most of them are beneficiaries of the system, and their rebellious sentiments aren't strong," with Count Yurgubay clearly expressing his refusal to intervene. "It's unlikely that Cyrenaica will see any further turmoil," an advisor replied. HMPH. A bunch of cowards. Sooner or later, a sheikh supporting the rebellion cursed loudly. Count Adnan rubbed his aching eyes, his mind a jumbled mess. Just as he thought today's meeting would end as usual, without any resolution, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside the council chamber. The door opened, and a servant entered, hastily handing a letter to Count Adnan. On May 29, 1453, the Lord incarnated, and the emperor decisively defeated the Ottoman army of 200,000 at Constantinople, annihilating more than half of the enemy. The Hafs dynasty army achieved little and is currently retreating. The letter was brief, signed by his son, Murat in Misrata. Adnan felt a moment of relief, then a flicker of hope crossed his mind. He turned to the loudest shouters below, a hint of pity in his eyes. Insubordination, collusion with rebels, tantamount to treason, drag them out and execute them. In June 1453, news of the victory at the Battle of Constantinople spread rapidly along the Mediterranean coast, causing a great uproar. No one could have imagined that an aging empire, an isolated city overseas, and an army of fewer than 10,000 could actually defeat the once invincible Ottoman Empire, forcing its 200,000 troops to flee. The subdued religious atmosphere in the Christian world suddenly invigorated, everyone eagerly celebrating the great victory at Constantinople, their faces gleaming with pride. In contrast, the Muslim world was devastated. The mighty Ottoman Empire had once again suffered a crushing defeat at the gates of Constantinople. This city seemed like a nightmare for the Islamic world, one it could never escape. Since Babur's recapture of Jerusalem, the Islamic world had never suffered such a devastating blow in its struggle against the Christian world. The Hafsid dynasty at Misrata immediately withdrew its troops back home, not even having time to pack up their camps. The Mamluk army, having failed to capture Tobruk for a long time, was demoralized and, upon learning the news, also immediately withdrew. Pope Nicholas V commended the Hunaidi father and son, and the Constantine father and son, for their outstanding achievements, declaring May 30th a day of remembrance, with priests scheduled to offer prayers and blessings annually. The kings of Portugal and Aragon immediately sent congratulatory letters and gifts to Constantinople, indicating they would severely punish any misconduct that occurred during the siege. Other Christian nations also sent congratulatory gifts. Even the kings of England and France, deeply embroiled in the 100 Years' War, sent standardized congratulatory letters. Father, in his study, Constantine Zai didn't look up, his quill pen flying across the paper. Put the reply aside for now, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? Constantine stopped writing, looking at his son. Have you felt lonely? Isaac racked his brains, carefully considering how to express himself effectively. Lonely? Constantine's eye looked at Isaac's mysterious expression, somewhat puzzled. Speak plainly. For the future of the empire, could you sacrifice your personal feelings? I've heard that Grand Duke Blankovich's daughter, Mara Blankovich, is beautiful and virtuous, perfectly suited to be your new queen. Constantine's eye froze for a few seconds. You mean, Murad I's wife, Lady Mara? Exactly. Isaac looked at his father's somewhat astonished face. Mara Blankovich, daughter of Durad Blankovich, had married Ottoman Sultan Murad I as part of the conditions for peace between the two countries. Murad I treated her purely as a tool for a political marriage, never touching her. To this day, she remains a virgin. Lady Mara suffered greatly in Murad I's court, utterly devoid of status and dignity. But it was in this cold, indifferent court that Lady Mara met a lonely and unruly child. Perhaps due to their similar experiences, Mrs. Mara quickly took a liking to the child, treating him as her own son, teaching him grammar and art, and acting as a loving mother during his most lonely and vulnerable years. The child also loved Mara very much, regarding her as his mother and always showing her great respect and affection. That child was none other than the current Ottoman Sultan, Mehmed I. In the original timeline, after Murad I's death, Mrs. Mara bid farewell to Mehmed I and returned to Serbia, where she lived a secluded life. "If God can rescue me from Murad I's court, I will spend the rest of my life serving God," Mrs. Mara said. However, it is clear that she did not completely relinquish worldly affairs and played a significant role in Balkan history. Later, when Mehmed I prepared to attack Serbia, a single letter from Mrs. Mara caused tens of thousands of troops to retreat. In the original timeline, Constantine I had no children and sent his ministers to seek marriage alliances, one of whom was Mrs. Mara. Unfortunately, she refused. Having lived in the Ottoman court for over a decade, the Mara knew better than anyone the strength of the nation and naturally had no desire to board the sinking ship that was Constantinople. However, Isaac deciphered the hidden meaning between the lines in Archduke Duran's letter. Serbia was preparing to align itself with the Eastern Roman Empire. The situation in the Balkans after the Battle of Constantinople was rather strange. Ottoman power was declining, gradually losing control over its vassal states, while Hungary's power was growing. Wallachia and Moldavia were both moving closer to unity to counter a possible Ottoman counterattack. However, Durandovich harbored deep hatred for unity and was clearly unwilling to submit like other rulers. Therefore, this cunning politician set his sights on the seemingly rising Eastern Roman Empire. "They need us to counterbalance the power of the Ottomans in Hungary, and we also need an ally rooted in the Balkans. Skanderbeg is ultimately weak, Blankovic is the best choice. Furthermore, we have a long-standing friendship with Serbia. Your mother was Serbian." This is Blankovic's letter. How you reply is up to you. Isaac handed the letter to Constantine I and left the study. From any perspective, a marriage alliance with Serbia is a good choice, greatly aiding Isaac's Balkan strategy. He believed Constantine I would understand. Second update, a bit late, please forgive me. Chapter 117 Balkan Agreement. Constantinople, the Grand Palace, the Hippodrome. Isaac and Constantine I stand side by side, inspecting the newly formed 3rd Legion of the Purple Guard. After the Battle of Constantinople, the Ottoman Empire's 200,000-strong army scattered like birds and beasts. Matthias and Isaac led a portion of their elite cavalry to gather them, obtaining over 24,000 surrendered soldiers. Of these 24,000, approximately one-third were combat soldiers, with the remainder being auxiliary troops and militia. After negotiation, these prisoners were divided 50-50, with each side receiving over 12,000 men. These soldiers came from diverse backgrounds. Some belonged to the elite Capicularu and Janitary legions of the Ottoman central government, while others were infantry and Akinki light cavalry recruited from Anatolia by the Azab conscription. Many also came from Ottoman vassal states such as Kendarbi and Ilkadarbi. Isaac selected the elite from among these men, forcing them to convert to Orthodoxy and incorporating them into the various legions of the Purple Guard. The remaining laborers and soldiers who refused to convert to Orthodoxy were all enslaved and forced to participate in the reconstruction of the Theodosian walls and the city of Galata. The commander of the 3rd Legion of the Purple Guard was Mehmet, the former deputy commander of the 1st Legion, with officers drawn from the veterans of the 1st Legion. Mehmet was also one of Isaac's old followers, having served diligently for many years and possessing exceptional abilities and strategic vision far surpassing his colleagues. According to Isaac's arrangement, the 1st and 2nd Legions of the Purple Guard would remain in Constantinople as part of the capital's garrison, with their expenses shared equally by Constantine I and Isaac. The 1st Legion was Isaac's earliest unit, ensuring its loyalty. The 2nd Legion, based primarily on Orhan's followers, was fiercely loyal to Mehmed I and was not a concern for rebellion. As for the newly established 3rd Legion, its loyalty was very low. Isaac dared not leave them in Constantinople and planned to transport them, like the other units, to Cyrenaica, hoping time would sow discord between them. Led by their officers, the soldiers underwent basic command and battle drills, their heads drooping, looking listless. In just 2 months, they had fallen from grace, abruptly awakening from the extreme fervor of holy war, transforming from proud jihadist warriors into prisoners, a situation they found difficult to accept. "Father," said one soldier, "although Mehmed I has temporarily retreated, defeated and fled back, his kingdom is vast and powerful. Sooner or later, he will quell the unrest and return to Constantinople. Therefore, The soldier continued, the capital's defenses must be prioritized from this point forward. This includes not only the army and city walls, but also the training of the city's militia, the modernization of weaponry, and the stockpiling of military supplies. The Theodosian walls are no longer suitable for the new warfare model. I will summon the architects of the territory to discuss a plan to strengthen the city's defenses. Constantine Xi nodded. This was in line with his own thoughts. I will do my best to complete the logistical support for the troops. You don't need to worry about that. Once this matter is settled, hurry back to Byzantium. Leonor and Justinian must be very anxious. As for your follow-up plan, we will implement it immediately once our strength has recovered, Constantine Xi said. War is cruel. After 2 months of bloody fighting, the once nearly 10,000 defenders were reduced to just over 4,000, more than half their original strength lost. With Isaac's current military strength, they might not even be able to defeat the local Ottoman garrisons in open battle. However, war is also the best crucible. The soldiers who experienced the bloody Battle of Constantinople were like swords tempered in fire, becoming even sharper. These veterans are the greatest asset a war leaves to a nation. They are loyal and reliable, skilled in battle and unyielding. Using these veterans as junior officers to replenish the legions with new recruits can quickly restore the troops' combat effectiveness and cohesion. In the Battle of Constantinople, both the Eastern Roman Empire and the Ottoman Empire suffered heavy losses. The defeated Ottoman Empire was beset by internal and external troubles, busy stabilizing the situation and unable to launch another attack on Constantinople for a long time. The victorious Eastern Roman Empire also suffered heavy losses and was temporarily unable to achieve further gains. As for the other parties involved in the war, they could only cause trouble for the Ottoman Empire on the border, unable to directly defeat it. Regarding the situation in the Balkans after the war, Isaac had a vague plan in mind, but due to insufficient strength, he had to put it aside for the time being. The alliances and rivalries among the Balkan countries, the trading privileges of Latin merchants in Constantinople, the plundering along the Aegean coast, the arrangements and disposal of the remaining Crusader states. To resolve these issues, a strong military force was necessary. Your Majesties, Sfrancius rode up from a distance, dismounted, and knelt on one knee. His Highness Matthias has returned with his army and is waiting in the council chamber. The envoy of the Grand Duke of Serbia has also arrived in Constantinople at the same time and has been arranged to stay in another palace. Isaac and Constantine Xi exchanged a glance and quickly assigned tasks. In the council chamber of the Grand Palace, Isaac met Hunidi Matthias, who had led his army back. At this moment, he was looking at the new matchlock muskets decorated on the wall with great interest, picking one up to examine it closely. Vlad sat to the side, still with a gloomy expression. Greetings, Your Majesty, it is a pleasure to see you again. Matthias put down the musket and bowed respectfully. This future famous Raven King was now just a young boy, but he had already begun to show remarkable strategic planning abilities. Vlad also stood up and bowed to Isaac. You like this musket? Isaac said with a smile, gesturing for the two to sit down. Exquisite craftsmanship, novel and unique design, clearly the work of a master. I heard that you have equipped your 3rd Guard Legion with a large number of new matchlock muskets, which played a brilliant role in the Battle of Constantinople. Is this the kind of musket? Matthias asked. Indeed, this matchlock musket is produced in the firearms factory in Aragay. Compared with the traditional old-fashioned matchlock muskets, it is more convenient for the shooter to use, and can greatly improve accuracy and rate of fire. Of course, there are also many drawbacks. The biggest drawback is that it is too expensive to manufacture, so I can only afford to equip one legion with it. I wonder if this matchlock musket is for sale. Of course, if you want it, I will give you the best possible discount as a reward for our friendship. Isaac took the musket down from the wall and handed it to Matthias. This musket is for you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Matthias looked at the intricate patterns and gilded Greek letters on the musket, delighted, his still childish face filled with joy. In recent years, Isaac had been sending out a number of new matchlock muskets manufactured by the Aragay Firearms Factory, attempting to expand sales and gradually free the factory from administrative financial support, enabling it to achieve self-sufficiency and profitability. Increased profits would, in turn, stimulate technological advancements, creating a positive cycle. By the way, where's His Excellency Stefan? Hasn't he returned yet? Isaac looked around, not finding Stefan. Your Majesty, as per your request, our main attack this time was on the Burgos region. successfully wiping out the remaining Ottoman troops and rescuing the Christian people from the iron heel of the Turks. We also conducted reconnaissance along the Bosphorus Strait, focusing on the troop deployment near the fortress of Cutthroat. Vlad stood up and reported. What's the situation? There are still nearly 2,000 defenders inside the fortress of Cutthroat, and the Anatolian fortress on the opposite bank is also heavily guarded. Without large siege weapons, I'm afraid we'll have a hard time taking these fortresses. Stephen is still inspecting the north and is expected to return tomorrow. After the Battle of Constantinople, Isaac asked Matthias to stay temporarily to help him clear out the area around Constantinople, take in refugees, and help them settle in the city. Unfortunately, due to Constantinople's current dire strategic situation, even if he could defeat the Ottoman army, it would be difficult to recover much of the lost territory. When military strength is relatively weak, to occupy a piece of land surrounded by wolves, one must have a city on that land that can be held for a long time. This city should have both a large population and strong defenses. Without a strong city as support, even if one can temporarily occupy villages and towns, the rule will be like a rootless duckweed, difficult to sustain. West of Constantinople lies the vast eastern Thrace plain. The only city meeting both of these conditions is Adrianople, also known as Edirne, the current capital of the Ottoman Empire. East of Constantinople lies the Anatolian Peninsula. The closest defensible major city to Constantinople is Bursa, the former capital of the Ottoman Empire. Therefore, Isaac and Constantine could only push the borders back to the pre-battle state of Constantinople, namely, reclaiming the Messenger region abandoned by the Ottoman army. In addition, Isaac planned to send some cavalry north along the Black Sea to plunder Ottoman villages and relocate Bulgarian and Greek Orthodox Christians to the vicinity of Constantinople to bolster the capital's population. I understand. In any case, thank you for your assistance. What are your plans next? Isaac asked. My father wrote that you are discussing with him about holding a joint conference. Matthias put down his musket and asked. Yes. I intend to convene all the Christian nations in the Balkans that are threatened by the Ottomans to discuss a feasible common plan to deal with the Ottoman invasion. The envoys from Albania and Serbia have arrived, and the envoys from the other nations are on their way. At the end of June 1453, envoys from the Balkan nations arrived by ship in Constantinople, the magnificent city where the Ottoman Empire had just suffered a crushing defeat, to discuss important matters. This conference was jointly convened by Isaac and Hunyadi, representing the two most powerful forces in the Balkans besides the Ottomans. Almost all the Christian nations in the Balkans received invitations, and most sent envoys to attend. Albania, Serbia, Wallachia, Moldavia, Epirus, Bosnia, Kefalonia, and Zakynthos. In addition, Holy Roman Emperor Frederick III, Pope Nicholas V, the Knights Hospitaller, the Republic of Genoa, and the Republic of Venice also sent envoys as observers of the conference, not participating in the discussions or signing of agreements. For a time, Constantinople became the focus of this eventful gathering. Under the arrangement of Isaac and Constantine, more than a dozen flags of various shapes and sizes fluttered in the wind above the Grand Palace, seemingly bringing this weathered city back to its glorious past of being a cradle of nations. On June 30, 1453, the conference officially convened. The envoys first praised the holy war achievements of Constantine and his son, and Hunyadi and his son, expressing their heartfelt gratitude and support for their contributions. Under the deliberate guidance of Isaac and Matthias, the conference continued in a harmonious and congenial atmosphere. The interests of the Balkan states were not aligned. Some were not enthusiastic about further weakening the Ottoman Empire, while others harbored deep-seated conflicts that nearly erupted at the conference. These issues were anticipated by Isaac and Hunyadi, who did not dwell on these minor details. Any proposals with significant disagreements were shelved for later. However, all states agreed that the Ottoman expansion could not be allowed to continue and that any future aggression should be prevented. Thus, the conference proceeded remarkably efficiently, producing an agreement acceptable to all envoys in just 3 days. This agreement was lengthy and complex, employing ambiguous and vague language in many clauses. Its central purpose was singular, to jointly curb the Ottoman Empire's expansion and protect the land of Jesus Christ from invasion. However, the entire agreement lacked any binding force, merely retaining an appealing call to action for support of Christian allies. No states were obligated to comply. On July 5, 1453, The participating states formally signed the Balkan Agreement in Constantinople, declaring mutual support and cooperation in countering the threat of the Ottoman Empire. The nations also agreed to establish the Balkan Parliament, to be convened in case of emergencies to discuss solutions. After the agreement was signed, the previously highly tense Ottoman Empire and the Venetian Republic instantly relaxed. They clearly did not believe this tentative agreement could jeopardize their fundamental interests. The participating nations likely shared this view, regarding the agreement as yet another worthless piece of paper. "This is just the first step," Isaac murmured to himself, gazing at the azure sea and the receding Constantinople on the Sea of Marmara. The Battle of Constantinople was over, Mehmed I had been defeated, the Balkan Agreement had been successfully signed, and Matthias and his men had led their troops north. Mehmed I was silently quelling internal strife, like a wounded wolf licking its wounds alone. Isaac had no doubt that this tenacious and powerful enemy would one day rise again and return with renewed force. However, this would take time. At least for the next few years, it would be difficult for Mehmed I to cause Isaac any major trouble. The situation in the Balkans gradually stabilized. Isaac entrusted the remaining tasks to Constantine and, with his victorious soldiers, boarded a ship, bidding farewell to the Golden Horn. The soldiers chatted and laughed, hanging their spoils and medals on their bodies, the gold in their pockets jingling. They would return to their families, to the North African lands they had left 2 years ago, carrying with them their glorious achievements. There, they would find the kisses of young girls and the flowers of children, the blessings of priests and the admiration of the people. This was what they deserved. Chapter 118 Stirring up the Dust. Hagia City, Jaffa Region, Grand Duchy of Sirte. Located in the southwest of the Jaffa Oasis and the northeast of the Sebha Oasis, this city is a trade hub connecting the port of Sirte and the city of Sebha, and was once one of the centers of power for the Fezzan tribal kingdom in the Jaffa region. After the establishment of the Grand Duchy of Sirte, Hagia City, as one of the 3 major cities in the Jaffa region, played a crucial role in governing the borders and controlling the southwest. Hagia City is surrounded by rich mineral resources, with widespread iron and copper mines, primarily easy-to-mine surface deposits, boasting abundant reserves and production. In addition, the extensive saline-alkali lands on the outskirts of Hagia City provided a thriving foundation for the saltpeter industry, with saltpeter fields springing up like mushrooms after rain, becoming one of Hagia City's main export commodities. For the past 5 years, the city has attracted numerous merchants from the north to invest due to its unique resource advantages. The duchy government has contracted some saltpeter fields and deposits to wealthy households from Sirte or Bilinci, allowing them to profit while increasing production. Various cheap ores were extracted by miners from the deep, dark mines, loaded onto wagons or handcarts, and delivered to the city's blacksmith workshops. There, they were hammered into pig iron and copper ingots in forges, and then sent to the firearms factories. Skilled craftsmen from Italy and Hungary would further process the metal ingots into components for muskets and cannons, which were then assembled. The ores, saltpeter, and firearms were transported north via newly built roads, loaded onto ships at the port of Sirte, and sold to more distant parts of Europe. The only limiting factor preventing Hagia's continued development was its environment. It had a subtropical desert climate with scarce rainfall throughout the year, characterized by drought and heat. The residents relied entirely on oases and wells for water. This mining city currently had over 8,000 inhabitants, 4/5 of whom were local Berber and Bedouin residents, and 1/5 were immigrants, mostly skilled craftsmen and wealthy mine owners. On the outskirts of Hagia, an army stood in formation to the north, gazing expectantly at the road stretching northward. At the head of the procession rode Count Adnan on a short, sturdy horse, its coat embroidered with his family crest of desert wolves. Beside him, his vassals and retainers rode in 2 rows, their expressions a mixture of eagerness, fear, calm, and unease. They had received orders to travel north from Sebha to Hagia, where they awaited the emperor's inspection. A tremor ran through the ground, and in the distance, bright banners appeared amidst the dust, gradually drawing closer, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden. Hooves pounded the ground, swirling yellow sand, and beneath the banners, hordes of cavalry came into view, clad in blood-red robes, carrying aloft the emperor's double-headed eagle banner and the blood-stained eagle banner of the Slavic Legion. Behind them, various banners fluttered in the wind, beneath which stood rugged and bold men, clearly cavalry and camel riders from various tribes. The cavalry drew closer, their speed increasing, charging straight towards Adnan's column. The horses beneath him neighed uneasily, and the vassals and retainers, pale with fright, looked at Count Adnan with suspicion and trepidation. They knew all too well that if the opposing cavalry charged, they would be utterly defenseless and crushed in an instant. The cavalry galloped across the desert, stirring up a gust of wind that billowed the young man's robes, his vibrant purple cloak fluttering against a blue sky and earth. Count Adnan waved to his side, dismounted first, bowed his head, and stood respectfully to one side. At the forefront of the cavalry, the young nobleman raised his right hand, slowed his horse, and the magnificent Andalusian horse snorted and trotted to Count Adnan. "My lord," he said, "the great victory of Constantinople has spread throughout the world. Your bravery and wisdom will be sung by all, and your name will be immortalized for generations to come." Isaac did not answer, but gently stroked his mount's mane. Adnan took the reins and led Isaac towards the welcoming crowd. "Long live the emperor," the crowd knelt, chanting the newly learned slogan in broken Greek. "No need for formalities," Isaac replied in Arabic. The nobles then rose, scrutinizing the young emperor. Beneath the dark purple cloak lay silver armor, the double-headed eagle carved in gold. His refined features and pale complexion indicated noble birth, his brown eyes held a hint of scrutiny, and a crown stood proudly atop his dark brown curls. He sat upright on his horse, bathed in the blazing sun, like a god from heaven, impossible to look directly at. "Adnan, are these all your vassals and subordinates?" "Yes, they are all people of Rome, servants of the emperor, followers of Jesus Christ," Adnan said. "In that case, they should be rewarded." Isaac waved his hand, and immediately his personal guards brought forward several large chests. The chests were opened, revealing a variety of exquisite gold and silver ornaments, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Earrings, bracelets, rings, necklaces. "These are gifts from the queen, for your wives." Then, the soldiers brought out more than a dozen wooden boxes, each containing a finely crafted sword, engraved with the coat of arms of the Palaiologos family. "These are my gifts, bestowed upon my warriors." The soldiers distributed the swords and gold and silver ornaments to each nobleman. These tribal chiefs from the desert looked at the glittering ornaments and the exquisitely crafted swords, marveling at their beauty. They weren't unfamiliar with gold and swords, but such exquisite works of art were indeed rare in the desert. "Long live the emperor." This time, the voices were louder, and the slight perfunctoriness and doubt in their tone had vanished. "I have heard that before this, some people plotted a rebellion and even attempted to coerce Count Adnan." Isaac spoke slowly, causing all the nobles present to gasp in surprise. "Fortunately, the rebels have been swiftly quelled by Count Adnan, their plot dying in its infancy. I believe that all of you present are loyal subjects of the empire, devout followers of Jesus, and certainly did not participate in this turmoil." Isaac surveyed the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the nobles. Wherever his gaze fell, many bowed their heads, their faces flushed. "All that has passed is but a prologue. The matter is over. Count Adnan handled it well, and I do not wish to dwell on it further. As for how to proceed in the future, I presume you understand." The nobles hastily and loudly swore their loyalty to Rome and to the emperor, vying with each other, their eagerness extraordinary. Then, the consul, tribunes, and judges of Aragon came out of the city to welcome His Majesty the Emperor. The army camped outside the city, and Isaac led Adnan into the city lord's palace. The nobles, under the consul's arrangement, toured the city. "Try this, some good stuff from Oman." Isaac ordered the coffee beans to be ground and brewed. Soon, 2 steaming cups of coffee were placed on the desk in the study. Coffee was a good thing. Isaac had already sent his colonial minister, Earl William, to select suitable locations in Africa to try planting it. If successful, it would be another highly profitable industry. "A plant-based beverage? It's been a long time since I've had any." Adnan skillfully smelled the aroma of the coffee, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. "I had some a few times when I was studying in Baghdad." Seeing Isaac's surprise, Adnan explained. "It was a great city, indeed, but it's a pity I didn't get to see it at its most beautiful and prosperous." In 1258, the Mongol army conquered Baghdad, destroying the ancient city. "How is the situation in Sebha now?" After a moment of silence, Isaac broke the silence. "Some residents who refuse to convert have fled to more distant deserts, and rebellions are still common. To the south, Bedouin merchants are suspicious of us, and the number of caravans traveling between us has decreased significantly. With your abilities, restoring it shouldn't be difficult." It wouldn't be possible without His Majesty's guidance and assistance. Isaac looked into Adnan's eyes. They were both intelligent, there was no need for explicit explanation. Adnan, I accept your title, I will obey your command, kneel. Isaac drew his sword, the blade pointing to the ground. Adnan knelt on one knee, allowing Isaac to place the sword on his shoulder. Because of your merits, I hereby bestow upon you the title of Marquess of Sebha, granting you vast lands between Sebha and Yugu. In return, you will pay taxes in peacetime and accompany me on campaigns in wartime. Never betray me. The ceremony was complete. Isaac sheathed his sword, and Adnan stood up, quietly awaiting Isaac's next words. Such a significant concession must come with additional conditions. To ensure the security of the trans-Saharan trade routes, 1,000-strong Slavic caravan will be stationed around the city of Sebha. You need to allocate oases and water sources for them, no problem. After the fall of Fezzan, many places have become vacant and unoccupied. Marquess Adnan agreed. To ensure the widespread dissemination of the gospel of Christ in this land, the Knights of St. Simon need several castles to establish branches. Of course, to ensure the smooth operation of the trans-Saharan trade routes, I need to assemble a large camel caravan of our own. The Cyrenaica United Merchants Association is in charge of this. I hope you can coordinate with them effectively. Adnan nodded. Isaac pondered for a moment. I heard you studied law in Baghdad. Yes, Adnan was somewhat puzzled. I plan to reorganize the central administrative organs and hope you can serve as the kingdom's chief justice. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere became tense again. For Adnan, this was a very difficult choice. If he accepted the appointment, he would instantly become a highly sought-after figure in the entire kingdom's government, his power greatly enhanced, and the accompanying benefits numerous. However, this would place him under constant surveillance by the emperor, far removed from his own territory, a sense of unease that was extremely detrimental. If he refused, it would essentially be a clear indication of his intention to establish his own independent rule. While this might not cause immediate problems, in the long run, it would certainly invite the emperor's relentless attacks, both overt and covert. Adnan knew his own emperor quite well. The ultimate result was being forced into rebellion, and then dying with resentment amidst the emperor's blockade and siege. Are you willing? It would be my honor. Adnan sighed helplessly in his heart, forcing a smile. In July 1453, Isaac led his army back to the North African continent, landing in Misrata, where he met his beloved wife, young son, and the Slavian soldiers. Justinian was nearly 2 years old, already able to walk unsteadily, and sometimes uttering simple words. Leonor and Isaac, having not seen each other for 2 years, were rekindled by their newfound love and spent the night together, sharing their innermost thoughts. News of the victory at the Battle of Constantinople had spread throughout the known world. The soldiers who had fought valiantly at Misrata warmly welcomed Isaac and his victorious comrades, their cheers and shouts echoing across the sky. Seeing Isaac return with his army, the Hafsian forces, who had been lingering in Melfa, knew they were no match for him and looted the city, taking their spoils of gold, silver, and slaves westward. During the war against the Hafsian dynasty, Hamza, the former count of Melfa, under pressure from the military might and with ulama's assurances, converted back to Sunni Islam and surrendered to the Hafs, abandoning his second son, who was being held hostage in Birinj. As the Hafsian dynasty left Melfa, they ordered Hamza to gather an army to resist any possible Christian counterattack, continuing their feudal struggle. Hamza's repeated conversions and the withdrawal of the Hafs dynasty caused him to completely lose the support of all social classes. He was bound by the city's merchants and taken to Isaac's feet to be executed. On July 16, the city of Melfa, with few survivors, surrendered. Isaac incorporated it into the Misrata region as a directly administered area, with officials appointed by the central government. After resolving the situation in the west, Isaac sent Leonor and Justinian back to Birinj with his soldiers withdrawn from Constantinople to rest. He himself led the Slavic legions and various conscripted tribal forces south to inspect the territories, to deter the restless Sheikh tribes, and to strengthen control over the directly administered territories. In addition, another important purpose of Isaac's southward journey was to access the trans-Saharan trade route through the city of Sebha. This trade route originally started from Tunis, passed through Tripoli, and continued south from Melfa into the Sahara Desert, reaching Lake Chad in north-central Africa. Before the Fezzan tribal kingdom structure changed, the Hafs dynasty, as the upstream trading nation, reaped substantial profits annually from this trade route, with several large caravans specifically responsible for trade in the Sahara Desert. After Isaac occupied the Sird and Jaffa regions, the profits from this trade began to decrease due to the impact of warfare, though they remained considerable. His current task was to utilize this highly profitable trade route for his own purposes, causing a significant reduction in Tunisia's finances and indirectly weakening the Hafs dynasty's military power. Besides land taxes, the Hafs dynasty's revenue mainly came from two sources: trade with European countries in the Mediterranean and trans-Saharan trade with Central African countries. Several years earlier, Isaac had already begun planning to completely annihilate the Hafs dynasty's naval power, occupying the Kakina Islands, introducing the Knights of St. Simon and Christian pirates, constantly attacking merchant ships, frequently plundering coastal villages, and cutting off the Hafs dynasty's maritime trade. This time, through a series of arrangements, Isaac further severed the Hafs dynasty's land-based revenue source. Having lost the profits from trade, the Hafs dynasty, even while still controlling powerful cities like Tunis and Sfax, was merely a large agricultural and pastoral state. Moreover, the sharp decline in fiscal revenue would bring a series of serious consequences: disarmament, administrative downsizing, and land reforms would all cause national instability. This was Isaac's opportunity. On July 30, 1453, Isaac, having concluded his tour, led his army back to Billinch, proudly accepting the fervent praise and admiration of the people from the kingdom's capital. During Isaac's absence, Billinch developed steadily, gradually recovering from the decline caused by the mass exodus of its inhabitants, returning to the world stage, and regaining its rightful place, even surpassing it. That day, a grand celebration was held in Billinch, with parades lasting from morning until evening, the crowds resembling a joyous ocean, wave after wave. Isaac and Leonor awarded medals, land, and gold coins to the soldiers who had distinguished themselves. In this war, Mikhail, who oversaw the situation in North Africa, was granted the title of Marquis for his meritorious service. Ibrahim, the legionary commander, was granted the title of Count, and the rest were all rewarded. That night, Isaac finally returned to Castle Black, which he had left more than 2 years ago. He lay down on the soft bed, but the sleepiness that should have washed over him lingered. The Battle of Constantinople was over. He had transformed into a butterfly, flapping his wings and changing the world beyond recognition. The revolution was not yet complete, and the challenges remained formidable. In any case, he would continue to flap his wings, stirring up clouds of dust. Chapter 119: Envoys and Attendants. Bilinci, Cyrenaica. The sun had just risen when this port city, situated on the southern coast of the Mediterranean Sea and east of the Gulf of Sirte, began to awaken, and the streets gradually filled with pedestrians. In the commercial district, merchants opened their shops, displaying a dazzling array of goods on their counters. In the dock area, sailors had been working since before dawn, loading barrels filled with fresh water and dry rations onto their ships. In the distance, on the Mediterranean Sea, several fishing boats, bathed in the morning glow, were sailing towards the harbor. The grand administrative palace of the Cyrenaica kingdom sat in the very center of Bilinci. Here, the administrative officials, headed by Prime Minister Isolde, usually worked. Every edict from the central government originated here, drafted by civil officials and then delivered to the Black Castle for review and sealing by His Majesty the Emperor. The grand administrative palace, entirely constructed of white marble, was majestic and tall, surrounded by high walls, with a constant stream of guards patrolling its perimeter. In the courtyard of a tavern in the western part of Billinch, Vito gazed at the double-headed eagle flag fluttering above the Grand Regent's palace in the distance, lost in thought. He glanced at his entourage and companions, who were staggering around drunk, took a sip of his drink, and wore a disdainful expression. This tavern had just opened, and these Muslims, who usually feigned utmost piety, immediately jumped out of bed, eager to get themselves drunk. They came from the Hafs dynasty, representing Caliph Yahya, on a mission to Billinch. Vito, as Yahya's confidant, served as the head of the mission. The other members were sons of higher-ranking officials and nobles in Tunis, sent there to gain prestige but not for any actual mission. This mission has two purposes, Yahya said, pacing back and forth in the dimly lit palace of the Hafs dynasty. First, investigate the current situation in the Bargia region and try to make contact with the local resistance organizations and remaining Muslims. You don't need to get too entangled with them, just report the general situation to me. Second, go to the Black Castle in Billinge and meet with our formidable neighbor to try and secure a ceasefire. We need time to resolve domestic issues, see what the emperor wants. If it's acceptable, I will send a formal diplomatic mission. Tevito looked at the young caliph's furrowed brow and bloodshot eyes, his feelings complex. In recent years, the young and promising ruler's life had become increasingly difficult. The Christians in the East, relying on the substantial profits of maritime trade, were growing stronger day by day, their rule gradually consolidating. Throughout the Sirte region, fewer and fewer tribal forces were willing to cooperate with them. Some sheikhs even directly handed over envoys from Tunisia to Billinge. After the Battle of Kokina, the Hafs dynasty's naval power was wiped out, and the maritime trade upon which cities like Tunisia and Sfax depended for survival was severely threatened. Christian pirates and the Knights of St. Simon, entrenched in the Kokina Islands, frequently plundered coastal villages and fishing ports, burning, killing, and looting before boarding their ships and fleeing before the Hafs garrison arrived. Then, King Abdullah, clinging to power in Sebha, was utterly defeated. Sebha fell, and the trans-Saharan trade route was severed by the Christians. The reduced trade profits led to a sharp decline in the Hafs dynasty's revenue, and the strained finances caused discontent among ministers and the army. Merchants, filled with resentment, either fled to the Western Zayanid and Myrinian dynasties or directly sought refuge with the Cyrenaica merchant guild to the east. The constant quarrels and accusations made Yair realize that if he did not take action, his rule would soon end. At that time, envoys from Edirne traveled throughout the Islamic world, inviting all Muslims to participate in the holy war in Constantinople, for the glory of God. So Yahya and Mehmed I quickly reached an agreement, drawing the Mamluk Sultan Chakmak into the fray, planning a joint campaign against the still powerful Eastern Roman Empire. That evening, Yahya was in high spirits, summoning Tevito to the palace and enthusiastically inviting him to sample his prized fermented grape juice. In his view, with the three sides attacking, the Eastern Roman Empire had no chance of survival. However, events unfolded in ways no one anticipated. In the north, on the Black Sea coast, the war in Constantinople reached a stalemate. The Ottoman Empire's 200,000-strong army and hundreds of cannons had spent months failing to capture the small city. In the Cyrenaica region to the east, the Mamluks were wavering, their army lingering around the Tobruk fortress complex, unwilling to waste their elite forces there. Yahya and Mehmed I were both deeply dissatisfied with the Chakmak Sultan's actions, and several strongly worded letters were sent to Cairo. The intense religious fervor both domestically and internationally compelled Sultan Chakmak to finally issue the order to attack, planning to launch a fleet landing in Cyprus while simultaneously attacking the Tobruk fortress complex. After a month of bloody fighting, the Mamluk army successfully captured two of the three large fortresses, bringing them within reach of the fertile Green Mountains region. Then, tragedy struck. On May 3, 1453, Sultan Chakmak died in Cairo at the age of 80. His son, Mansur, leveraging his father's influence and gaining the support of some Mamluk generals, ascended the throne as Sultan of Egypt and Syria, and Saladin's citadel welcomed its new master. However, the opposition, led by Vizier Ashraf, quickly began to stir up trouble, plunging Cairo into political chaos. This political turmoil affected the war in Tobruk. Comrades in arms one day became enemies in the next. Mutual suspicion and probing ensued, until even their camps were separated. Thus, the Mamluk army failed to capture any more fortresses until the end of the War of Constantinople. In the western Barbary region, Yahya successfully persuaded Misrlan, who occupied Tripoli, to surrender, and forced Hamza, who held sway over Malfa. He then led his army swiftly to the walls of Misrata, where they engaged in a protracted stalemate with the Slavic army. Lacking a well-organized naval fleet, the Tunisian authorities were helpless against the pirates on the Kokina Islands, forced to leave some troops on the mainland for defense. Frankly, the Hafs dynasty army at Misrata fought quite well, and Yahya diligently coordinated supplies and troop replenishment, achieving a clear advantage in local battles. However, just as the generals at the front were preparing for the decisive battle, news of the Battle of Constantinople arrived from the sea, demoralizing the Muslims and boosting the morale of the Christians. That day, Yahya, arriving at the front lines with his personal guard, heard the deafening cheers from Misrata. Waves of shouts of "Long live the Emperor" reverberated, shattering his last shred of illusion. Tevito shook his head, snapping out of his reverie. He slapped a few grosh and silver coins on the table and summoned a waiter from the tavern. The waiter was young, about 14 or 15 years old, with freckles and a kind smile. "Hello, esteemed guest, how can I help you? We are merchants from Anfa, visiting Byzantium for the first time. Could you please show us around?" Because the Hafs dynasty and the Eastern Roman Empire were still at war, the delegation disguised themselves as merchants from the Marin dynasty, entering the city with credentials from the Cyrenaica Merchant Guild. "Sir, you've come to the right person. I was born and raised in Byzantium and know this place like the back of my hand," Vito sized up the waiter. "You don't seem to be Berber, do you? My family are Coptic, and we've lived here since the Roman Empire, until now, when the Empire and the Emperor have returned." The waiter seemed quite proud of his lineage, raising the Coptic cross on his chest to show Vito. "The Emperor allows you to retain your own faith?" Vito asked. "According to the imperial code, any Christian denomination that pledges allegiance to His Majesty the Emperor is recognized, and the people of Rome can choose their faith from among them. The Greek Orthodox Church, the Coptic Church, the Armenian Orthodox Church, and the Syriac Orthodox Church have all pledged allegiance to His Majesty and have been granted permission to preach in Cyrenaica and Sirte. Of course, the Greek Orthodox Church and the Armenian Orthodox Church have the largest number of believers in Byzantium, while the Coptic Orthodox Church is more prevalent in the eastern cities of Merti and Beda. The Roman Catholics are rather unique. They are mostly artisans and merchants from Italy. Their faith is legal, but they are not allowed to establish churches for missionary work. I heard they are planning to emulate the French by establishing the Byzantine diocese, no longer obeying the Pope's orders, but instead pledging allegiance to His Majesty, thereby gaining the right to preach." Mentioning the Roman Catholics, the waiter frowned, clearly having a poor impression of them. "Haven't you had any grudges?" Vito asked curiously. "His Majesty has decreed that the Grand Council of Byzantium will be held every 3 years, with bishops from each legitimate denomination participating, focusing on reconciling differences between them. In addition, a monthly debate is held in Byzantium, with each denomination taking turns presiding, inviting all Christians to debate. However, any form of religious discrimination and infighting is illegal." Last week, 3 junior clergymen from Constantinople publicly criticized His Majesty's religious policies, even setting up a platform in the Orthodox area to incite religious sentiment. The servant curled his lip, clearly disdainful of these self-righteous Orthodox clergymen. And the result, the major churches jointly excommunicating them and beheading them. "Look, they were hanging over there a few days ago." The servant pointed to the rope in the distance. The bloodstain still faintly visible. "What about the Greek Orthodox Church in Byzantium? Don't they have any objections? What can they do even if they do? Unlike churches elsewhere, they don't have vast amounts of tax-exempt land and tax revenue. Here, the church's funding mainly comes from central government appropriations and donations from its members. They own very little land and have to pay taxes. Their honor and wealth are entirely dependent on the emperor. Why would they ruin their future?" Vito fell silent. "What about the Muslims? How are they?" "There used to be quite a few, but now there are very few. Muslims are not recognized by the government, they are not Roman citizens, they are not protected by law, and they can only live at the bottom of society. Over time, they either leave by ship or are captured by slave traders. Don't they try to resist?" The waiter glanced at Vito. "There might still be some in the south, but we haven't seen any around Byzantium for a long time." Vito thought for a moment, then took out another silver coin and handed it to the waiter. "Do you have time? Show me around the city." The waiter took the silver coin, wiped it on his dirty clothes, whistled, and stuffed it into his pocket. "As you wish, I'll go tell the owner." The waiter entered the tavern, slipped into a room, and found the owner. "How is it?" the owner asked. "I'm afraid it's not as simple as we thought. What's certain is that he's definitely not a merchant from Anfa. His accent is too authentic. Even the nobles of the Marin dynasty don't have such an authentic accent. Should we continue investigating?" The owner pondered for a moment. "We're just an outer intelligence organization. This isn't our responsibility. You take him on a tour of the city first, and I'll go inform the city guards of Byzantium. Our newly appointed city guard commander is no pushover. He should be able to get this mysterious figure to talk soon." This is the Grand Administrative Palace, the administrative center of the entire Cyrenaica. It's heavily guarded, unauthorized personnel are not allowed. The waiter stood in the very center of Byzantium, introducing the city's layout to Vito. The 7 districts north of the Grand Palace are all residential areas, 4 Greek Orthodox, 2 Armenian Orthodox, and 1 Coptic Orthodox. The 2 eastern districts are workshop areas, with blacksmiths, leather workers, tailors, glassmakers, paper mills, printing presses, and other workshops clustered there. The southern area, near the walls of Billinch and Castle Black, is the wealthy district, where rich merchants, nobles, and royalty reside. Owning a mansion in southern Billinch is the dream of countless people. The waiter gazed at the magnificent houses to the south, his eyes filled with envy. The port and commercial districts are both in the West City, and our tavern is located there, in the busiest area of Billinch. The West City used to be quite chaotic, with frequent thefts and robberies. The previous city guard commander was helpless. 2 months ago, a new city guard commander took office. He was incredibly capable, leading his men to clean up the West City. In just one night, a street was littered with heads. That fierce, of course. But I heard he's a hero of Constantinople, and His Majesty has other plans for him. He won't stay in this position of city guard commander for long. Look! He's here. Vito turned his head and saw that the previously crowded and noisy crowd on the western street had suddenly fallen silent, automatically parting to make way. A tall, imposing figure appeared in the middle of the crowd, his magnificent horse snorting wildly, just like its master. The giant was clad in heavy armor and carried a strangely shaped warhammer, with a roaring boar carved on the warhammer and breastplate. Behind him, a small squad of heavily armored knights in similar attire appeared one after another, their menacing appearance making them difficult to look directly at. Before Viro could even react in surprise, a dagger was pressed against his neck. Baron Abel, this man's origins are unknown, and his documents are forged. Please investigate thoroughly, the attendant announced loudly. Abel dismounted, picked up his warhammer, and walked step by step towards the two men. Vito seemed to have expected this, calmly pulling a letter of credence from a deep pocket. I come from Tunis, representing the Caliph Yahya, requesting an audience with His Majesty the Emperor. Abel paused, sheathed his warhammer, and a hint of disappointment flickered in his bloodthirsty eyes. He took the letter, glanced at it casually, and stuffed it into his pocket. He grabbed Vito by the shoulder and tossed him onto his large horse like a chick. The sixth one, Abel muttered. The sixth one, Vito, dazed from the fall, finally managed to sit up and asked in confusion. Do you think you're the only Muslim envoy attempting to meet His Majesty in this manner? Abel lowered his massive head, pondered for a moment, then held up 5 fingers, counting. Marrakesh, Tremso, Tripoli, Cairo, Damascus, it seems your monarch is somewhat oblivious. At least one more chapter to go today. Chapter 120 Owl City. Billinch, the Black Castle. The emperor sat high on his throne, his courtiers lined up on either side, and visiting envoys knelt below. After the Battle of Constantinople, envoys from both the Christian and Muslim worlds arrived, some to offer congratulations, others to sue for peace. Prior to this, Isaac had already received 4 envoys from Marrakesh, Tripoli, Cairo, and Damascus, each with different requests. The Myrinian envoy from Marrakesh merely sought normal diplomatic relations and hoped Isaac could restrain the Christian pirates active along the Mediterranean and Atlantic coasts. Isaac's viceroyalty of La Palma in the Atlantic was close to the West African continent, and many pirates used it as a base to raid the Moroccan coast, causing considerable trouble for the Myrinian dynasty. Nasirin, the ruler of the separatist city of Tripoli, had aided the Hafs dynasty against the Eastern Roman Empire during the Battle of Constantinople. Unsurprisingly, after the war, he sent envoys to beg for forgiveness, pay back taxes, and reaffirm his submission to the Eastern Roman Empire. Isaac accepted the taxes and gifts brought by the messenger, but remained non-committal about the promises made. Mansur, who had ascended the throne as Sultan of Egypt and Syria, also sent an envoy to Isaac. Deeply embroiled in political struggles, he attempted to negotiate peace with Isaac to refocus his attention on his homeland and confront the aggressive Prime Minister Ashraf. Isaac agreed to his proposal in principle, and neither side could effectively defeat the other in the short term. Historically, this incompetent Mansur had only been in Saladin's citadel for less than a year before being dethroned by Ashraf. The nominally Mamluk Sultan's governor of Damascus, Jacomi, also sent a personal envoy to Billinch, primarily offering diplomatic mediation on the Cyprus and Karaman issues, but without securing any guarantees. However, Isaac still extended an olive branch to this Syrian governor, probing Damascus's current views and attitude towards Cairo. The Mamluk Sultan's true title was Sultan of Egypt and Syria. Cairo was the political center of Egypt, and Damascus was the center of Syria. The rivalry between Cairo and Damascus had already begun to emerge during the Ayyubid dynasty, a divide amplified by the Mongol invasions. Later, Timur, the successor to the Mongol Empire and self-proclaimed Urigan, invaded Syria again, plundering several historical cities, while the Sultan of Cairo remained neutral. From then on, the conflict between the two sides became irreconcilable, and Damascus's loyalty depended solely on the strength of the Mamluk Sultan. Towards the end of the dynasty, Cairo was rife with infighting, with Mamluk sultans rising and falling rapidly, leading to increasing disunity in Syria. From emirs to commoners, there was widespread opposition to Mamluk rule. To strengthen their control over Syria, the Mamluk sultans frequently appointed their confidants as governors of Damascus, but this proved ineffective. These governors were either assimilated by the local population, becoming spokespeople for powerful clans, or were completely sidelined and died under mysterious circumstances. In the original timeline, when Suleiman conquered the Mamluks, large swathes of Syria surrendered, welcoming the king's army with food and drink, and directly opening a passage to Egypt. Suleiman himself was furious, believing these cowards could not satisfy his thirst for battle and the glory of conquest. This time, the envoy from Damascus reminded Isaac that infiltration and instigation of Damascus and Aleppo could be put on the agenda, regardless of its effectiveness. Now standing in the hall is the fifth Muslim envoy, from the Zayyanid dynasty. The Zayyanid dynasty, which occupied the Tremsin region, was the weakest of the three Maghreb kingdoms, serving as a buffer state between the Marinid and Hafsid dynasties. At its height, the Marinid dynasty controlled all of Tremsin and half of the Hafsid kingdom, while the Zayyanid dynasty groveled and submitted, finally witnessing the decline of the Marinid dynasty. Currently, the Mauranian dynasty in the west is preoccupied with a threat from Portugal and has no time to spare, while the Hafs dynasty in the east is tied down by the Eastern Roman Empire. The Zayyanid dynasty has seized this opportunity to escape its vassal state status and usher in a rare period of peaceful development. The Zayyanid dynasty does not border Cyrenaica or Sirte, and there are currently no territorial conflicts between them. The envoy's demands are largely the same as those of the Mauranian dynasty, to establish normal diplomatic relations and to curb the plundering activities of Christian pirates. Isaac readily agreed to these demands, but how exactly to implement them was none of their concern. "Go back and tell your monarch that I will remember his goodwill and am happy to work with him to deal with the threat from the Hafs dynasty," the envoy said, not wanting to dwell on the matter in public. He offered a few words of flattery and then departed. With Isaac's rise in Cyrenaica, the Hafs dynasty no longer had the resources to control the Tremsin region. For the Zayyanid dynasty, the Hafs dynasty was no longer a formidable threat, but rather a solid bulwark against Christian invasion. Of course, if one day the Hafs dynasty were to completely disintegrate under the attacks of the Christians, they wouldn't mind taking a big bite. "Your Majesty," after the Zayyanid envoy left, a servant stepped forward and handed Isaac a report from the city guard commander, Abel. "An envoy from the Hafs dynasty? Yes, leave him alone for now. Order the Slavic Legion of Misrata and the pirates on the Samsimian Islands to make some moves and put pressure on our old comrades." The servant left, and the court session continued. Under the chairmanship of Chancellor Isolt, the ministers reported on their work progress in turn. Overall, the administrative officials were doing a good job, their power was on the rise, the political environment hadn't deteriorated yet, and while corruption and abuse of power still occurred, they were largely under control. Isaac listened half-heartedly to the new Grand Chancellor, Marcus Adnan, introducing the reforms and streamlining of the law enforcement agencies, his mind already far away. Currently, the surrounding powers are all in decline and are not yet capable of launching a large-scale war against them, so the overall security situation in their territory is relatively good. Under their combined land and sea pressure, the Hafs dynasty will find it difficult to return to its former glory. The longer it drags on, the weaker it will become. The watchful external powers will not wait for them to complete their internal reforms. Isaac lightly tapped the throne, drawing the attention of his ministers to himself. "While I was away, you all did an excellent job, diligently and conscientiously. I will make some arrangements regarding the general direction of the territory going forward. The specific implementation will depend on you, my esteemed ministers. First, restore production and quickly recover the territory from the wounds of war, returning it to normalcy. Second, continue the population exchange program, striving to relocate all willing Armenian and Coptic Orthodox Christians to the Green Mountain region. The Minister of Agriculture will be responsible for arranging their land, housing, and basic means of production. and I will have the agricultural workshops in each city cooperate with your work, according to the reclamation decree issued after discussions between Isaac and the Minister of Agriculture. Every Christian willing to settle in the Green Mountain region will receive a small plot of land granted by the local governor, and basic means of production will be leased. The imperial central government encourages immigration and land reclamation. Those willing to establish new settlements can enjoy certain preferential treatment in the purchase of slaves, livestock, tools, and seeds. Third, encourage military service, actively train, and quickly restore the army's combat effectiveness. Isaac glanced at the dozing Marcus Mikhail, who nodded hastily. After the meeting concluded and the ministers dispersed, Isaac returned to his study, alone, gazing at the map, deep in thought. Although the Eastern Roman Empire had won the Battle of Constantinople, its national strength was still far inferior to that of the Ottoman Empire. If it did nothing, it would only be repeatedly defeated. Mehmed I was a formidable opponent, resilient and tenacious. It was only a matter of time before he recovered from the temporary chaos and restored order. Therefore, it was imperative to take advantage of the Ottoman Empire's internal and external difficulties to vigorously develop itself and actively expand its power, so that it could be more adept in the next Battle of Constantinople. Currently, the Eastern Roman Empire's expansion was mainly focused on three areas: West Africa, North Africa, and the Balkans. West African colonization and trade were Isaac's lifeblood. After the Battle of Constantinople, the Eastern Roman navy, having incorporated some Ottoman warships, immediately headed to the western Mediterranean to reprotect trade routes. At the same time, Mansuetu's naval shipyards were operating at full capacity, with several large docks running day and night. It turned out that building their own ships was indeed much cheaper than buying second-hand ships from unscrupulous Latin merchants, though it required a great deal of time. Exploration of the African coast to the south was also underway. These things couldn't be rushed, and patience was key. North African expansion required a strong military backing, and Isaac's forces had suffered more than half their losses in the War of Constantinople, requiring time to rebuild and preventing a large-scale offensive. After much deliberation, Isaac turned his attention to the Balkans. South of Constantinople, the Ottoman Empire still controlled Thrace, Thessaly, and Macedonia, formerly part of the Eastern Roman Empire, remaining the most powerful state in the Balkans with tens of thousands of troops, still capable of significant maneuvering in open battle. After the Balkan Treaty was signed, various Ottoman vassal states broke away from its control, and Mehmed I silently endured the betrayals from his former vassal states, focusing on internal reforms and ensuring the preservation of the core regions. Isaac's gaze continued downwards. In the southern Balkans, the Eastern Roman Empire's power was confined to the Morea Peninsula south of the Corinthian Wall. Around the Morea Peninsula, several remaining Crusader states still stood, like ugly scars revealing the shame of 1204. Having made up his mind, he rang the bell, and soon a servant knocked on Isaac's door. "Your Majesty, what is it? Go and summon Captain Nathan to my study. Have him bring that pirate named Lupo. On the Aegean coast, on the Attica Peninsula, in Athens." The importance of Athens in the entire course of European civilization is self-evident. It was here that the famous city-state of Athens was born, the undisputed center of ancient Greek civilization, and the birthplace of democracy. The city was named after Athena, the goddess of wisdom in Greek mythology, and used the owl, the bird of wisdom, as its symbol. Later, Athens and the other Greek city-states were successively incorporated into the Kingdom of Macedon and the Roman Empire, and gradually declined in the years that followed, never to regain its former glory. After the Roman Empire split into East and West, the center of its rule shifted eastward, and Constantinople and Thessalonians rose rapidly, flourishing as the empire's capitals and commercial centers. During this period, Athens also experienced some development, but it was no longer comparable to the former Byzantine and Chalcedonian city-states. In the catastrophe of 1204, Athens was seized by a Burgundian knight who established the Duchy of Athens, controlling the Attica Peninsula centered on Athens and Thebes. Under Latin rule, the centralized system of the Eastern Roman Empire was gradually destroyed, and feudalism from Western Europe began to prevail. Later, the Catalan and Navarre mercenary group seized power in the duchy, and the Acciari family from Florence received the title of Duke of Athens. With the rise of the Ottoman Empire, this small, isolated state could only submit to the Turks in exchange for temporary peace. In 1444, Constantine, the absolute of Morea of the Eastern Roman Empire, led his army north and quickly defeated the army of the Duchy of Athens, bringing this land, lost for 2 centuries, back into the embrace of the Roman Empire. However, this period of prosperity was short-lived. Following the defeat at the Battle of Varna, the Ottoman army marched south in 1446 to punish Constantine for his usurpation, and the Duchy of Athens immediately switched sides and submitted to the Ottoman Empire once more. However, Isaac and Constantine won a partial victory at the Battle of Corinth, and the Ottoman army returned north, looting Athens before leaving. On October 15, 1453, Francis I, then Duke of Athens, sat in his palace on the Acropolis, looking at the silent assembly of his ministers, his brow furrowed with worry. He summoned all his advisors and officials to discuss a matter of life and death for the duchy. "My esteemed ministers," Francis I said, producing an elegantly crafted document bearing the emblem of a double-headed eagle. "Just a few days ago, a messenger from Byzantium delivered a letter of accusation to my palace. The Emperor of Byzantium accuses me of aiding the Ottomans against our Christian brothers and demands that I relinquish my dukedom. Several months earlier, during the Battle of Constantinople, Ottoman Sultan Mehmed I, to prevent the Byzantine army on the Morea Peninsula from supporting Constantinople, dispatched the veteran General Uratim Bey to advance on the Isthmus of Corinth, engaging in a bloody battle with Grand Duke Thomas, who was in charge of the defenses of the Great Wall. As a vassal state of the Ottoman Empire, the Duchy of Athens was also forced to send a force of several hundred men to participate in the battle and provide supplies. Unexpectedly, the once invincible Ottoman Empire was defeated, and Uratim Bey was urgently recalled by Mehmed I to lead his army to the northwestern border to confront the invading Albania and Serbia. From that time on, Francis I lived in constant anxiety, fearing that the increasingly powerful Isaac and Constantine would cause him trouble. After months of anxious waiting, the inevitable finally arrived. Emperor Isaac gave him no other choice but to surrender Athens or go to war. "Your Majesty, have you tried to submit to them, as before?" a minister asked. "I tried, but it was no use. This time their will is incredibly firm. They insist I relinquish my dukedom," Francis I said. Having received Byzantium's letter, he was filled with unvented grievances. As a small nation, he had no autonomy and could only be manipulated by the surrounding powers. Moreover, sending troops to support the Ottomans out of necessity wasn't a heinous crime. Many countries had done it before. Wallachia had also sent troops to fight in the Battle of Constantinople. Why sign an agreement with them? Serbia was once a staunch pro-Ottoman, and Serbian knights could be seen on every battlefield of the Ottoman Empire. Why would you want to form a marriage alliance with them? In the end, they just want my little piece of land. This is outrageous, a young knight shouted. "If you want war, then let's fight. Let the Greek emperor see our might." Silence fell. No one wanted to respond. Even the Ottomans had been defeated by the 2 emperors of Constantinople. How could they possibly win? "Your Majesty, regardless of whether Emperor Isaac's words are true, you should take action as soon as possible. The Greeks are strong, but they have many enemies. You should send envoys to Venice and the Ottomans as soon as possible to request their support." A mature voice came. "It has already been done." Francis I's voice carried a hint of coldness. "Yesterday, my envoy to the Ottomans returned to Athens. Mehmed I learned of what had happened but remained unmoved. Just now, the Doge of Venice and Negroponte stated that he would not stand idly by while the Greek emperor's conspiracy succeeded, but asked us to hold out for a while and await the Great Council's reply." Another silence fell. "Your Majesty, perhaps you could try to request the support of the other Catholic states. I believe they also do not want to see the heretical Greek emperor act with impunity. The Kingdom of Epirus, the Italian city-states, the Knights Hospitaller, even His Holiness the Pope, they may not directly attack that famous holy warrior out of politeness, but they will still provide us with some support, openly or covertly, as long as you can hold out until the Venetians meet their end. We still have hope." A Catholic priest offered a suggestion. "If needed, I can represent you in visiting various countries and persuading them to unite against the Greek emperor." "Excellent, let's do as you say." Francis I grasped at this last straw and jumped up, shouting, "If you succeed, I will gradually abolish the Orthodox churches after the war and send all these heretics to hell." He turned his head, raised his scepter, and roared at his ministers. "Summon your vassals and fight to the death." Chapter 121 The Cattle and Mercenary Group. On the Aegean coast lies the island of Ina. This small island, situated in the Gulf of Cyrenaica, faces the cities of Corinth to the west and Athens to the north, and has been an important trading port since ancient times. It enjoys a Mediterranean climate, with plains and hills in the north and low hills in the central and eastern parts. Besides wheat, the locals cultivate grapes, olives, figs, and other cash crops. The largest port city on Iona is the port of the same name, Iona Port, which sees frequent trade and is conveniently located near the port of Piraeus in the Attica region. Lupo Bernag sat alone in a dilapidated tavern, turning his head to look out at the bustling city. It was late autumn, the summer sun was fading, the rains were increasing, and the warm, humid winter of the Mediterranean coast was approaching. The year 1453, when the Lord became flesh, seemed unwilling to depart quietly, bidding a reluctant farewell to the world. A turbulent time, isn't it? A voice rang out. Of course, Lupo echoed, wiping his equally filthy glass with his dirty sleeve before downing the murky, inferior wine in one gulp. Have you heard? Just recently, Bordeaux surrendered to the French. Lupo remained silent, continuing to pour himself more inferior wine. On July 17, 1453, the French army decisively defeated the English at Castillon. The Earl of Shrewsbury was killed in action, and the English garrison in Gascogne was wiped out. In the following months, the French army conquered cities and territories in Aquitaine and Gascogne, and the English were powerless to resist, watching helplessly as city after city fell into French hands. On October 19, Bordeaux was liberated, and the other cities followed suit, surrendering to King Charles VI of France. Thus ended the 100 Years' War, a war that had lasted for a century and spanned several monarchs, ending in a complete victory for King Charles VI of France. The Plantagenet dynasty of England not only failed to conquer the Kingdom of France, but also lost almost all of its territory on the European continent, including the Duchy of Aquitaine, which they had ruled for 300 years. Seeing that Lupo didn't respond, the drinker was somewhat disappointed, then turned to chat with another middle-aged man. This year is really chaotic. From west to east, there's war everywhere. Is it still fighting in Italy? Indeed, the drinker spoke of the war in his hometown with a hint of anger. Other countries' wars last at most a few months, a good, decisive battle, and the people can enjoy a period of peace, but it's good where we are, fighting from the beginning of the year to the end, with no sign of it stopping. The drinker slammed his fist on the table. How's the situation now? The surrounding guests, who were listening, became interested. It's the same old story. Milan is fighting Monferrato and Venice head-on, while Florence and Savoy are watching from the sidelines, sending mercenaries to support them. They've been fighting for so long with no progress. Isn't this just a waste of lives? I really don't know what's the point. Sigh. The drinker's brow furrowed with deep sorrow as he spoke. Seeing this, the other guests changed the subject. I heard King Henry VI is mentally ill. Is that true? Yes, it's true. He's had several episodes this year alone, so who's in charge in London now? It's hard to say. After Henry VI's first episode, Richard, Duke of York, became regent, forming a regency council to manage domestic affairs, but everyone knows Queen Margaret probably won't relinquish power easily. Just wait and see, there's bound to be a good show soon. Lupo, engrossed in his drink, listened to the increasingly audacious conversation that veered towards Queen Margaret's lovers, and completely lost interest. Not seeing the person he was waiting for, Lupo stood up, reached into his pocket, pulled out a few silver coins, and was about to leave. Sorry to keep you waiting, this meal is on me. A familiar voice finally rang out, and a pair of large hands pressed Lupo back down. Nathan, I thought that with a new master, perhaps you could change your bad habit of being late. Nathan raised an eyebrow. Go ask King Afonso and Emperor Isaac when I've ever been ambiguous at a crucial moment. You mean, our meeting is dispensable. This wine is awful. Nathan changed the subject. During the Battle of Constantinople, King Afonso of Aragon and the two Sicilies sent a small contingent of cattle and guards to the Eastern Roman Empire, and Nathan was the captain of that contingent. During the Battle of Galata, Nathan was ordered to guard the Western Gate, blocking Zagan Pasha's escape route and earning considerable merit. After the war, at Emperor Isaac's request, King Afonso transferred his remaining 60-odd men to him. Alright, enough of that. How's the matter His Majesty asked you to handle? Nathan asked. I've spoken with some old brothers, testing the waters. That old bastard Antonino is unpopular. Many people hate him to the core. However, they've all hesitated when they heard I'm serving the Eastern Roman Emperor. Lupo spoke slowly. After all, the cunning and treachery of the Palaiologos family are notorious. Nathan remained silent, looking at the emblem on Lupo's sword. In the dim light, The emblem was quite blurry, but one could still roughly discern the red and yellow stripes and the irises within them. Nathan also had a similar sword, though with slight differences in details. For the past 200 years, this emblem had been renowned throughout the Mediterranean, representing a fading glory. It was the emblem of the cattle and mercenary group. The cattle and mercenaries were among the earliest formal mercenary organizations in medieval Europe. Initially, they fought against the Angevin dynasty in Sicily as part of the Aragonese army, hence their coat of arms. Later, after the war, these former heroes became destabilizing forces in the region. An Italian named Roger obtained permission from the King of Aragon to lead the cattle and mercenaries on a voyage to the east. They quickly found a new employer, the Eastern Roman Emperor, Andronica I Palaiologos. Roger married the emperor's niece, was granted the title of Grand Duke, and transformed himself from a fallen Italian nobleman into the son-in-law of the Eastern Roman Empire. This was also the cattle and mercenaries' most glorious period, boasting over 10,000 men, with nearly 6,000 regular soldiers. Under Roger's leadership, the cattle and mercenaries fought for the Eastern Roman Emperor, sweeping away the Genoese influence in Constantinople and repeatedly defeating the Turks in Asia Minor, striking fear into their hearts. A triumphant Roger, accompanied by the mercenary leadership, attended a banquet in Constantinople. Emperor Andronic I greatly rewarded Roger's achievements, then ordered the execution of the entire group, burning their headquarters in Constantinople to the ground. Andronic I then assembled a large army, attempting to wipe out the remaining mercenaries. However, the emperor's army was bloated and unable to completely annihilate the fleeing mercenaries, instead being led around the Balkans by the group. Later, the cattle and mercenaries split into two factions, one loyal to the king of the two Sicilies, which became increasingly fragmented with several changes in the royal family. Nathan was from this faction. Another group remained in the Balkans, moving south to overthrow the rule of the Duchy of Athens and bring the lands near Attica under their control. During this period, the cattle and mercenaries experienced a brief revival, but quickly declined again due to foreign intervention. In the latter half of the 14th century, the Navarre mercenaries, also from the Iberian Peninsula, suddenly launched a large-scale invasion, completely defeating the cattle and mercenaries after several wars, ending their glory days. With the rise of Venice and the Ottomans, the Duke of Athens from Florence began to reunite with the cattle and mercenaries to fight against foreign invasion. However, the Navarre mercenaries, who had finally seized power, were unwilling to be on equal footing with them, and open and covert struggles occurred frequently. In 1425, the cattle and mercenaries, finally unable to endure the continuous exclusion, moved their headquarters to the island of Aegina. 3 years earlier, the current leader of the cattle and mercenaries, Antonino, disregarded everyone's objections and ceded Aegina to the Venetians, leading the cattle and mercenaries to join the Venetian army. Some members of the group who refused to surrender to the Venetians elected Lupo as their leader and joined them as pirates, active along the Aegean coast. What I don't understand is, what exactly is your emperor's attitude towards us? Lupo broke the silence. If you want to conquer Athens, why not go after the Navarre mercenaries? You know, we have nothing left in Athens. Nathan smiled contemptuously at the mention of Athens. Athens is a tiny city, not worth worrying about. Whether the Navarre mercenaries surrender or not is of little significance to us. Can we possibly be of any help? Lupo asked doubtfully. Our Lord's goal is not just a small city like Athens. Then what is it? Nathan pointed out the window. In the distance, a Venetian flag of St. Mark's Lion fluttered in the wind above the dock area. Unlike the dim light of the tavern in the Portovina, the garden of the Black Castle of Billy Lynch was bathed in bright, warm sunshine. Isaac and Leonor sat at the table, quietly enjoying the beautiful afternoon. 2-year-old Prince Justinian slept soundly in his cradle, while Isaac's niece, Queen Charlotte of Cyprus, murmured softly beside it. Isaac turned his head, looking at his wife's delicate face and slightly protruding belly. After their hard work, Leonor was pregnant again, and the little one, now 4 months old, was quite active, often kicking around in his mother's womb. This child would surely be a restless one when he grew up. I heard His Majesty Constantine is preparing for a marriage alliance with the Grand Duke of Serbia. Yes, we've already discussed it. The wedding will be held early next year. You can rest peacefully in Black Castle and don't need to participate. Isaac nodded. At the urging of Grand Duke Rankovic of Serbia, Princess Mara finally agreed to marry Constantine Zai, bringing a generous dowry. I've heard that Princess Mara is shrewd and calculating. You should be careful. Leonor made no attempt to hide her hostility towards Princess Mara. The Grand Duke of Serbia certainly has his own agenda. If Princess Mara and His Majesty Constantine successfully give birth to a prince, he might seize the opportunity to interfere in the internal affairs of Constantinople. Isaac smiled non-committally and shook Leonor's delicate hand. Before this, several ministers, led by Chancellor Iserth, had already openly and subtly advised Isaac to stop the marriage to avoid trouble. For the administrative body of Birinj, as long as they could hold out until Constantine I passed away, Isaac would be the sole emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire, and they could smoothly move into Constantinople with him. This seemingly straightforward matter had suddenly encountered a slight setback, which naturally displeased them. "Don't worry, I'll make arrangements." Isaac patted Leonor's hand reassuringly. The Grand Duke of Serbia certainly had his own motives. Not only was the dowry lavish, but he also sent a troop of armored guards specifically to protect Princess Mara. However, on the other hand, while Blankovic was scheming against Isaac, Isaac was also scheming against him. Even though Blankovic was a cunning old fox, having navigated the political arena for decades, he couldn't escape the passage of time. It was now the end of 1453, just over 2 years away from the death of Grand Duke Durad in the original timeline. After Durad's death, the Blankovic family had no heirs, consisting only of mediocre individuals, not worth mentioning. If Princess Mara gave birth to a prince, it would conveniently provide him with an excuse to interfere in Serbian internal affairs. Furthermore, Constantine I wasn't a fool. His love for the Eastern Roman Empire was unparalleled, and he naturally wouldn't allow Serbia to run rampant. "It's good that you have a plan," Leonor nodded, resting his head on Isaac's shoulder. "Then, I'll write this invitation myself. Your handwriting is rather embarrassing," Leonor joked. "Of course, however, I will personally write an invitation and send it to Memdi. To prevent him from not understanding it, it must be written in Greek, Serbian, Latin, Turkic, and Arabic." Isaac imagined the possible expression on Memdi's face upon receiving the letter and smiled broadly. Leonor pulled his hand away impatiently and rolled his eyes. "Your Majesty, an urgent letter from Vizier Isert, at the garden gate." Yurgu Bey, serving as a page, burst in. "Don't rush, speak slowly." According to observations, Ottoman Sultan Memdi crossed the Bosphorus from the area of the Fortress of the Throat and led his army to Bursa. The vanguard led by Mahmud Pasha has already approached Ankara. Their target is likely the Karamanbi kingdom and the Akhkamar dynasty. Isaac took Isert's letter and quickly scanned it. It seems this arch-enemy is even more formidable than he anticipated. Having relinquished control of its peripheral vassals, it quickly suppressed internal strife and is now preparing to deal with its restless neighbors in Anatolia. However, with the Ottoman army advancing eastward, it's unlikely to interfere in Balkan affairs, presenting a golden opportunity for him. Isaac wrote in a letter. "Inform all ministers and military commanders to proceed to Castle Black for a meeting as quickly as possible. Inform Grand Prince Thomas of Achaia, instructing him to remain vigilant and cooperate with their actions. Order all naval vessels currently patrolling nearby to assemble immediately at Pilinj Harbor and await orders." Chapter 122 Revisiting Athens. The Isthmus of Corinth was spared thanks to your fierce attack by Uralhom Bey, entirely due to your valiant efforts. "Your Majesty flatters me," said Thomas Palaiologos, the Achaean despot, to Isaac. The Ottoman army on the other side of the isthmus wasn't too large, and their artillery was insufficient. In my opinion, they probably only wanted to tie down our forces. They didn't consider breaching the Corinth wall the primary objective. On the Morea Peninsula, at the Isthmus of Corinth, the defenses of the Corinth wall had been continuously strengthened since 1446 under Isaac's intervention. Various firearms, crossbows, and small catapults were installed, and slaves from West Africa were crammed into the holds of large ships to perform arduous construction work. The area around the Isthmus of Corinth was rich in building resources such as stone and clay, eliminating the need for long-distance transport and making the construction of the fortifications relatively easy. Unlike in the original timeline, Memdi, in order to attack Constantinople, deployed more troops and artillery to the walls of Theodosius, indirectly reducing the defensive pressure on the Corinthian wall. "How many troops are there on the Morea Peninsula now?" Isaac asked. "I have a guard of 300 men, and the entire Principality of Achaia can muster at most 1,500 militia. After your father's coronation in Constantinople, the defense of the Principality of Morea was mainly handled by Yaroslav and his Slavic mercenary regiment. They suffered heavy losses in the defense of the Isthmus of Corinth, leaving them with less than 500 men, Archduke Thomas replied. In other words, after the bloody Battle of the Isthmus of Corinth, only a little over 2,000 men could be mustered from the entire Morea Peninsula. What's the current situation on the Morea Peninsula? The Duchy of Athens received your ultimatum and is in a state of panic, gathering its vassals to defend the city. The Toko family of the Duchy of Epirus has been relatively quiet for now, but our spies spotted envoys carrying the Toko banner in Kephallonia. After the Fourth Crusade, the Latins established more than a dozen large and small feudal states in Western Europe on the ruins of the Eastern Roman Empire, nominally submitting to the Latin Empire. More than 200 years later, these crusader states are no longer what they once were, only able to maintain a secluded existence by relying on geographical advantages and diplomatic maneuvering. These include the Duchy of Athens, which occupies Athens and Thebes, the Duchy of Epirus, which occupies Alta and Ioannina, the County of Kephallonia and Zakynthos, which occupy the Ionian Islands, and several puppet regimes subservient to Venice. How are the Venetians and Ottomans? The Venetians seem to be assembling their fleet. Naval bases on Crete and Euboea are on high alert, and forces from surrounding islands are also converging on these two large islands. As for the Ottomans, as you probably know, their main army is currently in Anatolia, preparing to attack Karman and the Ares. The troops Memdi left in the Balkans are better suited for defense than offense. Isaac nodded, silently comparing the military strength of both sides. The Duchy of Athens was not a major concern. Athens had been ravaged several times, its population was sparse, and its defenses were dilapidated, making it no match for Isaac's army. However, Isaac's target was not just the Attica Peninsula with a population of less than 50,000. Delay will only lead to unforeseen circumstances. No matter what happens next, we must take Athens first. Isaac made up his mind and looked at Thomas. Uncle Thomas, please gather the army. They don't need to fight, just guard the rear of the Morea Peninsula for me. Please remember, the focus of the defense should be on those Venetian trading ports. If the Venetians make any moves, inform me immediately. In reality, the Morea Peninsula didn't entirely belong to the Eastern Roman Empire. The Venetians still controlled several important coastal ports as lower-level nodes in their Eastern Mediterranean trade network. I understand, Thomas nodded, a complex look in his eyes. However, you'd better think carefully. The Venetians are not to be trifled with. I have my own plans. Then, I'll go and oversee the militia recruitment. Goodbye, Uncle. Good luck, Isaac. After bidding farewell to Grand Duke Thomas, Isaac rode back to Corinth and found Mikhail giving a speech in the drill ground. The first guard's crowned lion banner and the fourth guard's St. Anthony's cross banner fluttered in the air, the small drill ground packed with over 2,000 soldiers. In the distant barracks, soldiers of the 3rd Guard Corps, on rest, watched their comrades shiver in the cold wind with schadenfreude. The 1st Guard Corps was Isaac's most formidable army, the only heavy infantry corps fully equipped with iron armor and halberds. After the Battle of Constantinople, this corps received priority in new recruits, with most graduates of the Royal Knights Academy's officer corps assigned here. It had now reached full strength. The 4th Guard Corps, a light infantry corps formed by Isaac 2 years prior, was equipped with leather and chainmail, swords, shields, and bows and crossbows. It was the first regular corps composed of local North African Berbers and Bedouins who had converted to Christianity. It had participated in the siege of the Tobruk fortress complex, but its combat effectiveness was average. Isaac adopted the St. Anthony's cross as the emblem of the 4th Guard Corps, hoping that this famous desert saint would bestow strength upon this corps that had emerged from the desert. Long live the Emperor, the soldiers shouted in unison. Seeing Isaac approach on horseback, Mikhail immediately stopped his reprimand, stepped forward, and took the reins for Isaac. Marcus Mikhail was Isaac's closest and most trusted advisor, and one of the highest-ranking nobles. Even if Isaac didn't say anything, he had to set an example in public. Isaac nodded, handed the horse to his personal guard, and waved to the soldiers of the 2 legions. Mikhail, that's enough for today's training. I need to speak with you. Mikhail turned and roared at the soldiers. Did you hear that, you little rascals? Thanks to His Majesty's grace, that's enough for today. Cheers rang out again, and the soldiers left the training ground in 2s and 3s, unloaded their equipment, and ran arm in arm to the brothels, casinos, and taverns next to the camp. Isaac usually paid his soldiers a considerable amount in wages and bonuses, enough to support their families and allow them to live comfortably. For a military camp, appropriate entertainment facilities were essential, and even if Isaac didn't provide them, These soldiers would find ways to sneak out and have fun. It's better to keep the profits within the family than let others empty the soldiers' pockets, Isaac thought. He led Mikhail to his tent and spread out a map of the area surrounding the Morea Peninsula. How many troops do you think we'll need to take Athens? Isaac asked directly. With cannons, siege equipment, and enough laborers, 1,000 regular soldiers will suffice, Mikhail replied confidently after a moment's thought. Intelligence indicated that Athens' garrison numbered less than 1,000, and they were severely lacking in weapons and equipment. The upper-class Latin nobles and the lower-class Greeks were suspicious of each other. Orthodox and Catholic priests argued constantly, and the Navarre mercenary group was wavering. The city looked like it was on the verge of collapse. In that case, this campaign against Athens is entirely yours. After capturing Athens, do not continue the northward advance. Guard the eastern coast, seize fishing boats, and prepare for the next step. I will send men into Athens to win the loyalty of the Navarre mercenary group. Cannons and laborers will be drawn from Mistras. Yes, after Mikhail left, 3 more guests pushed open Isaac's tent. Isaac recognized the first two, Captain Nathan and Captain Lupo of the cattle and mercenary group. Isaac's gaze shifted to the third person, a middle-aged man with a weathered face. Your Majesty, this is Alberto, the vice-captain of the cattle and mercenary group, a Turk. Isaac raised an eyebrow. I am a mercenary. I can be Turkic, Catalan, Greek, or Roman. Alberto's voice was gentle and magnetic, and his fluent Greek easily won people's favor. After the cattle and mercenary groups marched into the eastern Mediterranean, their ranks became increasingly diverse, with large numbers of Turks and Greeks joining, and the official language gradually shifting from Latin to Greek. Very few true Catalans remained. Well said, welcome to Corinth. What brings you here? Isaac nodded approvingly, gesturing for them to sit. My willingness to come speaks volumes, Alberto said. Are you willing to pledge your allegiance to me? We are mercenaries. As long as you pay us well, we will naturally be your most loyal helpers, Alberto replied. Can't the Venetians afford to pay us? HMPH, these shrewd merchants signed a long-term contract with us, incorporating us into the Venetian military system, thus preventing us from taking on our own war missions. This was an old Venetian tactic against mercenary groups, cutting off their other sources of funding, using such a tyrannical clause to transform the originally unruly mercenaries into docile and obedient watchdogs. How many people does the cattle and mercenary group have now? How many fortresses? How many of them can you control? We still have over 500 official and unofficial members, 2 small estates on the island of Ina, and a secret port used for smuggling. Our leader, Antonino, is in cahoots with the Venetians, betraying the entire group's interests. Few are willing to listen to him, even his son hates him. If it weren't for the Venetians' support, he wouldn't be able to hold on to his position. Isaac looked at the map, deep in thought. I've heard that the Venetians are concentrating their forces on Crete and Euboea to protect these 2 most important naval bases. That's true. Are you on the conscription list? Alberto hesitated. I did receive it. Antonino held a meeting the day before yesterday, attempting to heed the Venetians' call and take us to Euboea, but several of our high-ranking members jointly refused. The members don't trust the Venetians to begin with, let alone go to their base in the eastern Mediterranean. I hope you can agree to his request and take your trusted men to Euboea. Isaac looked into Alberto's eyes. Your Majesty, this is no easy task. Alberto's eyes flickered, his veil of affability falling away to reveal the mercenaries' true, profit-driven nature. Crisis often presents an opportunity. If this succeeds, you will be richly rewarded. I will sign a long-term contract with you, making Ina your base and reducing land taxes. At the same time, I will allow you to establish branch offices in Constantinople, Mistras, Billinge, and Soult. A sudden surge of emotion rose in Alberto's chest, instantly flushing his face and making his breathing rapid. If all this could come to pass, he would be a hero of the cattle and mercenary group's revival, bringing fame and fortune to his family and giving him a significant advantage in the subsequent election for leader. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down. He knew that the legendary leader Roger had led his once powerful mercenary group to ruin by believing the lies of the Palaiologos family. What exactly is that long-term contract? Isaac pulled out a prepared document and handed it to Alberto. You will be loyal to me and my descendants for generations, and I and my descendants will be your protectors. We have the mercenary group's priority hiring rights. Besides that, you can accept war-related jobs at your own discretion, and we will not interfere with the commissions you earn. Alberto glanced at it. It was generally acceptable. In fact, Many monarchs in Western Europe signed such long-term contracts with large mercenary groups in their territories. Besides participating in wars, the mercenaries would also engage in shady activities that the lords couldn't directly handle. These large mercenary groups also possessed a crucial function: to gather and deplete restless elements within their territories on the battlefield. The main sources of mercenaries were the illegitimate sons of nobles and priests, idle veterans, brave peasants who had lost their land, and bankrupt lower-ranking nobles and merchants. After Maruna's Black Legion was converted into a military district garrison, Isaac's territory lacked such a semi-detached military force, so there was no need to worry about an overproduction like that of France and Italy. Even if such an overproduction did occur, there were many solutions. France and Venice had already set a precedent, and Hungary and Germany would follow suit. Your Majesty, the treatment you offer us is indeed very generous, but you are also aware that my members harbor some prejudice against your family. Thud, a bag full of gold coins was tossed onto the table by Isaac. You have no other choice. Trust me, or you will be gradually swallowed up by the Venetians, leaving nothing behind. By then, Antonino might still be granted a baronial title, but you won't get that treatment. Accept my offer, you will be the new commander, and these two will be the new deputy commander and chief of staff. Isaac looked at Alberto, then nodded to Nathan and Lupo. The three exchanged glances, made their decision, and knelt on one knee. Clang, 3 swords were drawn from their sheaths, emitting a clear ring. On November 20, 1453, Marcus Michael led his army across the Corinthian wall, arriving at the Acropolis of Athens, and sent messengers to persuade them to surrender. Duke Francis I of Athens refused to surrender and had the messengers beaten away. Marcus Michael ordered the cannons to fire. 10 long-barreled siege cannons brought from Mistress bombarded the city, and breaches quickly appeared in the walls. That evening, Duke Francisco I summoned his vassals and advisors, delivering a passionate speech and declaring that he would personally lead the resistance to the end. He then changed into civilian clothes and fled east to the coast, crossing the narrow Euripus Strait to Harkes, the capital of the Negroponte colony, seeking Venetian protection. Early the next morning, the Navarre mercenaries seized control of Athens, opened the city gates, and surrendered to Marcus Michael. On the same day, the Venetian Republic delivered a warning letter to Isaac, demanding that he respect the Duke of Athens' noble status and not directly seize the city. Subsequently, the Duchy of Epirus, the County of Kephallonia and Zakynthos, the Duchy of Naxos, and the Kingdom of Candia all delivered solemn declarations to Isaac, stating that they would not stand idly by while a nobleman was driven from their territory. Meanwhile, Venice began an emergency mobilization on the islands of Euripus and Crete, and its fleet in the eastern Mediterranean returned to port for reorganization. On November 25, 1453, Thebes surrendered, marking the end of the Duchy of Athens, which had lasted for over 2 centuries. That evening, the Mediterranean fleet of the Eastern Roman Empire and part of the Genoese Republic's fleet arrived in Pillinge, where they assembled and rested, their sights set on the north. At this point, everyone realized that the Duchy of Athens was merely a catalyst, revealing the long-simmering conflict between the Eastern Roman Empire and the Republic of Venice. One side wanted to reclaim lost territory, the other was determined to protect trade routes. Would it be a fight to the death, or a concession of interests? Everyone was speculating. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123: Using Land to Control the Sea. Euboea, located in eastern Attica, is the second largest island in Greece. Connected to Attica by only a narrow strait, it enjoys convenient access to mainland Europe and frequent trade. In terms of area, it is second only to the isolated island of Crete. After the Fourth Crusade, the Boniface family established the once prosperous kingdom of Thessaloniki, granting Euboea as a fiefdom to noble families who participated in the Crusades. After 1205, Euboea was divided into 3 main regions, north, central, and south, each ruled by an Italian nobleman, establishing the Duchy of Negroponte, also known as the Tripartite Duchy of Negroponte. In the late 13th century, the Eastern Roman Empire, gradually recovering from its decline, began to reclaim its lost territories, reconquering most of Euboea. However, this period of prosperity was short-lived. With the help of the Venetians, the local Latin feudal lords of Negroponte gradually drove out the Eastern Roman army and became a vassal state of the Venetian Republic. Decades ago, the Venetian Republic brought Negroponte under its direct control, making it a crucial node in the Eastern Mediterranean trade system. Hagia, the largest city on Euboea, boasted a relatively large population, a well-developed agricultural and pastoral system, and was situated at the crossroads of trade between the Aegean Sea and the Balkans. Hagia bordered the Europe Strait to the west, and since ancient times, it had been connected to the European mainland by numerous bridges, making both land and water transportation extremely convenient. After the fall of the Duchy of Athens, the colonial government on Negroponte immediately burned down all the bridges and requisitioned local civilian boats for patrols to prevent Eastern Roman Empire raids. The strait was simply too narrow, even without considering the fleets of both sides. The narrowest point, less than 10 meters wide, posed little real obstacle to attacking forces. Gabriel, the Doge of Negroponte of the Venetian noble republic, from the family of Foscari, stood at the westernmost point of Hagia, gazing towards the Attica Peninsula across the strait. "How many of the naval ships I requested have arrived, my lord? The Grand Council has approved the mobilization order, and private fleets have begun to be recruited in Venice. The first batch of ships has already arrived in the Eastern Mediterranean. However, as you know, most of these ships have been left in Candia. Very few have actually been sent here." Gabriel took the report from the attendant, his eyes sweeping over the list of ships. 1 caravel, 15 large and medium-sized galleys, and over 30 galleys of various types. Too few. With these ships alone, we cannot completely gain control of the sea. If the Greek emperor launches an attack, I cannot guarantee victory. Then, Gabriel's gaze shifted downwards to the long list of ships stationed on Crete, his brow furrowing. Of all Venice's colonies, Crete was the wealthiest, with many powerful families and tycoons holding interests there, truly a jewel of the Mediterranean. However, Venice had been operating on Crete for 2 centuries, its defenses were strong, fortresses were numerous, and its foundation of rule was relatively solid. Even if left unchecked, it was simply impossible for it to be conquered in a short time. Conversely, Negroponte was closer to the European mainland, more likely to be attacked. And its foundation of rule was weaker, making it the focus of defense. "What's wrong with these people?" Gabriel crumpled the report into a ball and angrily threw it into the sea. "Your Excellency, are you perhaps overthinking things? After conquering Athens, the Greek emperor has been suppressing local forces and consolidating the countryside and towns, and doesn't seem to have any desire to continue expanding," the attendant said cautiously, observing Gabriel's expression. These days, this domineering man from a prestigious family had been very irritable. Gabriel came from the Foscari family and was the cousin of the current Dominic of the Venetian Republic, Francesco Foscari, and was the most outstanding of the younger generation in the family. The Foscari family was one of the commercial oligarchic families of the Venetian Republic, wielding considerable power in the Grand Council, and the patriarch, Francesco, had served as Dominic for 30 consecutive years. However, in the last 2 decades, Governor Francesco has experienced a career slump, dragging the entire Foscari family into decline. The loss of Thessaloniki, the rise of the Duchy of Milan, the defeat in the Albanian War, and the collapse of the Constantinople strategy, these events, though unrelated to the governor's policies, were used by the opposition as sharp arrows aimed at Francesco. Most worryingly, the dying Eastern Roman Empire suddenly showed signs of revival, expanding its overseas territories and winning the Battle of Constantinople. Crucially, the Republic of Venice seized numerous territories formerly belonging to the Eastern Roman Empire, creating irreconcilable conflict and making war inevitable. First, Constantine conquered Morea, then Isaac overthrew Cyprus. Father and son had clear goals and were determined not to compromise. Meanwhile, figures like Sforza, Duke of Milan, Skanderbeg, leader of Albania, Cosimo de' Medici, tyrant of Florence, and Afonso, king of Aragon, were all ambitious and capable rulers who openly and covertly expressed their dissatisfaction with Venice's hegemony, seeking ways to create trouble for them. The Venetian Republic, having dominated the Mediterranean for 2 centuries, had colonies throughout the Eastern Mediterranean, naturally making countless enemies. At the same time, internal strife also exhausted Doge Francesco. Among all the merchant families in Venice, the Foscari family barely reached the threshold of a first-rate family, occupying an awkward position of being neither high nor low. Top established families like Dandolo, Masanig, and Gradanger firmly controlled the path to higher positions, while emerging families like Barbarigo and Gramini began to squeeze Foscari's original niche. With the development of aristocratic politics, the power of the Doge of Venice was greatly limited, and various powerful families controlled the government through the Great Council. Several years ago, Doge Francesco's only son, Iago, was found guilty of corruption, bribery, and treason, and was immediately imprisoned. Francesco, as a father, was powerless to do anything but watch his son bound and tried in front of everyone. From then on, Doge Francesco's prestige declined further, and he became increasingly depressed, no longer involved in many affairs. After the Battle of Constantinople, Venice's power in the eastern Mediterranean underwent a major reshuffle. Gabriel seized this opportunity to become Doge of Negroponte, standing at the forefront of the struggle against the Ottoman and Eastern Roman empires. Faced with the attendant's question, Gabriel slowly shook his head, pointing to the Attica Peninsula across the water. "What do you see?" The attendant looked puzzled. "A scene of utter devastation. The Greek emperor is cunning and treacherous. Do you think he went to such lengths just for such a scene of devastation?" Gabriel pursed his lips. "Regardless, we must prepare for the worst." On the distant sea, a massive ship hoisted its sails, sailing towards the port of Hagia. It was a large, powerful warship, a scuttler, both imposing and beautiful. Its dark cannons pointed towards the shore, the flag of St. Mark emblazoned on its sails, and its hull adorned with flowing Latin script. Enrico Dandolo. Displacing nearly 1,500 tons, its hull was constructed with high-quality materials, its firepower formidable, and its passenger capacity vast. It was a pinnacle of Venetian arsenal craftsmanship, ranking among the best even among scuttlers. Seeing this undisputed king of the sea, Gabriel's tense expression eased slightly. "Get the ships arriving in Hagia back to port as soon as possible. The garrison and fire prevention measures at the port must be in place. Absolutely no chaos can be tolerated," Gabriel sternly instructed his aide. "Rest assured, we will arrange everything properly. We have deployed troops to guard the granaries, gunpowder depots, fortifications, and ports day and night. The dock area where warships are moored has been fenced off, prohibiting entry." Gabriel nodded, glanced at the Attica Peninsula now flying its double-headed eagle flag, and rode away. In the Acropolis of Athens, Isaac and his officers and advisors gathered in the council chamber, a map of the Aegean Sea laid out on the table. "Doldo, please introduce Venice's trade system in the eastern Mediterranean." Isaac looked at a middle-aged man sitting directly opposite him. The man was unshaven, unkempt, and his rough face bore the marks of time. His name was Derudo, originally a Venetian captain who, during the Battle of Constantinople, answered the call of the municipal official Milato and sided with the Eastern Roman Empire. After the Battle of Constantinople, Milato, due to his powerful family connections and the aura of a holy warrior, escaped punishment from the Venetian authorities and continued to serve as the Venetian expatriate municipal official in Constantinople. However, several ordinary captains, led by Darit, were not so fortunate. The authorities severely suppressed them under various pretexts. Unable to endure the oppression any longer, these captains defected to Isaac, bringing with them 2 small galleys and 3 merchant ships. Isaac warmly welcomed them, providing them with ample money and prestige. For a monarch, spending lavishly to acquire talent is never a bad deal. Thus, in future instances of similar situations, captains defecting from Venice would prioritize the Eastern Roman Empire over the Ottoman Empire. It's important to remember that in the original timeline, the Ottoman Empire's naval and industrial system was almost entirely built by defecting Venetians. Long ago, the Venetians extended their reach into the eastern Mediterranean, formally beginning to build a colonial trade system. On the Balkan Peninsula, Dalmatia, located on the Adriatic coast, was the most important colony. Serving as a link between Venice and the Mediterranean islands, they established a complete framework of rule there, with a Venetian Doge concurrently holding the title of Duke of Dalmatia. Later, they acquired Venetian Albania and Corfu, truly opening this sea route, Derudo explained. Among the islands of the eastern Mediterranean, Crete was the most important, not only for its abundant population and advantageous geographical location, but also for its long period of rule, well-developed defenses, and ease of defense. Crete was the core of Venice's colonial system in the eastern Mediterranean, its 2 centuries of operation making it virtually impregnable. Later, the Ottomans, with their superior national strength, slowly eroded it over decades before finally conquering Candia and bringing Crete under their control. Besides Crete, the twin ports of Modon and Colony at the southwestern tip of the Morea Peninsula, and Negroponte in the eastern part of the Attica Peninsula, are also important trading hubs. Finally, there are the other smaller islands, such as Kythera and the Naxos Islands in the southeast of the Morea Peninsula. Dorotto finished speaking and looked at Isaac. Very good, Isaac nodded to him. For the Eastern Roman Empire at present, the Republic of Venice was a behemoth, its naval strength and soft power enough to overwhelm Isaac's Mediterranean fleet. However, they certainly had weaknesses. Gentlemen sitting here today, you must already know that we are about to launch a war against the Venetians. Isaac looked around. Besides his military officers, Grand Duke Thomas and Commander Yaroslav, who had come to attend the war council, were also present. Our initial objectives are twofold. First, to recapture the entire Morea Peninsula, especially the two important Venetian ports, Modon and Colonia. Second, to recapture Euboea, and, in conjunction with the Genoese on Chios, to directly strike Venice's trade route north to Constantinople. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Your Majesty, recapture of the entire Morea Peninsula is relatively straightforward. The main Venetian army is locked in a fierce battle with the Duke of Milan in Italy. If we can gather superior forces, we can likely capture these coastal ports. Euboea is more difficult, but not without a solution. How, however, will you deal with the Venetian naval power in any subsequent retaliatory attacks? Archduke Thomas spoke first. To protect their scattered territories, the Venetians can't possibly gather all their fleets together. That's our opportunity. According to intelligence, a Venetian squadron is currently assembled on Euboea, and another on Crete. Our fleet, based at Biringe, is patrolling north, searching for any lone Venetian ships. As long as these two fleets don't join forces, we have the potential to defeat them separately, Isaac said confidently. But what if the Venetians directly attack our territory? How should we respond? Once war breaks out, the Oran military district, the North African coast, and even trade routes in the central Mediterranean could be attacked, Marcus Mikhail asked. Then let them attack, Isaac smiled. Before this, I had already instructed the colonial minister, Earl William, to deliver the last batch of gold to Billy, and trade activities have gradually slowed down. The North African coast is not only far away, but there are only a handful of cities that can serve as supply points for a large army. Our defensive perimeter is actually not very large. As long as we concentrate heavy forces to defend a few important ports, they will find it difficult to achieve anything. As for the Oran military district, I have already consulted with His Excellency Castigliati, and he will assist us in its defense. The meeting lasted all night, with Isaac laying out every detail he could think of, striving to ensure the plan was flawless. In fact, the Eastern Roman Empire and the Republic of Venice at this time were quite similar, both being relatively weak domestically and relying on colonial trade to seize vast profits. The difference was that the Eastern Roman Empire's colonies were far away, while Venice's were close at hand. Venice was currently beset by internal and external troubles, at its weakest point in decades. If they didn't fight now, they would have no chance in the coming decades. The Republic of Venice was like a lame giant. While its navy was extremely powerful, its army had long relied on various mercenaries for auxiliary operations, becoming increasingly ineffective with the passage of time. Whenever they could attack Venetian strongholds by land, they were forced to split their fleet to support various ports, transporting supplies and deploying troops. Isaac's strategy was to control the sea by land, scattering Venice's powerful fleet and keeping it constantly on the move, then regrouping a superior fleet to defeat them separately. On December 10, 1453, Archduke Thomas led his army to Morton and Colony, demanding the surrender of the Venetian troops stationed there. When this was refused, he opened fire and launched a full-scale assault. The Marian War had begun. Chapter 124 The Hospitallers. In the eastern Aegean Sea, across the Carpathos Strait, a three-masted sailing ship slowly sailed towards the rising sun, leaving a trail of white foam on the shimmering water. The ship flew the flag of the Republic of Genoa's St. George's Cross, having come from the Genoese colony of Chios in the north. That island to the southwest is called Carpathos, one of Venice's overseas territories, primarily engaged in agriculture and animal husbandry, Bartolomeo Gattilusio said, pointing to the southern island and pursing his lips. And the island to the northeast, beside Bartolomeo, Anderson, the foreign minister of the Kingdom of Cyrenaica, gazed at the larger island to the northeast. The Carpathos Strait runs northwest to southeast, situated between two islands in the eastern Mediterranean. The southwestern island of Carpathos is smaller, with exposed rocks and sparse vegetation, appearing rather barren. The northeastern island, however, is much larger, lush with trees and abundant vegetation, clearly more suitable for human habitation. That's Rhodes Island, the headquarters of the Knights Hospitaller, our destination, Anderson nodded, understanding dawning on him. The Knights Hospitaller, officially the Knights Hospitaller of Jerusalem and Rhodes, is one of the three major religious knightly orders in Europe. Of all the religious knightly orders, the Hospitallers were the oldest, initially composed of monks providing medical services to pilgrims to Jerusalem, a purely altruistic organization. Later, with the rise of the Crusades and the establishment of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the Hospitallers began operating as a military order, gradually growing into an important military force within the kingdom, accompanying this heavenly dynasty through every stage of its journey. After the fall of Acre, the three major knightly orders, including the Hospitallers, withdrew from the Palestinian coast to temporarily reside in Cyprus, but soon went their separate ways, embarking on three different paths. The Teutonic Knights gradually abandoned their interests around the Mediterranean, turning instead to the Baltic Sea, conquering Prussia, and uniting with the Livonia Sword Knights to establish the Teutonic Knight state. The Knights Templar went to France, venturing into finance and engaging in usury. Leveraging the privileges granted by the papacy and their status as holy warriors, they repeatedly tested the limits of the nobility in various countries. After the Avignon papacy, the papacy moved to France, and the pope effectively became a puppet of the French king, leaving the religious forces remaining in Rome in a state of fear. Thus, King Philip IV of France, determined to consolidate power, swiftly wiped out the renowned Knights Templar, with Grand Master Jacques de Molay being burned at the stake. The Templars' tragic fate made the Hospitallers feel a sense of impending doom. While the Teutonic Knights offered them a viable alternative, they needed their own territory to escape the humiliation of being under a secular monarch. Meanwhile, to prevent the Hospitallers from suffering the same fate as the Templars, His Holiness the Pope transferred most of the remaining Templar personnel and lands to them, significantly increasing their power. Next, the Pope officially granted Rhodes to the Knights Hospitaller as their base, even though it remained territory of the Eastern Roman Empire. With the Pope's support, the Hospitallers' military offensive against Rhodes became more legitimate, allowing them to successfully obtain a huge loan from the Florentine Bank. They then led a large army and warships on a massive invasion of Rhodes. In 1310, the Eastern Roman garrison on Rhodes surrendered to the Hospitallers, and the order, which had been adrift at sea for over a decade, finally gained their own paradise. The Hospitallers quickly discovered that compared to the barren and desolate Palestine, the fertile and rich Rhodes was simply paradise. They built castles and watchtowers, cultivated fields and pastures, and constructed shipyards and repair shops. Using Rhodes as their base, they gradually expanded their power northward, soon controlling the entire Dodicas Islands, and at their peak, even occupying the port of Smyrna in western Anatolia. The good times didn't last. Timur-the-Lame's army swept through Anatolia, directly breaking through Smyrna, which the Ottoman Empire had been besieging for years. The Hospitallers fled in panic back to their homeland, Rhodes. Then, increasingly rampant piracy made the Hospitallers a thorn in the side of both the Mamluks and the Ottomans, launching numerous naval attacks against them. With the rise of the Ottoman Empire, Christian influence in the eastern Mediterranean dwindled dramatically. Aside from the ambivalent Venetians and the preoccupied Eastern Roman Empire, only this military order, renowned for its devout faith, remained truly willing to resist Islamic forces. "Don't worry, even if they don't support us, they will never threaten our safety," Bartolome reassured Anderson, patting him on the shoulder. "The Hospitallers have a pretty good relationship with us. Most of their ships are built in Genoa." "Oh? I thought they would prefer the Venetian arsenal," Anderson remarked casually. "Their relationship with the Venetians has always been ambiguous, depending entirely on the Grand Master," Bartolome said. "One is a merchant, the other a bandit. How could they possibly get along?" Due to the threat of the heretics, the Knights Hospitaller sometimes plead with the Venetians for help, but deep down they still harbor considerable resentment towards these profit-driven merchants. Many heretics deliberately place their ships under Venetian names and fly Venetian flags to avoid attacks from the Crusader fleets. The Knights Hospitaller also provide transit ports and fleet escorts from merchant ships from various Western European countries, indirectly breaking the Venetian trade monopoly in the Eastern Mediterranean. Anderson nodded, remaining silent, watching the approaching land in the distance. The watchtower on the island spotted the sailing ship, flags fluttered, and soon a small warship flying an octagonal cross approached the three-masted sailing ship. Bartholomew went to the bow and began negotiating with the knights who had come to question him. The leading knight, after hearing Bartholomew's explanation, turned to look at Anderson, who politely nodded back. Soon, the delegation arrived at the headquarters of the Knights Hospitaller in Rhodes, heading towards the Grand Master's council chamber. Compared to the bustling and prosperous port, the headquarters appeared simple, even shabby. There were no expensive velvet carpets on the floor, nor any precious ornaments or pendants on the walls. The octagonal cross, the symbol of the order, was simply visible everywhere. The council chamber was large, and the knights, having clearly received the message, were gathered, arranged in 2 rows. The Hospitallers wore black and red cloaks, emblazoned with either an octagonal cross or the simplest Catholic cross. On the wall directly in front of the council chamber, a red banner with a white octagonal cross hung high, and above the banner, a line of Latin text was prominently engraved: "Guardians of the Faith, relieve suffering, greetings, envoys from Constantinople." "What brings you here?" An aged yet gentle voice pulled Anderson from his thoughts. Jean de Rustic, the current Grand Master of the Knights Hospitaller, was exceptionally skilled in both personal martial arts and political maneuvering. "Your Excellency Grand Master, it is an honor to visit your headquarters. I have important matters to discuss with you." Anderson bowed respectfully, raising his head to look at Rustic. This shrewd and capable Grand Master was nearly 80 years old, his health failing him, like a candle nearing its end. During his tenure, the Knights Hospitaller faced significant challenges in various fields, and he navigated this arduous journey alone, a truly remarkable feat. Grand Master Rustic was a pragmatic man, focusing on the development of Rhodes Island. He built cities, managed internal affairs, constructed fortifications, and eased ethnic tensions, while primarily engaging in diplomatic maneuvering and foreign affairs. Under his years of management, numerous watchtowers and castles were built on the 12 northern islands to facilitate faster communication of news of enemy fleet invasions to headquarters. Rhodes Island, the Knights' headquarters, was fortified under his management. He modeled its defenses after Constantinople, installing double walls and chains at Rhodes Harbor, and deploying troops and ships for round-the-clock patrols, maintaining a high level of vigilance. Along the way, Anderson was genuinely shocked. It seemed that without tens of thousands of troops and hundreds of warships, it would be difficult to breach this formidable sea fortress. Anderson stepped forward and handed the letter of state, its cover adorned with a double-headed eagle emblem, to Grand Master Rustic. Rustic opened his slightly blurred eyes, struggling to decipher the text. For centuries, the Republic of Venice has violated the prohibitions of the Christian world, providing infidels with food, weapons, armor, ships, and other contraband, indirectly strengthening the infidels and weakening the holy war fervor of our Christian brothers. In the Battle of Constantinople, the Venetians provided warships and commanders to the Ottoman Empire, making an enemy of the entire Christian world, an unforgivable crime. Anderson spoke forcefully, his gaze sweeping over each knight with unwavering devotion. "My lord abhors this deeply and has vowed to punish the Venetians' apostasy, specifically sending me to invite you to join this war." Upon hearing this, the Hospitallers around him began to whisper amongst themselves. Their expressions varied. There were approving smiles, and disdainful snorts. "The Venetians are powerful, with a fleet of ships. You're just trying to use us as henchmen for your own selfish desires," a voice rang out. Rustic remained silent, his eyes darting around, seemingly calculating something. "HMPH. How dare you, as heretics, utter such words?" another sarcastic voice followed. "Shut up," Rustic snapped, his gentle expression vanishing, replaced by a lion's rage. "I misspoke, please punish me." The sarcastic knight immediately apologized, hesitating before finally bowing his head. According to the Council of Florence, there was no longer any heresy between the Roman Catholic Church and the Greek Orthodox Church. Both were devout followers of Jesus Christ. The victory at the Battle of Constantinople changed many things, but as long as the two sides hadn't officially broken ties, the Church remained united. "Jacques, what are your thoughts?" Rustic asked, looking at a high-ranking knight to his right. Jacques de Mille, the highest-ranking Hospitaller knight on Rhodes Island besides Rustic, is the most likely candidate to become the next Grand Master. Jacques pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. "The Venetians have indeed gone too far lately. Many knights have reported to me that they are openly providing escort services for the infidel fleet. Of course, this may be related to our brothers in Constantinople." Jacques looked at Anderson, who could only offer an awkward smile. Moreover, Brother Anderson is right, the Venetians do indeed need appropriate punishment, Grand Master. As far as I know, the Venetian army is currently deeply embroiled in war with Duke Sforza at Milan, their navy is bogged down in several ports, and the situation at home is not good either. This is a golden opportunity. Rastic remained silent. Grand Master, Anderson continued, if you are willing to send troops to join us in dealing with the Venetian threat, we will support you in acquiring the island of Carpathos in the southwest of Rhodes and the Naxos Islands in the western part of the Dodecagon, as the Hospitallers' territory. At the same time, we will also pay you a generous reward as military expenses for your expedition. If needed, we will also open trading ports and colonies in West Africa for you, allowing you to establish branches there and spread the gospel of our Lord, Anderson added further. Rustic smiled non-committally. In truth, deep down, he didn't really want to get involved in the war between the Eastern Roman Empire and Venice. He was too old. Time had taken away not only his rapidly diminishing energy but also his adventurous ambition. Rustic could sense that if he waited a little longer, he would feel God's call and ascend to eternal heaven. For the Hospitallers, he was already good enough, posterity would remember his achievements, and there was absolutely no need to create trouble for no reason in the final stage of his life. He dedicated his life to building a defensive system centered on Rhodes Island, thus turning the Knights Hospitaller into a steel nail, firmly anchored in the soft heartland of Islamic power. The watchtowers on the 12 islands, the small fortresses on the Anatolian coast, the formidable defensive perimeter of Rhodes. This grand puzzle was missing only one piece, the island of Calpassus, controlled by the Venetians, separated from Rhodes' relatively weak southern lowlands by only a strait. Would this be a good opportunity? He looked at Jacques, his chosen successor. Young and energetic, cautious yet ambitious, just like himself in his youth. Jacques, Grand Master, this matter is your decision. The details of the negotiations and the deployment of troops will be arranged by you. Remember to send an envoy to His Holiness the Pope to seek his support and request his assistance. I will not fail you, Jacques said firmly. Rustic nodded, closing his weary eyes. Chapter 125 Spartan Heavy Cannon. Negroponte, Harkisport. Gabriel Foscari, accompanied by his personal guards, was inspecting the port's defenses. As early as the Crusades, to prevent enemies from the Attica Peninsula from crossing the narrow Europa Strait and directly threatening the political center of Euboea, the lords here began to gradually build Harkisport's defensive system, striving to transform it into a large commercial port with a strong military character. Military, commercial, and fishing ports were separated, watchtowers and towers overlooked the sea, and ballistae and cannons were aimed at the shore. Half-hidden underground granaries, three-tiered earthen and stone walls, armories filled with various military supplies, and endless barracks and sailors' quarters were all present. Your Excellency, we have enough grain for 6 months' consumption, ample weaponry, artillery in good condition, and the soldiers are in high spirits, the port steward, following Gabriel, said obsequiously, incessantly praising his achievements. Gabriel glanced at him. We've deployed 3 mercenary groups and 2 militia units near the port, totaling over 1,800 men. They're all our loyal followers, their loyalty is absolutely guaranteed. The Greek emperor on the other side is a master of fire attacks, so we must be extremely careful. Fire prevention measures must be in place, not a single detail can be overlooked, Gabriel warned sternly. Coroni has already fallen, and Modon will likely fall soon too. The Greek emperor's next target will definitely be us. From the moment the first cannonball from the Eastern Roman Empire struck the walls of Coroni, the Republic of Venice and the Eastern Roman Empire were already at war. Don't worry, we will pay close attention and patrol day and night, the port manager quickly assured him. Who is currently in charge of military affairs in the port area? Patrick Nani. Nani, he is a descendant of Gatamegada, Gabriel nodded, his expression softening slightly. After the 15th century, various mercenary groups began to dominate Italian wars, and many famous mercenary generals emerged. As one of the dominant powers in northern Italy, the Republic of Venice made extensive use of mercenaries in its wars. To make the command system more convenient and efficient, the Grand Council often appointed an experienced mercenary leader as marshal to oversee the overall situation. Erasmus Nani, nicknamed Gatamegada, was one of the more famous ones, the previous mercenary marshal of the Republic of Venice. Unlike his predecessors and successors, he was known for his maturity and prudence, his sullen personality, and his unwavering loyalty to Venice. This was very rare in Italy at the time. Is the domestic military still under the control of Coligny? Yes, and only he can contend with Sforzaleo on the battlefield, the portmaster said. But I don't like him. Almost everyone, like you, prefers the late Lord Gatamegada, Gabriel scoffed. In my opinion, these mercenary leaders are the most restless element in northern Italy. They crave war, oppose peace, have a penchant for chaos and violence, and are always looking for an opportunity to usurp power. Elvis Conti, Sforza, Coligny, and even Marshal Carmagnola, who was beheaded for treason, are all birds of a feather. The portmaster wisely kept quiet. He dared not interfere in the affairs of these important figures. After muttering to himself for a moment, Gabriel waved his hand dismissively, ending this dangerous topic. By the way, how is the cattle and mercenary group from Iena doing? Don't worry, we've settled them on the outskirts of the port area, far from the naval base, granaries, and armories. Their leader, Antonino, is very cooperative and has sworn an oath against the Greek emperor. The remnants of the Navarre mercenary group who came to seek refuge with the Duke of Athens have also been placed under his command. Very good. They are, after all, outsiders. We can't trust them easily. Gabriel nodded in satisfaction. Captain, His Majesty's secret letter just arrived this morning, in a basement of the cattle and mercenary group's base south of Hawkes. Captain Nathan handed Alberto a folded roll of parchment. Clearly, the Venetian authorities were being very cautious, guarding all the important defenses with their own people, excluding foreign mercenary groups like the Catalan group, who were scattered throughout the island. Everyone guessed that the Venetians wouldn't have resorted to such a tactic if they weren't so short-handed. Alberto unfolded the parchment and read it quickly, skimming the lines. After finishing the letter, he burned the parchment in the candlelight and opened the map of Euboea. How is it? Yesterday evening, the port of Modin fell, and the local garrison surrendered to His Majesty. His Majesty immediately transferred troops to the eastern coast of Attica, preparing to cross the sea and attack the city. Mentioning the progress of the war, a slight smile finally appeared on Alberto's weathered face. As important commercial ports of the Venetian Republic on the Morea Peninsula, Modin and Coloni had relatively good defenses. Despite a severe shortage of local garrisons, they had managed to hold out for over a month against the Eastern Roman army. If it weren't for the Italian wars, the Eastern Roman Empire probably wouldn't have been able to capture even these two ports quickly, let alone the heavily fortified Negroponte. What does His Majesty want us to do? Lupo asked eagerly. His Majesty said he will lay artillery positions west of Hawkes, across the Strait of Euripus, to bombard the port and disrupt the enemy's plans. Governor Gabriel is a very capable man. Hawkes's defenses are practically impenetrable. A direct assault would inevitably result in heavy casualties. Using this method will force the enemy to take countermeasures, thereby finding weaknesses in their defenses and creating an opportunity for our attack. Alberto truthfully relayed the information from the letter to the two men. So, His Majesty hasn't made any arrangements for our actions? Nathan asked. Alberto nodded. His Majesty doesn't seem to be placing all his hopes on us. Even without our help, he must have other plans. At this, the three fell silent, cautiously exchanging glances. Then we must do our utmost. Alberto's eyes flashed. Although His Majesty didn't say it explicitly, the benefits we gain after the war will certainly be linked to our contributions in this war. If we can achieve great merit in this war, we will not only receive the rewards His Majesty promised, but there will definitely be other benefits as well. Everyone knows that His Majesty is not a stingy nobleman, but a generous monarch who rewards merit without question. On the contrary, Alberto stopped, staring at the two men opposite him. The flickering candlelight made their eyes appear red. They were both intelligent men and understood Alberto's unspoken meaning. Conversely, if they did nothing, or their contributions were minimal, His Majesty would be utterly disappointed, and the entire cattle and mercenary group would lose its standing in his eyes. Even if the Emperor outwardly agreed to the previous agreement and gave them Iena Island as a base, he would certainly use underhanded tactics, even annihilating them outright. We can't turn back now. We must fight this battle well and demonstrate our worth. Alberto squeezed out these words through gritted teeth. Commander, Governor Gabriel doesn't trust us at all. We can't get close to the naval port, granaries, or other strategic locations. How can we coordinate with His Majesty's offensive? Lupo asked. Lupo, as usual, take a few good men and keep watch in the port area, secretly observing the situation. Nathan, go to the south of Negroponte. Take this address, my handwritten letter, and find this merchant. Buy everything mentioned in the letter. Alberto pulled a sweat-stained letter from his pocket, clearly having prepared it for some time. He was our business partner when we were still in Athens. He specializes in smuggling and has many connections. Remember, after you get the goods, find a way to shut him up. Don't leave him alive." Nathan took the letter and nodded heavily. "What about you? As for me, continue to contact the lower-ranking mercenaries and sideline our dear Captain Antonello. I will also make appropriate arrangements for the Navarre mercenary group, so you don't need to worry." Boom, boom, a stone projectile, trailing black smoke, drew a long contrail across the sky, flying across the strait, which was only 100 meters wide, and crashed into the distant port. Unfortunately, the stone projectile missed any valuable target, hitting an open area with a loud bang. However, the giant stone projectile falling from the sky still managed to cause panic among the port guards. The sailors hurriedly dropped what they were doing and sought sturdy shelter. The enemy's military discipline was indeed impressive. Commanders quickly appeared, directing the soldiers to take up defensive positions, and cannons and crossbows were aimed at the shore. This was the artillery position of the Eastern Roman Empire army in the eastern part of the Attica Peninsula. This position was located on a small hill, overlooking the port of Hagia below. "Urban, adjust your position. We're abandoning the port attack and will bombard the inner city of Hagia." "Yes, sir." After the Battle of Constantinople, Isaac recovered some of the giant cannons destroyed by the Ottomans on the battlefield. He ordered Urban to use these as a model to manufacture a batch of similar caliber giant cannons in Mistras as secret weapons for the Marian War. Compared to the Ottoman royal heavy cannons, these cannons incorporated some of Urban's own ideas and some concepts brought by Isaac from later generations, resulting in superior performance. Because the first batch of cannons was cast near the Spartan ruins in Mistras, these strategic weapons were named Spartan heavy cannons by Isaac. Unfortunately, due to a shortage of funds, the first batch of Spartan heavy cannons consisted of only 3 cannons. Based on these 3 Spartan heavy cannons, supplemented by medium and small cannons and various catapults, Isaac established 3 artillery companies, along with supporting engineer companies and craftsman groups, completely imitating the Ottoman Empire. After all, in terms of artillery application, the Ottoman Empire was indeed far ahead. Due to transportation difficulties, after the start of the Marian War, Isaac directly ordered Urban to send the Spartan Heavy Artillery Company to the east coast of the Attica Peninsula, and they did not participate in the siege of the twin ports of Morton and Colony. Boom! After a brief respite for one Spartan Heavy Artillery Company, another burst of cannon fire rang out, vibrating iron and copper, spewing fire and lead. The cannonballs crossed the strait, past the harbor, and crashed straight into the densely populated city center, blasting a Romanesque spire into pieces. Isaac looked at the collapsed building in the distance, a sense of satisfaction rising within him. His artillery positions were located on high ground, allowing him to easily blast heavy stone projectiles into the city, while the enemy's artillery would struggle to retaliate effectively. This was the advantage of the attacking side. After a round of bombardment ceased, the craftsmen quickly soaked the scorching cannon barrels in hot oil, preventing them from direct contact with a January chill and allowing them to cool slowly. "Your Majesty, urgent news from Mistress." The attendant, Urigo Bey, rushed in, handing Isaac 3 letters. The letters were of different materials and sizes, each bearing a different coat of arms, a white background with a red St. George's cross, a red background with a white octagonal cross, and a red and yellow striped crown and shield. Isaac took the letters, knowing their meaning, but didn't open them. "Your Majesty, what do we do next?" Urban asked, leaning closer. "Wait for the cannons to cool down, then continue bombarding, day and night." Isaac turned, gazing at the golden lion banner of St. Mark fluttering above the port of Hagia. Everything was ready, except for the final push. "Alberto, what surprises do you have in store for me this time?" End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.